Imagine waking up inside your favorite fantasy novel, but instead of being the hero, you're the villain fated to die. That's exactly what happens to Raisin Berthus. Once the bloodthirsty antagonist destined to fall by the prince's sword, Raisin regains his memories too late, right when the Demon King launches his invasion. Now trapped between a doomed future and a story he already knows, Raisin has just 10 years before the Saintus awakens. Can he rewrite his fate, protect the siblings who trust him, and carve out a happy ending in a world that wants him dead? This isn't just survival. It's a battle against destiny itself.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The novel Saintus, Reverse Harem, is impure, was every bit as overblown as its title. It followed a tired formula, a forgotten romance fantasy buried on a small platform. The heroine died alone, only to awaken as the Saintess of a medieval world, just another iSky cliché. From there, she was showered with confessions from every handsome man in sight, building her own reverse harem. It read like a twisted fairy tale. Villains existed only to kill, leaving trails of corpses. A flawless crown prince stood as the beacon of justice. The Saintess healed her scars, and in the end, humans triumphed over demons. The villains were cut down or exposed, and the prince and Saintess were wed, closing the tale with a saccharine happily ever after. A story so simple it bordered on insulting. A sweetness cloying enough to rot your teeth. If I had been cast anywhere in that novel, it might not have been the worst fate. But I wasn't the hero. I was Raisin Berthus, the villain destined to fall in the final battle. The killer who claimed the most lives before the heroes finally pierced my heart. Even the siblings of the Ilencia ducal family, children who had grown up with me, were doomed. Tryon, the eldest, wasted away in a foreign land. Syrian, the second, was executed beside me for plunging the empire into chaos. But I refused that ending. I couldn't let the siblings who treated me like family march to their deaths. I too wanted to grasp a piece of that so-called happy ending. Unfortunately, I remembered too late. The very day my memories returned was the day Eliger, the 15th Demon King, descended upon the Ilencia Duchy. That night, a hazy halo circled the moon. The cold air soaked into my lungs as the forest whispered with shifting shadows. Our carriage hurtled down the dark road with no lanterns, fleeing like a phantom. The bells of alarm still echoed in my head. The clash of magic, the towers melting into molten ruin, soldiers screaming as spears impaled them. Our homeland had turned into a battlefield overnight. Inside the carriage, the children sat pale and silent. Barely over 10, yet their expressions carried the weight of doom. At last, Tryon broke the silence. "Uncle, where are we going?" Count Roxan's answer was curt. "I cannot tell you yet." "And father? What happened to him?" "The same." Questions repeated. Answers denied. The siblings clenched their jaws, forced into obedience by Roxan's authority. Syrian coughed, struggling against the dust-filled air. I handed her water, though I too was parched. The truth was grim. We were running blind, with no safe place to rest. The Demon King's assault had been too swift, too precise. Our guard were few, our path hidden. Discovery meant death. And as I looked at Syrian, still kind, still gentle, still worrying for distant cousins who were likely sacrificed as decoys, I knew this fragile moment would not last. 10 years. That was all we had until the Saintess appeared. 10 years before Syrian became the ruthless villainess the novel described. But which Syrian would that be? The girl beside me, warm-hearted and innocent, or a substitute wearing her name, erasing all who knew her past? I couldn't be sure. Still, I swore to myself, I would change this cursed story. For Tryon, for Syrian, for myself. As if to seal that vow, Syrian whispered softly, "Thank you. I'm counting on you." The cabin was old, shabby even. There was really no other word for it. Cobwebs clung to the eaves, the wood was stained and weathered, and the steps groaned beneath the slightest weight. Once it might have been sturdy, even handsome, but time had left nothing but creaks and shadows. To me, it was just an old log cabin, crude but livable. Yet to the nobles of the Ilencia family, who had known nothing but luxury, this place was little better than a pigsty. Even the servants' quarters back at the ducal mansion had more dignity than this so-called hideout. The siblings' faces said it all. "Uncle, where is this place?" Tryon demanded. "A safe house," Count Roxon replied. "Few even in our family know of it. But safety came at a price. The children who had been raised like royalty, clothed in silks, served by dozens, dining on feasts each day, now stood before a creaking shack in the middle of nowhere." Syrian's eyes welled with tears. "Uncle, I don't like it here. It smells strange. It's dirty. I'm sorry, child. This is the best we can do. Please endure it a little while." Her protests faltered when she realized nothing would change. In the ducal household, her tears could stir chaos among the servants. But here, even her uncle did not bend. She pressed against my back, trying to hide her trembling. Syrian rarely cried, and never without reason. She must have sensed, even then, that this was no place a tantrum could fix. My only role was to pretend not to notice, to protect the dignity she was clinging to. Count Roxon's expression softened as he explained, almost reluctantly. The ducal estate had been ambushed. The gates had fallen. Somewhere among them lurked a traitor. The only way to keep these children alive was to vanish completely. "Consider this circle of land your home for the next 10 days, he told them, gesturing at the snow-covered clearing that surrounded the cabin. "It is warded by ancient magic. Do not stray beyond the boundary, no matter what." 10 days, Syrian whispered. "Yes, I'll return by then. I promise." It was a promise too fragile to comfort them. Tryon scowled. Syrian's face was streaked with tears, but in the end, both nodded. Roxon left without looking back. That was how our life in the cabin began. Inside, it was better than it looked, dusty but sturdy. A living room on the first floor, an attic with 4 beds, and even a basement stocked with preserved food. Hina, ever dependable, inspected the kitchen and declared the utensils usable. Rolling up her sleeves, she prepared to work. But even she could not clean the entire cabin alone. Someone had to step in. "I'll help," I said. Hina hesitated. "This is my duty. It doesn't matter. The faster we finish, the sooner we can rest." She finally agreed, sending me out to fetch water from the well. And of course, Syrian followed. "I just wanted to get out," she said, her breath fogging in the cold. "It's stuffy inside, and I'm thirsty." I sighed, but I couldn't deny her. "All right then, come with me." And so, side by side, we walked across the snow. It seemed she was really thirsty. Syrian gulped down the water eagerly. Perhaps the dust had made her throat dry. Only after drinking her fill did she let out a refreshed sigh, breathing out deeply. Syrian's hair fluttered in the wind, the piled snow shimmering in the sunlight, and her long, silvery hair sparkled once more under its glow. Her red eyes captured the surroundings, the vast expanse of the snowfield and the forest, under a cloudless, clear sky. Her gaze finally settled on me, her head tilting slightly in curiosity. "Why are you helping, though?" "What do you mean? Are you talking about helping Hina?" "Yeah, just because. It's better if things are finished quickly, right?" It didn't seem like there was any special intent behind her question, more like a pure curiosity. So I answered without much thought. However, Syrian seemed to have been pondering over it while I fetched the water. Her eventual response was quite unexpected. Her eyes sparkled as if she had realized something. "It's okay because there are no adults around." Why bring up adults all of a sudden? Whenever I tried to do something Hina was supposed to do, the adults would get mad, especially at Hina. But there are no adults around now, so it should be fine, right? Does it work like that? Yes. It was a sudden realization, but in this cabin, it was just us. And for young children, time without adults held a special significance, a universal truth that even Syrian wasn't exempt from. If I think about it, Such an occasion had never occurred in her life before. Though she still didn't like this shabby cabin, the fact that it was just peers around her age here was somewhat pleasing. The situation, having to do everything without adults, made Syrian's heart race. Being a noble lady, there were so many things she was told she couldn't do. The strict social hierarchy, the dignity she had to maintain as a lady. Syrian realized that all the constraints that had been binding her were gone. Excited, Syrian ran ahead of me towards the cabin. She flung open the door and shouted, causing Hina quite a concern. Hina, I want to help clean too. Eek, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The social hierarchy in this world was quite stringent. Perhaps it's a characteristic of female-targeted romance fantasy novels. Unlike male-targeted novels that often feature a more relaxed class system, the social divide in this story was much more pronounced and difficult to cross. This was especially true because the nobility in this world possessed truly special powers through their bloodlines. Take, for example, the earlier question. If this had been the Grand Duchy of Ilencia's castle, Rehaim, Syrian would never have been able to help a maid. Doing so would have been a strong statement that she no longer deemed it appropriate for the current maid to handle her tasks. By allowing a noble lady to undertake such menial work, the maid's position would become untenable. Such was the gap between commoners and high nobility. Nobility among the nobility. In this vast empire, only the royal family stood above this esteemed lineage. The lady of the Ilencia Grand Duchy spoke. I might actually have a talent for this. This was from a lady who, just 10 minutes prior, had been coughing up a storm while dusting off old bookshelves, someone who could have lived her entire life without ever needing to clean. Hina wore an expression that seemed full of things she wanted to say, forcing a smile instead. As a maid of the Grand Ducal family, she appeared eager to snatch the damp cloth from those delicate hands. But alas, she lacked the courage to dampen Syrian's spirits, especially with such a bright smile on her face. Ah, you did really well. Meanwhile, Hina's fingers glided over the table. The very table Syrian had just wiped. Sure enough, a bit of black smudge adhered to her fingers, and the professional in household chores couldn't help but briefly raise an eyebrow. A moment so fleeting it was almost missed. I feel like I should give you a reward. How about you and the young master go on an adventure? Let me know if you find anything interesting. But I saw brother sleeping earlier. What? He's sleeping? Where? In the bed upstairs. I didn't want to wake him, so I just came down. Hina's thought process came to a sudden halt. Bed? Which bed was she talking about? Surely not the one that had been left in the attic, untouched. The bed that hadn't been touched, let alone cleaned. The kind of bed that would cover you in dust the moment you lay on it. Logically, no one would choose to sleep in such a place. No, that wasn't it. Hina also knew that Tryon was someone for whom such common sense did not apply. After all, such a nobleman had no need to concern himself with the concept of dust gathering on beds or blankets. Master Tryon, Master Tryon. Hina called out to Tryon as she hurriedly ran up to the second floor. That day, I learned that Hina's face turns quite red when she tries to hold back her anger. I was sleeping so well. What's this sudden disaster? Even if you're a well-trained person, you could get sick sleeping in a place like that. I was really fine. I have a body that's been trained, you know. That's not the problem. Don't you understand? Oh, whatever. Yawn on. Tryon yawned languidly. I followed by his side, and Syrian tagged along, trailing behind us. In her indignation, Hina eventually chose to chase us all out. Her ability to smile through gritted teeth could have been a model for all maids, but even she couldn't hide the sharp anger in her eyes. Tryon, noticing the fury of the long-time maid, quickly made his escape. Officially, Hina asked us to check outside, but her true message was more like, "Please, just go away and stop bothering me." It seemed that Syrian was the only one who didn't grasp that fact. Syrian, grinning broadly, pointed at Tyrion's back. "Brother, there's something black on your back." "What? Really? But I like this one." "Your neck's black too?" "Aha, you look silly. You've got black on your cheek too, you know." "Eek, no way. It's true." Syrian swiftly turned her head towards me. I sensed the blame shifting in my direction. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't see it. You've been behind me the whole time. Oh, is that so? Yes, it is. I couldn't admit that I found it amusing to watch them covered in smudges and had therefore said nothing. It seemed to have happened when we were leaving the cabin, so it wasn't an old issue. I skillfully redirected the conversation. There's a stream over there. Let's wash up there. Okay. There were plenty of wide stones near the stream. Tryon found a suitable spot to sit. I used the stream water to wipe Syrian's cheek. I didn't want Syrian's hand to touch the water because it was cold. Even the slight touch of water made Syrian flinch. Is it all gone now? Just a moment. There, it's all clean. Thanks. Would I get this on me? No idea. I'll wet a handkerchief for you, so you can clean your hands too. It seemed that this hideout had everything one might need. Judging by its appearance, laundry could be done here, and firewood could be chopped from the surrounding trees. Water would come from the well, and there was enough food in the storeroom to last not just 10 days, but easily a month. However, spending a month here would likely leave the siblings' expressions turn gloomy, and I had no desire to continue staying in such a place when I had my own room back in Rehaim. Hey, Raisin, we got plenty of time. How about a sparring session? Sparring sounds good. I've been itching for a bit of action anyway. Shall we start right away? I'll watch. There was no need to prepare a wooden sword. Although we often used wooden swords for training in the castle, we had plenty of experience sparring with real swords. Syrian usually showed concern that someone might get hurt, but by now she seemed to have grown accustomed to it and didn't make any objections. She naturally found a spot a little distance away to sit. The ground looked cold, so I gave her my coat to use as a cushion. There were unspoken rules between Tryon and me when it came to sparring. Firstly, the initiative was always Tyrion's. This was because I was objectively the better swordsman. Just as a sword does not choose whom it cuts, we agreed to treat each other as equals in our duels. It was Tyrion's way of acknowledging his inferiority and accepting the right to strike first with a sense of pride. Here I come. Tryon charged, kicking up snow and dirt behind him, leaving a trail in the wilderness. A heavy longsword swung in a wide arc towards me. It was a clean, practiced move. Tryon, like his father, the Duke of Valencia, aspired to be an exceptional knight. His dedication to the sword was genuine, accompanied by relentless effort. Even in defeat, he never let it turn into a sense of inferiority. Instead, he used it as motivation to strive harder, to throw himself more fiercely into his training. I had great respect for that aspect of Tryon. Clang! Our swords clashed, ringing out a clear metallic sound. What's this? You've improved. Of course I have. The moment our swords met, Tryon shifted his weight to one side. A natural follow-up low kick came, but I preempted it by kicking at Tyrion's shin. Ouch! That's what happens when you're too predictable. That was our second rule. As long as the injury wasn't severe enough to prevent training the next day, anything goes. The rationale was that it should be as close to real combat as possible. Hence, our duels often included a wide range of tactics, not just swordplay, making it look less like a noble's duel and more like a brawl. This was also why Syrian, who had little interest in swords, often found our sparring matches worth watching. To outsiders, our duels must have seemed quite unsightly. In the novel, I, Raisin Berthus, was a character equivalent to the final boss. With unrivaled martial prowess, I was depicted as the zenith of combat within the story, wielding ferocious sword energy with precision and scattering immense powers. I was formidable. Even the most perfect male lead, the Crown Prince, couldn't beat me in a one-on-one battle. This held true up to the final showdown. It took a considerable struggle and collaboration of several male leads to even attempt to bring me down. It was only natural for someone like me to be talented with the sword. I never slacked off of my efforts. Clang! Our swords clashed. Tryon and I tirelessly worked to break through each other's defenses. The two blades screamed as they scraped against each other, a moment of intense power struggle, until I shifted my grip, altering the blade's trajectory. A sword is merely a line, but our world is three-dimensional, with width, length, and height. A slight change in direction can create an opening. The moment Tyrion's defense faltered, he wisely retreated. Creating distance was a sound decision. Had he stayed, victory would have been mine. Still, the advantage hadn't slipped from my grasp. Time for a hit. Striking a guarded opponent is challenging. So, let's start by breaking his stance. I quickly closed in, feigning a sword strike, and then kicked Tyrion. It was a direct hit. So once more, my low kick exploded against Tyrion's leg. Seeing Tyrion stagger back significantly, Tyrion's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, well done, well done. Hey, whose side are you on? Obviously Raisin's side. I wouldn't support my brother. I'll deal with you later. Tyrion giggled. Modern siblings are programmed to be at each other's throats, they say. It wasn't much different for noble siblings of this era. Tyrion was always brimming with energy from a young age, and Tyrion had an air of innocence. However, there weren't many around to be the target of their jokes. This fact became a tragedy for the siblings. Well, more precisely, Tyrion's tragedy. Regardless of time or place, a younger sister in her growing years could never beat her brother. Of all the tears Tyrion had shed, Tyrion was responsible for half of them. You should be watching me now. Raisin, do more. Once I had disrupted his stance, I focused on attacking mainly with my sword. Instead of engaging in a blade-to-blade struggle, I kept swinging my sword, maintaining pressure. Tyrion wasn't just on the defensive either. Occasionally, he would launch a brilliant counterattack. Utilizing those counterattacks was a skill in itself, but it didn't always go smoothly. After all, the strongest version of me depicted in the story wasn't the current me, but the me 10 years in the future. Between then and now lay a vast gap of experience. Or perhaps it was more a lack of experience? Tyrion's lips curled up in a smug grin as he lunged forward like iron. Got you. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Tyrion let out a laugh. PFF. So, how did the two of you end up rolling around in the snow together? It was a voice cool and collected. Hina still wore her kind, gentle smile, but her eyes held a chill more biting than the winters of the north. Behind Hina, Tyrion munched on snacks, her face full of mirth, as if thoroughly enjoying the situation, leisurely watching us from her seat. That girl had a sly side to her, pretending not to. Well, Raisin was being particularly annoying today. And you're blaming this on me? Sir Raisin, do you have something to say? Hina added Sir before my name. Usually, Hina would just call me by my name. After all, I was still but a squire, not yet a fully commissioned knight. We had known each other long enough to not need to be so formal. The only time she addressed me like this was when she was very angry. And I was afraid of Hina when she was angry. No, it's not like that. The root cause of the incident was as follows. I was enthusiastically swinging my sword when I left an opening, which Tyrion didn't miss. It was an acknowledged fact that I was several levels above in terms of swordsmanship and combat. However, Tyrion had one area where he didn't fall short compared to me. Specifically, there was a domain I wasn't good at. That was soft martial arts. Swordsmanship and soft martial arts were closely related enough to be considered as one, but strangely, I never excelled in soft martial arts. Thinking back, the me in the novel was highlighted for my exceptional sword skills, sword energy, and formidable powers. No matter how much I racked my brain, I couldn't recall a scene where I overpowered an opponent with soft martial arts. There were only scenes of cutting and slashing. Perhaps the author of Saintis, Reverse Harem is Impure, was unaware that soft martial arts were a fundamental skill for knights. Since it wasn't mentioned in the novel, it was unlikely I had any special talent in it. When I wilted before Hina, for some reason, Tyrion's spirits revived. Did he think Hina was taking his side? Today's events were indeed a cause for celebration for Tyrion. His win rate against me in duels was dismal. But today, he had managed to achieve a draw. Well, I had grabbed Raisin's arm, you see, when knights grapple. Once my arm was caught, I had to desperately dodge his sword while entangled. My sword was blocked, and Tyrion still had the freedom to swing his. The most effective tactic for me then was to throw Tyrion off balance. In the process, both of us had to let go of our swords. The moment we hit the ground, it essentially became a brawl. It was a fierce struggle for dominance, either to overpower the other or to retrieve one's sword first for an attack. Tryon displayed commendable skill today, but there was a problem. Snow is essentially frozen rain. Beneath the snow's cape wasn't grass, but dirt. To the snow of the snowfield, we, heated from the duel, were like warm bodies. The snow melted away under the heat of growing boys. The snow naturally turned into water, and the waterlogged dirt naturally turned into mud. And what Hina was truly curious about wasn't how we dueled, but how we managed to cover our expensive clothes in mud. Every time Tryon excitedly opened his mouth, Hina's kind smile drooped further. Her eyes had already cooled. I had Raisin's leg pinned first, but then Raisin flipped over to escape. I still had the upper hand, though. Tryon, stop. But I'm stronger, right? I saw Raisin trying to grab his sword in the meantime. Stop. By doing this with my arm. Please. I'm begging like this. I'm only pleading in my heart due to Hina's presence. But how can it not work with such earnestness? Young master, I was thinking today was really... I have something to say. May we go upstairs together? Oh, okay. I'll go up first. Tryon endured a full hour of Hina's lecturing. Fortunately, she was more lenient with me, sparing me after about 10 minutes. The sun was already setting. Tryon, with his spirits dampened, pretended to read a book while sneaking glances at Hina, who was tidying up the table downstairs. On the second floor, where we were, there was a window in the attic. Looking out the window, one could see the setting sun disappearing into the deep forest. The sky blushed crimson, and the shadows of the conifers stretched as long as the distorted sunlight. Syrian seemed to like that window. Or maybe she found the view incredibly fascinating. Her beautiful red eyes gazed endlessly into the distant sky. It feels strange. Thinking about it, I believe this is my first time sleeping outside the castle. The sunset streamed in through the window. It tinted Syrian's white hair with the same hues. Even in such a humble place, her pure white skin didn't lose its color. A delicate and fragile-looking girl. She was destined to be loved by all, both now and in the distant future. The servants of the Ilencia ducal family often said that years from now, when Syrian stepped into high society, she would captivate the hearts of men across the empire. They weren't wrong. In the novel, Syrian was depicted without sugarcoating her cruelty, yet many men were enchanted by her beauty and willingly became her followers. The original female protagonist was a gentle and warm sunflower. Syrian, however, was portrayed as a beautiful but dangerous poison. The illustrations reflected this as well. A finely crafted beauty with pure white skin. But the background was always dark, never without bloodstains. Have you ever slept outside the castle, Raisin? I have. Probably when I joined the knights for training. How was it? Tell me. That Syrian wasn't someone who could wear such a beautiful and innocent smile. It wasn't easy. It was training after all. The senior knights did look out for me, but I was already exhausted. As soon as it was time to sleep, I just passed out. Well, you do fall asleep as soon as you hit the bed. How would you know that? The nanny told me. Really? Well, I guess the nanny would know. Syrian stretched. The way her cheeks were squished by her arms looked quite cute. Ugh, I miss the nanny. I wonder if everyone's doing well. We can go see them in 10 days. Yeah, let's definitely do that. As we chatted, the sun, which seemed to linger, had almost completely set. I was worried Syrian might have trouble sleeping in a new place, but she fell asleep before even the first verse of the lullaby was over. A long yet short span of 10 days. For those 10 days, we lived fully yet uneventfully, passing the time with playful laughter. And Count Roxon never came. The promise was broken. Count Roxon, who had vowed to return after 10 days, failed to appear even as the sun set on the 10th day. The siblings gazed endlessly into the forest, only to reluctantly accept his breach of promise late into the night. A sticky unease enveloped the inside of the cabin. Our endurance here over the 10 days hinged solely on Count Roxon's promise. It was the belief that Count Roxon would honor his word that allowed us to live carefreely with smiles. Now, with that belief shattered, the siblings' anxiety was beyond imagination. They were children who seldom mingled even with nobility. They were direct descendants of Valencia, reputed to have the purest bloodline on this continent, and even members of the royal family hesitated to speak lightly before them. Simply growing up unharmed meant one of the siblings was destined to inherit the archduchy. When it came to marriage, the partner had to be at least from the empire's high nobility, if not a royal heir from abroad. It was unthinkable to have such children live in this shabby cabin. Thrusting such a lifestyle suddenly upon children who had been raised like delicate flowers in a garden was an abuse in itself. These children had done nothing wrong. Sob, sob. Tryon was seething with anger, while Syrian wept. Hina prepared the meal with a gloomy expression, but couldn't bring herself to call them. She knew the meal would not console them. I didn't want to send these young ones to bed on an empty stomach, nor did I want to see them cry and rage until they fell exhausted into sleep. It was time to intervene. I understand you're upset, but let's have a meal first. Hina has been waiting for a while. I said I don't want to eat. How long will you keep this up? Till tomorrow? Forever. Until we leave this place. When do you think we'll leave? Do you have any assurance? Tryon reacted sensitively as expected. It was predictable. He always had a fiery temper, easily irritated. So, I knew his anger would turn towards me if I acted this way. Don't talk like that. Will it change if I don't speak? Stop it, I said. Why don't you stop too? How long are we going to keep this up? Tryon was at a loss for words, with no suitable response. When people are speechless, they often resort to anger, and those already angered tend to turn to violence. An irritable voice was heard. What do you know? Thud. My vision spun in an instant. There was no need to ponder what had happened. The cause and effect were clear. Tyrion's arm had extended, and my eyes didn't miss the motion. I could have dodged or blocked it, but I chose to take the hit. The thought of a counterattack was unnecessary. Tryon was a child of the Archduke's family, and I was the son of his vassal. No matter how close we were, there were boundaries that had to be respected. Quite spicy. It seemed one hit wasn't enough to satisfy Tryon. The boy charged at me aggressively. He grabbed my collar, and another punch came in. I was born rather sturdy, so I used to not feel much when hit, but now Tryon had grown, and his punches had become significantly fiercer. Had he acquired some punching skills? That much I couldn't tell. Anyway, it seemed I couldn't just take all the hits, so I raised my guard. Tyrion's fists, filled with rage, kept landing on me. I figured if I let him hit me for a while, he'd tire himself out. Tryon, for all his fiery temper, never crossed the line. He was quite affectionate and wouldn't keep hitting a close friend like me. It was the same now. He only started putting force into his punches when he saw me blocking properly. Initially, even in his anger, he instinctively held back. I thought it would last only a few minutes, but even that estimate turned out to be too generous. Something rushed at us. The body that had been on top of me was pushed off, and Tyrion's barrage of punches ceased. Then, a voice filled with sobs was heard. Stop it! It was Syrian. She had thrown her small body against Tryon, pushing him away. When I lifted my head, I saw Tryon standing at a distance with a dumbfounded expression, while Syrian was sitting beside me. Syrian didn't stop there. Her tiny fist struck Tyrion's forearm. Tyrion's face looked complicated. I couldn't quite tell whether he was shocked because his tender-hearted little sister had thrown herself at him, or because it was the first time he saw Syrian crying so pitifully. What was clear, however, was that he wasn't so despicable as to remain unaffected by Syrian's tears. Why? Why are you hitting Raisin? What did Raisin do wrong? It's just that, you see. Brother is bad. It's always Brother's fault. Brother is just taking out his anger on Raisin. Because Raisin can't hit back. Brother knows Raisin will take the hits. That's why he did it. Thud! Thud! Syrian climbed atop Tryon and hit his forearm. Her punches, lacking in strength, were directed not at his face, which she couldn't bring herself to strike, but rather at his forearm or shoulder. It was Syrian who was shedding tears, making it seem as if the one doing the hitting was in more pain. Since Raisin can't hit Brother, I will. I'll make sure you can never do it again. Never. I won't let you. It didn't last long. Midway through her punches, Syrian burst into tears and buried her face in Tyrion's chest. She cried so much that not only her own face, but also Tyrion's clothes were soaked with tears. Tyrion, as if struck by the most painful punch in the world, said, "I'm sorry. It was my fault. I shouldn't have done that to you too. I'm really sorry." After the late-night drama was quelled by Syrian, enough time passed for everyone to calm down. We sat side by side at the dining table, chewing on dry bread. Tyrion hung his head like a guilty man, saying nothing. Syrian had just stopped crying, and Hina was fidgeting, only glancing at us. It seemed I was the only one who could break the silence. As expected, it tastes awful. I guess even Hina's skills can't make bad ingredients taste good. I'm sorry. I did try my best. No need to apologize. If Hina can't make it taste good, no one can. If I had made it, Tyrion and Syrian wouldn't even have touched it, right? Well, Raisin can't cook. Can't even make tea. There was this one time Raisin made tea, and I almost threw up after drinking it. Hey, it wasn't that bad to make someone vomit. I really almost did. It was an incident at Rehame Castle. Syrian usually enjoyed black tea, but just then, the maids were away. It would have been just a short wait, but pride got the better of me. Making tea seemed simple enough, just boiling water with tea leaves. So, I thought there was no reason I couldn't do it. Syrian showed interest when I offered to make the tea myself. And, truly, she couldn't even take a single sip. The tea had a weird taste, didn't it? I tried it too, and it wasn't that bad. Raisin just doesn't know the taste of tea. TSK. So picky. The castle truly offered a plethora of delicious dishes. Who said medieval food lacked flavor? The culinary standards at Rehame were quite high, even by the standards of someone who had experienced modern cuisine. Nonetheless, it was unlikely that a tasty meal could be prepared from the ingredients here, chosen solely for their longevity. Mentioning the old days seemed to spark a memory for Syrian, who murmured, "I want cake, with whipped cream and strawberries. I'd go for beef. A thick one would make me wish for nothing more." Syrian had a particular fondness for sweet and soft things. Her love for cake was exceptional. The maids of the Archduke's family often used cake as a lure to coax Syrian. Eventually, they prepared several small cakes in advance to give to Syrian whenever she desired. And my preference was undoubtedly steak. For some reason, the steak here felt much more flavorful and richer than anything I had eaten in the modern world. Was it the result of top chefs using carefully selected ingredients? Or was my growing body craving protein more intensely? It was a mystery. Hina, is there anything specific you'd like to eat? Me? No, I'm fine. Hina shook her head, but this time Tyrion interjected. It seemed he wanted to take care of his maid. Don't be like that. You have plenty of favorites. Like that time, you were secretly snacking on the leftover cookies. Yo, young master. Ahem. Anyway, isn't there something you'd like to eat? Once we get out of here, let's eat it together for sure. Well, if I had to choose, I guess honey milk and cookies. Is that all? When we get back, let's all eat something really delicious. Yes, that would be nice. Hina smiled, a rare sight. I was glad to see the expression of laughter return to her face. We decided to hold on to hope again. It was no small matter. The Demon King had invaded. After all, the situation couldn't possibly resolve smoothly. We accepted that a delay of a few days was inevitable and decided to view it in that light. Life at the cabin continued on. 10 days passed, and the next day came without any sign of Count Roxon, and the following day was no different. During this time, we had fully adapted to our life in the cabin. The first day here felt akin to the first day at a modern military training camp. That feeling of disbelief, wondering how this could be reality. It was a mix of confusion and unease, but now, looking up at the wooden ceiling in the morning sparked no particular thoughts. We had established a sort of routine in our daily lives. Hina and I were always the first to start our day. I would immediately go for a run in the snow to exercise, while Hina prepared the meals and washing water. After working up a sweat, it was time to chop firewood. Chopping turned out to be quite the physical activity, more so than expected. A sense of pride would wash over me after a vigorous session of axing, especially when it felt like my muscles were growing. We use a lot of firewood since Syrian was particularly sensitive to the cold. It was better to have an ample supply as it would diminish quickly. Are you awake? By the time we returned to the cabin, the siblings had started their morning. Syrian was washing her face with Hina's help, while Tryon left marks with his knife on a secluded part of the cabin wall, counting the days we had spent here. Is it day 17 today? Yeah, let's have breakfast and then spar. Sound good? An unspoken agreement had formed among us. We no longer spoke of wanting to return quickly. It was a shared desire, and mentioning it only made it more painful. Dwelling on that wish only brought discomfort, so we deliberately avoided the topic. Tryon and I sparred daily. There wasn't much else to do here, and a sword, if neglected, would soon rust. And it wasn't just the blade that could rust, people could too. Without continual effort, it was impossible to maintain a honed body and skills. Our training sessions felt short, lasting from an hour to 2 at most. Due to Hina's fearsome presence, we refrained from ground techniques, focusing solely on swordsmanship. After sparring, we'd head to the washing area to rinse off the sweat. It was just Tryon and me during these moments, and unusually, Tryon wore a serious expression. Raisin, I've been thinking. You thinking? Cut it out. I mean, it's surprising when he thinks. I'm not completely foolish. I have my thoughts, not as much as Syrian or you, but still. Okay, I got it. So what were you thinking about? The war with the Demon King isn't going well, right? Worse than we could imagine. So, I've been considering the worst-case scenario. I thought we agreed not to dwell on negative thoughts. I couldn't help it. Just hear me out. I've given it some serious thought. Tryon gulped down water, his throat parched from sweating profusely. He spoke as if it were nothing significant. You know, I've always thought that Syrian is far more important to me than myself. Because she's your sister? That's part of it. But I also keep feeling that she's just better than me. His tone was matter-of-fact, as if stating something as obvious as after one comes two. It was clear he had already come to this conclusion in his heart. That's hardly a revelation. Do you know you can be really annoying sometimes? I'm aware. Even that response is annoying. Tryon cracked a smile. Despite washing off the dirt, numerous small scars were visible on his body. No matter how cautious one might be, minor injuries were inevitable when swords clashed. For all his complaints, Tryon never whined about the wounds acquired during sparring. He was serious when it mattered. I didn't dislike this side of Tryon. It allowed me to be patient even when he acted less maturely than expected for an elder sibling, without holding any grudges. A few days ago, on the day Uncle didn't show up, I was wrong. I'm truly sorry once again. I've already accepted your apology, but I never apologized to you directly. What I did was cowardly. It wasn't right towards you, Syrian or Hina. He apologized earnestly. It seemed best for both of us if I simply accepted it without further comment. Tyrion's expression relaxed noticeably. At some point, I started thinking, even if we manage to leave this place, it doesn't necessarily mean we'll be safe. The fact that we haven't been taken back yet could mean it's still too dangerous outside. That's a possibility. So, I thought we should be prepared for really dangerous situations like the worst-case scenarios. If Syrian and I were both in danger and only one of us could make it, who should it be? I feel a bit hurt. I learned to wield a sword to prevent such situations. Do you think so little of my skills? It's because I trust you that I'm saying this. Being trusted always had a way of lifting one's spirits. I didn't want to show Tryon how pleased I was by his words. It would be too embarrassing. I pretended it was nothing, though it seemed there was a spot on the blade that hadn't been properly sharpened. It probably didn't matter, but I felt compelled to sharpen it right then. No matter how skilled you are, you can't overcome every danger. But I believe you could protect at least one of us. If it comes down to it, Syrian must be the priority. Promise me. Would you be okay with that? I have to be. I'm an Ilencia. A noble must make decisive choices at crucial moments and bear the consequences. That's how I was raised. The whetstone and blade sang together in a mournful harmony as they rubbed against each other. Syrian is more thoughtful than I am. It's a bit of a blow to my pride as her brother, but she seems much more mature. Her perspective seems broader too. That's something everyone but you already knew. Are you gonna keep this up? Ah, sorry. I laughed awkwardly, catching Tyrion's eye. He seemed to be waiting for a proper promise from me. So, I felt compelled to say what he wanted to hear, even if I didn't want to. So, what do you want me to do? Promise me, no matter what, you'll protect Syrian. All right, I promise. It was a promise that didn't need to be made. Just as Hina was to Tryon, I was Syrian's knight. The original plan had been to gain experience and commendations on the battlefield following the senior knights, and then be formally appointed as Syrian's guard. According to Syrian, the Grand Duke of Valencia had already promised as much. It seemed like a done deal, as both the head of the knights and my father were aware. Still, I didn't want to continue with such a heavy atmosphere. I added something unnecessary. If needed, I'll use you as bait, so don't hold it against me. Even if you come after me in death, I won't deal with you. Do you have to say it like that? Does that bother you? No. Just make sure to keep your promise. And take care of Hina too, if possible. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After sparring with Tyrion and spending some time, it will be time for Hina to prepare lunch. Syrian often read books from the old library during her free time. She found the books, which weren't available in the duchy, quite interesting. It seemed this ancient place housed some books that were no longer available elsewhere. Nothing out of the ordinary happened here. Occasionally, wild beasts lurked nearby, but it seemed true they couldn't cross the magical barrier. Even a beast much larger than myself that prowled around once couldn't enter the snowy expanse. In the end, our only respite from the monotony was engaging in word games or crafting crude toys to alleviate the boredom. As time passed endlessly, we found ourselves frequently staring blankly out the window. The landscape here never changed, always presenting the same view. So, when something new appeared, it immediately caught our attention. Today, it was Syrian who was gazing out the window. She had been grumbling about how exceptionally dull her chosen book was, and had just closed it a few minutes ago. Syrian exclaimed loudly, "A carriage!" It was the most cheerful voice we had heard in a long time. Tryon, who had been dozing off, sprang to his feet, and Hina, who had been wiping the table, also stopped and looked over with wide eyes. I happened to be near Syrian, so I could see outside as well. It was true. Though the flag of the Grand Duchy of Valencia was not hoisted, a carriage that we had often seen within the walls of Reheim Castle was approaching. "Let's go see." The excited siblings hurried down from the cabin. I lingered a little longer to watch the carriage. For what I could see, the carriage was not empty. It seemed to be laden with something. The siblings approached the carriage with feigned indifference, their spirits secretly soaring. Despite the unsightly and distressing experiences we shared, it seemed they wanted to maintain their dignity in front of others. Unaware of their true feelings, Hina and I followed them from behind. Earlier, a bright smile had adorned Syrian's face, a sight I hadn't seen in what felt like forever. For 17 long days, a shadow seemed to linger over the siblings' expressions. I hope those shadows never return to their faces. The carriage, having ventured into the snowy expanse, came to a halt. The person who alighted was none other than Count Roxon, accompanied by a number of knights that hadn't significantly changed, suggesting they were brought in secrecy. What troubled me was the absence of any familiar faces among them. It was curious. I had thought I was acquainted with most of the duchy's knights. Could there be someone I didn't know? Their robes were too shabby to reveal any armor, but their vigilant demeanor was unmistakable, indicative of trained individuals. Perhaps they were from the border guards, pulled in from all directions due to the urgent circumstances. What was Count Roxon like in the original story? Despite trying to recall, there was no mention of him. Everything I knew about Count Roxon came from what I had seen and heard within the duchy. This meant there was a high likelihood he was deceased a decade later. In the original storyline, his position and those of his relatives had been taken over by others. Although most of the Duke's relatives met their demise at the hands of a vindictive Syrian, the descendants of Count Roxon were not listed among the victims. Did Syrian, 10 years later, not hold a grudge against Count Roxon? Nevertheless, the Count Roxon I saw again seemed to have not enjoyed pleasant times. His face was etched with fatigue, dark circles under his eyes, and his skin looked more sallow than before. He resembled an office worker worn out from overtime, evoking a sense of sympathy. "Uncle, I'm sorry, I've arrived quite late." Syrian approached Count Roxanne and embraced him. The Count reciprocated the hug and gently patted her back. However, his expression was far from relaxed. "You two must have endured a lot. You shouldn't be in a place like this. It's all due to my inadequacies. I'm sorry. Please don't say such things, Uncle. It's a relief to see you both healthy. Raisin, Hina, your efforts must have contributed to this. I owe you my gratitude. I just did what I had to do. We merely fulfilled our duties." Count Roxanne offered polite words, but as is often the case, what follows is usually more significant than what precedes. "So, Uncle, are we returning now? What's the situation outside?" "Yes, you must be curious about the outside world. Don't be too shocked when you hear it." Count Roxanne spoke gravely. "There has been a rebellion within our family. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The Ilencia family was a founding contributor to the empire, having been there since its inception. The empire itself did not start as one, hence it boasted a long history. This meant that the Ilencia lineage was not one of recent origin. At times, they defended the borders from humans, and at others from demon lords, bestowing upon them rights and powers that seemed excessive for a mere family. Thus, the term rebellion did not seem entirely out of place. Ilencia was the empire's greatest shield, making it the most troublesome wall for its enemies. If only Ilencia could be brought down, the enemies of the empire were ready to offer any reward. We have some suspects in mind, but the main instigator is still under investigation. What's certain is that several of the collateral families have joined forces with Elijah. How dreadful! What about mother and father? Are they safe? The lady has been evacuated to a safe location, and His Grace the Duke is currently leading the family's forces in a standoff against Elijah. The news meant both were safe, bringing relief to the siblings. That's when Count Roxanne's gaze turned to me. Not everyone was fortunate. Raisin, I regret to inform you that Count Berthus has fallen in battle. He remained alone at the rear, facing the enemy. He was a model knight. The first grievous news Count Roxanne delivered was of my father's death. My mother had passed away shortly after giving birth to me, leaving me without any close kin or siblings. I was now completely alone in this world. Yet, I didn't feel particularly saddened. Count Berthus, my father, was a man detached enough to speak lightly of his own death. He was not particularly devoted to family life. A stoic man, awkward with emotional expression, but I knew his concern for my future wasn't devoid of paternal affection. Knighthood was a profession where death could come at any time, anywhere. He used to say, if the day came when he died, remember not the death itself, but how it came. Was it honorable? More so than anyone I've witnessed. Then that's enough. It's befitting of my father. Thank you for delivering the news. Yes, when you return, you'll be Count Berthus. My condolences once again. I bow my head in thanks to Count Roxanne, and calmly brace myself for the next piece of grievous news. And as I mentioned earlier, the situation remains unclear with the main instigator still unidentified. We don't know who else might be involved in the rebellion. His Grace the Duke is treading on thin. Count Roxanne said that upon my return, I would become Count Berthus. Such a qualifier would not be necessary if we could return immediately. I looked again at Count Roxanne's carriage. It seemed heavy, evident from the deep ruts left by its wheels on the path it had traveled. Indeed, there was never meant to be space for us in that carriage from the start. I'm truly sorry, but under these circumstances, I cannot bring you along. It took a long time just to make the necessary preparations to return here discreetly. That's also why I couldn't keep the 10-day promise. So, we need to stay here longer? Yes, I know it will be tough, but please bear with it a little longer. We're making efforts to get you out of here as soon as the situation allows. Okay, understood. As the conversation ended, Count Roxanne signaled to his knights. The knights began unloading various boxes from the carriage into the cabin, likely provisions and essentials for our prolonged stay. Syrian, her eyes filled with tears, bit back her words as she resentfully watched the knights. Yet her gaze ultimately rested on me. She might unjustly resent them, seeing them as the cause of our extended stay in this cabin. Yet, just like before, Syrian never threw a tantrum, avoiding actions that would inconvenience everyone. She swallowed her shadows alone. Her white hands trembled. It was pitiful to watch, so I took her hand. "Are you okay?" "Why, yeah, I'm okay. How about you? Are you okay?" "Me? What's not to be okay about?" "Oh, are you talking about my father?" "Yeah. I guess it was just his time to go. That man, he never did take good care of himself. I always thought he'd end up like this someday." Who was comforting whom? Even though she was struggling with the current situation herself, Syrian still looked out for me first. Her small hands wrapped around mine. It must have been quite cold outside. Syrian's hands felt unusually warm today, their gentle heat enveloping mine. It was as if all the warmth in the world was concentrated in Syrian's hands, making me unaware of anything but the heat emanating from them. It was so hot it felt like it might burn, yet it wasn't painful. Tryon asked, "I understand the situation. It would have been nice to receive updates if it was going to be delayed like this, but I guess it can't be helped now." Updates. Yes, I'll see what can be done about that. Do you have an estimate of how long it might be? Surely, you don't intend for us to stay here indefinitely. Tyrion's question was logical and sharp, befitting a noble. He gently reproached the past while using it as a pretext for his next request, crafting an atmosphere where it seemed natural to get what he wanted, leaving no room for alternatives. It was the rhetoric of someone accustomed to dealing with people from birth. Had he grown even here? Count Roxon fell silent for a moment, pondering how much longer we would need to stay. 3 months. I stake my name on this promise. No matter the delay, I will get you out of here within 3 months. And I'll ensure updates are sent every week. The time was longer than expected, but having received a promise sworn on his name, he didn't press further. Thus, our cabin stay was extended. Count Roxon brought mostly essential items like food supplies, daily necessities, and clothing, things one absolutely needs to live. However, it wasn't just the essentials. There were also items like cards and books to pass the idle time, and even snacks that, while not quite as good as those of the castle, would surely delight Syrian. Thanks to this, the siblings forgot they were to stay here for 3 months, engrossed in treasure hunting within the boxes. I now had a sword of my own. It was a familiar shape, a dull gray blade that didn't reflect light, with a simple, unadorned guard and pommel. It seemed to embody the idea that a sword's sole purpose was to be sharp and strong. While it felt good in hand, it was still a bit too large and heavy for the body of a 12-year-old boy. This sword was a relic of my father, Count Berthus. A knight's sword might seem meaningful at first glance, but I'm not so sure. There was no rule that family members had to use the same sword. My swordsmanship was taught by my father, yet our swords were distinctly different. Sitting and looking at the sword, I felt a peculiar gaze. It was Syrian who had paused, fork midway to her mouth, as she turned to look at me with a happy expression. "Do you want some?" "No. Call me when you're eating the meat you mentioned earlier." "Okay." I didn't dislike sweets, but I feared that eating them might earn me a deep-seated grudge from Syrian. The mere fact she offered it so readily was astonishing enough. Syrian preferred sharing things like cookies, but she had a particular greed for cakes. It had been days since she had tasted anything sweet, so to her eyes, that sweet roll must have seemed as precious as a cake. Am I causing her concern? My father's death seemed to cast a shadow over their spirits. While I appreciated their consideration, they needn't have tiptoed around me. I was genuinely fine. Staying there any longer felt like it would only dampen the mood further, so I went upstairs. Lying on the bed, it took a few minutes before I could start hearing the siblings' voices again. Their chatter was like white noise, pleasant to the ear, almost like the chirping of birds. That man wasn't a bad person. I didn't have many memories to speak of. Most of my time with my father revolved around the sword, learning theories, training, sparring. After sparring, we'd gulp down water, cool off with cold water, and then devour meat at the dining hall. He was a good teacher, but whether he was a good parent, I couldn't say. He was a man of few words, and since I had been an orphan in the world before, I had no one to compare him to. Lost in these thoughts, I heard footsteps. Tap, tap, tap. Light, childlike steps, but not frivolous, climbing the wooden stairs. It was Syrian, who had come to lie beside me, with breadcrumbs on her cheek, bringing us face to face at a surprisingly close distance. Raisin wants some? I brought a few from downstairs. What is it? Dried apples. Try it, it's good. Syrian didn't seem to care much for my opinion. Her hand moved stubbornly towards my mouth, and I had no choice but to accept what was given. Naturally, it tasted of apple. Not crying, huh? Did you come here to tease me? Oh no, that came out sharper than I intended. There was no reason for it. Why did I react so sensitively for no reason? I felt bad, as if I had dampened her spirits, but Syrian only smiled more brightly. It was a fresh and beautiful smile. No, I came because I thought Raisin might cry. I'm not crying. Why? Do I have to cry? I don't know. Our eyes met directly. Her eyes were a vibrant shade of red. Contrary to what novels often depict as ominous or dangerous, such descriptions were nonsense. There couldn't possibly be a prettier smile in the world. If the author had seen this, they couldn't have described it in such terms. I've been thinking if something happened to our parents, I'd be so sad. I'd probably cling to Raisin and cry my eyes out. I might cry so much that I'd soak your shirt through. Syrian moved closer. The small girl wrapped her arms around me, her chest rising and falling with each breath, her heartbeat softly echoing. The girl who always clung to me and whined was now patting my back. I could hear her breathing, the breath that entered, the thin breath that was exhaled. Through her breath, I could feel her warm, small body heat. If I ever cry like that, I hope Raisin would do this for me. It would be really nice to be hugged and patted on the back like this. So I'll do it first now. You're my only knight, after all. I can do this anytime. It's okay to cry, and it's okay not to. I think you should do whatever makes you feel at ease. It was strange. My emotions, which had been calm, suddenly began to churn. It was because unnecessary memories suddenly surfaced. Trivial things. Things that weren't very significant. When we crossed swords, when I pushed back my father's sword with all my strength, he would pretend to be surprised but would lift the corners of his mouth. The water we drank together tasted better than usual. The water for cooling off felt truly refreshing, and the meat in the dining hall was exceptionally rich and flavorful. The realization that those insignificant times were now gone struck me. Drinking water alone, cooling off alone, eating alone, everything seemed just a tiny bit less flavorful. Suddenly, I felt utterly alone in this world. An unexpected loneliness constricted my breath. My vision darkened, and I struggled to breathe. It felt like I couldn't breathe properly, though I was breathing just fine. An inexplicable feeling of suffocation overwhelmed me. It was agonizing, a terrible torment that wouldn't let me go like a swamp. The thing that reached me in my turmoil was a single pat. The gentle touch that had been comforting my back pulled me out of the mire. When I returned to reality, it wasn't anything grand. Just the cozy, worn interior of cabin. Regaining my senses, I realized my eyes were hot and wet. This. I had cried. In front of this girl, smaller than me, I had cried. Unlike me, who retained memories of the modern era, I had wept in front of this child, who was truly just 12 years old. It was mortifying beyond measure, but somehow my heart felt at ease. At least for today, it seemed unlikely I'd fall into distress again. It seems I fell asleep unknowingly. When I woke up, I was alone under the covers. Judging by the slowly setting sun outside, it seemed I had been asleep for at least a couple of hours. Syrian must have left earlier, as I could hear voices chattering downstairs. I could easily imagine her covering me with a blanket and quietly descending. I was scared to leave the comfort of my blanket. The memory of crying in front of Syrian brought a belated wave of embarrassment. For me, once a proud young man of Berthus, it was an unbearable shame. If Syrian used this incident to tease me, I might have drawn my sword to end my own life on the spot. After all, a knight's honor was to be upheld. I want to stay hidden under the blanket forever. But that wasn't possible. My steps felt heavy. Slept well. Oh, perfect timing. Come down and join us." Fortunately, Syrian didn't tease me. Seeing her grin as if nothing had happened eased my mind. By keeping her mouth shut, our kind and benevolent lady had become the savior of my life. "Were you playing Catch the Thief?" "Yes. The loser gets a punishment." "Oh, what's the punishment?" "Singing." "Great. I'll make sure everyone loses their voice." As I approached, a spot was quickly made for me. We sat in a circle, Tryon, Hina, me, and then Syrian. I took the opportunity to shuffle the cards. Once everyone had their hands, I surveyed their expressions. Tryon couldn't hide his playful smile. His lips twitched up in a grin, then he consciously tried to conceal it. Clearly, he had the joker. Hina fumbled with her cards in confusion. It seemed she was not familiar with card games, which made her discomfort obvious. She must have been dealt a particularly bad hand. Lastly, Syrian was a formidable opponent. In the novel, Syrian was portrayed as harsh and cold, with exceptional political acumen. An expressionless face, as if frost had settled upon it, giving no hint of her thoughts, a woman like an abyss. I hadn't expected her to embody that image, but given her background in psychological warfare and politics, I thought she might at least maintain a solid poker face. And I wasn't wrong in that assumption. It was just different from what I had imagined. She was smiling the entire time, making it impossible to guess her thoughts. Was it because she had a good hand? No, that didn't seem to be the case. Syrian kept smiling, even when she was losing. The thick night blanketed the sky in darkness. Stars and the moon descended from the cloudless, pristine sky. Their dim light faintly illuminated the white snow and the coniferous forests. The moonlight slipped through the window, gently caressing the faces of the siblings. Was it the soft, stroking touch that pleased them? Tryon let out a chuckle in his sleep. The night in this world was serene. It might not be the same elsewhere, but in this northern night, the quiet was such that one could hear the breathing of sleeping children. I tried to fall asleep several times, but ended up getting up. Sleep just wouldn't come. I slept too much during the day. I carefully stepped outside, making sure not to wake the children. The snowy wilderness at night was colder than usual. Despite being dressed warmly, I could feel the chill. Each breath I exhaled turned into a white mist. But this is just right for me. What else was there for me to do outside? The only thing I could do was to wield my sword. I didn't plan to sweat it out, just to tire myself a bit before heading back. Drawing my sword, the moonlight reflected off the steely blue blade. That was it. My sword was utterly pragmatic in appearance. It hinted that it didn't possess any mystical power that could effortlessly slice through steel. Such a realm was still far beyond my reach. I feel like I caught a glimpse of a clue, though. The concept of mana was still challenging for me. Perhaps my modern, rigid thinking made it hard to grasp. It wasn't that I was lacking. It was said that even those who had been trained in swordsmanship since they were very young often didn't awaken to mana until they were well into their 20s. And those are the stories of geniuses. Many try and fail to awaken mana, and those who do before their 20s are considered potential future sword masters. Reaching the level of a sword master was deemed impossible without absolute talent, effort, and a miracle. In my case, I had only recently stumbled upon a clue. An extraordinary physical ability that surpassed ordinary humans. I could sense something within me that fortified my body. Objectively, my growth was by no means slow, yet there was no room for leisure. The world moves on, even in places unknown to us. I knew that this world harbored malice towards us. When Raisin first appeared in the novel, he was already recognized as a sword master. There were roughly 10 years left before the original female protagonist would be reincarnated into this world. Syrian and I had some time before we would appear in the story, but it wasn't enough time to relax. I need to become stronger, faster than Raisin in the novel. I spent a good while swinging my sword. I corrected my stance on my own, checking for any bad habits. If I wasn't satisfied with my stance, I repeated it until I was. Memories of my father were a great help during such times. His sword was already perfected. The sword that had faced countless foes continued to move in my mind. My father was not just a formidable opponent. Some days he was stronger, other days faster. Sometimes he imitated skilled opponents or used tricks. All these memories became my textbook. How long had I moved my body? There was a rustle from behind, a familiar silhouette. Didn't you sleep? I ended up waking up. It was Syrian. She held simple snacks and a drink, likely something Hina had prepared during the day. You should have stayed in bed. Why come out in the cold? Just couldn't sleep, and I was bored. You hate the cold. Not so much right now. Syrian took a seat on a nearby rock and tapped the empty space beside her, signaling for me to join. I was worried I might smell of sweat, but it didn't seem to be the case upon closer inspection. Relieved, I sat down next to her. You've been at it for a while. I didn't want to interrupt since you seemed so focused. I came down when it looked like you were taking a break. I was just loosening up a bit. Really? I was watching from the attic. It reminded me of what I used to see at the castle. At the castle? You hardly ever saw me practice, did you? Huh? No. I mean, yes. It reminded me of how hard Raisin worked at the castle. It felt like she was dodging the question. It wasn't a topic that needed lying about. Syrian pushed a snack into my mouth again. I felt like refusing would just lead to being refused, so I accepted it. Dried peaches this time? The fruit's natural sweetness lingered on my tongue. Syrian exhaled, her breath forming a white cloud in the cold air. She giggled as she watched it rise. I was just thinking about the card game earlier. It was fun, and I enjoyed singing too. You've always enjoyed singing. Yeah, I love dancing and singing alike. I learned to play various instruments too, but I haven't practiced in so long it would be a struggle to start again. In social circles, while one's lineage, appearance, and attire were deemed important, the dignity of a noble was equally valued. This dignity often encompassed manners, dance, and refined speech. It might come as a surprise, or perhaps it was expected, but Syrian excelled in all these aspects. She had received a proper education from a young age and possessed a natural talent and passion for it. Everyone in the ducal family looked forward to Syrian's debutante ball. They said the whole empire would be abuzz with excitement. That anticipation came to fruition, albeit in a slightly different way. Weren't the parties at the castle fun? Like during my birthday. I remember. Tryon spilled juice on you as a prank. That idiot brother of mine. I'll never forgive him for that. I thought it would be an unpleasant memory for her, but surprisingly, a smile lingered on Syrian's face. It was during Syrian's 12th birthday party. Tryon had caught a bug in the forest, and, planning to tease Syrian, he hid it and then showed it to her, causing her to spill juice on her dress in fright. What Tryon hadn't anticipated was that the dress was Syrian's favorite. The cherished garment was stained with yellow juice, and to make matters worse, the startled Syrian fell to the ground. The fall must have been painful enough for the young girl. Her precious dress stained yellow, and the shocked onlookers staring at her only added to the pain and humiliation. The birthday party was ruined, and Syrian sulked for over a week. Tryon got a stern scolding from their parents, and I was caught in the awkward middle, trying to mediate between the two. At first, I really hated being here. There was nothing I liked. I even hate the clothes I'm wearing now. The texture feels odd and uncomfortable. I really don't like it. Really? You never complained, so I thought you didn't mind. How could I not? It's just that being together with everyone made it bearable. When we're all having fun, I'm so happy that I forget about it. It seemed genuine. People can become incredibly strong when they have something to rely on. During our game of Caught the Thief, Syrian was undoubtedly beaming with joy. That must have been possible because she saw our presence as a pillar of support. Suddenly, the faces of Tryon and Hina came to mind. What had happened to them in the original story? It was mentioned that Tryon died from an illness, but the specifics of the disease were not detailed. Was it a severe epidemic? It's hard to say since the original text didn't mention it. However, there were too many things left unmentioned in the novel to be certain. The answers lay with the original versions of Syrian and me. But even in times of good relations with the heroine, it was a topic too sensitive to broach. Naturally, it wasn't described in the novel. If Tryon and Hina were to disappear, as they did in the original story, would Syrian be able to withstand it? Could her delicate and gentle heart endure such turmoil? No, it was a needless worry. The solution was to prevent such events from happening. With Raisin, Brother, and Hina around, I'll wait diligently for 3 months. If I wait patiently, I'm sure our parents will praise me, and then I'll ask to have a puppy in the castle. Oh, and I'd like to have a parrot too. Wouldn't they refuse? Don't you remember the commotion when you cried after being bitten on the finger by one before? That was when I was young. To my eyes, she still seemed young. But voicing that thought would surely ignite the flames of hell in the eyes of the young lady. Anyway, I couldn't do it earlier because we were singing, but there's something I want to do. What is it? Dance. Would you mind asking? Her eyes held a hopeful gleam. I couldn't disappoint her, so I let out a small laugh. Let's do it. Shall we have a dance, my lady? I'd love to. We synced our movements in the empty field. It wasn't perfect. We occasionally stepped on each other's feet. Without music, our rhythm was all over the place. Yet, Syrian laughed joyously as if she didn't mind at all. This happened 20 days before we were to leave the cabin. Hina was the only one among us who came from a commoner background. My father, despite his unassuming nature, was undeniably a nobleman, holding the title of count. Although he owned no lands, his nickname, the Sword of Valencia, was more esteemed than the calling cards of many nobles. Naturally, as his son, I too was of noble birth. Not to mention, the direct lineage of Valencia, Tryon, and Syrian was beyond reproach. None of us ever looked down on Hina because of her social status. I had inherited my father's easygoing nature and had always gotten along well with the servants. And with memories from my time as a modern-day person, I felt no regret about her commoner origins. Surprisingly, the siblings felt the same, likely due to their exceedingly high social status. From their perspective, there wasn't much difference between the average noble and a commoner. Thus, they could afford to be either extremely arrogant or exceedingly magnanimous. And fortunately, they chose the latter. However, the barrier of social status was an insurmountable wall. In private, we could interact more casually, but under the scrutiny of others, strict adherence to the social hierarchy was a must. This included the time after our cabin life ended. To maintain her position as a maid in the future, Hina had to fulfill her duties even now. Therefore, Hina was invariably the busiest among us. Initially, her role was to serve Tryon, but it had evolved in attending to all our needs. Syrian, being a 12-year-old lady, required a lot of attention, and Hina had her work cut out for her. Tryon and Syrian are playing chess, and Hina is nowhere to be seen. It seemed Hina was diligently working somewhere, but she was not in the cabin. Like anyone else, I occasionally slept in late. It seemed fatigue had accumulated without my notice. This was the first time I had overslept here, and there was nobody to wake me. Because of this, I woke up much later than usual. The late start didn't change the day's tasks. Waking up late meant I just had to start my tasks later. After some basic physical training, I practiced with my sword. By the time I finished, the sun was already setting several hours later than usual. So, all of this was a coincidence. What the? The shoulder of this garment is torn. It was purely coincidental that I overslept today, causing a delay in my daily tasks. And, out of all the clothes I could have chosen, I ended up wearing one that was in poor condition. It was also by sheer coincidence that I found myself entering the basement storage, a place I usually had no reason to visit. After all, Hina was the one who picked out our clothes every morning. There was no need for me or the siblings to venture down there. When I helped with moving the luggage, did we store the clothes here? It seems likely. Though we casually referred to the basement of the cabin as a storage area, it wasn't just one large space. In fact, the basement was divided into more rooms than the first or second floor. There were as many as 6 rooms, each too small for anything but storage purposes. And, as luck would have it, I ended up in one of those 6 rooms. Young master. As soon as I entered the room, an excited voice reached my ears. It was a familiar voice, the delicate moans of a pubescent girl. The slightly desperate, heavy breathing tickled my ears. Even though there was no contact, it felt as if I could feel the heat of her breath. In Hina's hand was a piece of clothing, one that I recognized. It was the same garment Tryon had been wearing earlier. He must have changed by now, so the garment would still carry his sweat and scent. Hina held it to her mouth, while her other hand was directed downwards. The suggestive sound of water stopped momentarily. In the brief moment I hesitated, Hina noticed me. Our eyes met, and an awkward tension filled the air. I had no choice but to close the door and leave. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After some time, Hina came looking for me. Her face was flushed with embarrassment. I knew this moment was inevitable. Raisin, I have something I want to talk about. Do you have a moment? Sure. Shall we go outside? Yes. I like to take a walk. The possibility of the siblings overhearing was something we'd rather avoid. We quickly dressed and stepped out. The topic of our conversation was, of course, predetermined. I wasn't petty enough to dredge up Hina's embarrassing moment, nor was she so peculiar as to provoke her own shame. Yet, there was a matter that needed addressing, given she had been secretly calling out to Tryon in the basement. I decided to approach the subject with as much tact as possible. Hina, you probably already know what I'm getting at. Do I really need to state the obvious? No, there's no need. I'm well aware already. Then isn't that settled? I'm known for keeping things to myself, not for spreading word around. I trust you, Raisin. You're good at keeping secrets. But could you listen to me for a moment? Of course, take your time. Hina harbored feelings for Tryon. No, it might already be something deeper, perhaps love. However, it was a love that could never be. Even if by some miracle it could happen, it shouldn't. It was like a forbidden fruit. Hina, more than any of us, understood why forbidden things were so named. Just as Raisin trusts me, I haven't forgotten my place. If I had, I wouldn't be here. I'm very much aware of my station. A position like the head housekeeper or butler of a duke's household wasn't something just anyone could ascend to. If the Grand Duke was nobility among nobility, the head of his servants was the pinnacle among them. Such individuals wouldn't let personal feelings interfere with the selection of the Duke's blood relatives. Hina had the credentials to be here, and part of those credentials surely included never forgetting one's station, no matter how well the siblings treat you. His lordship is a kind person, truly. He's shown compassion even to someone of low birth like me. Of course, being who he is, he'll end up with someone far better than someone like me. Nobility doesn't marry just anyone. A son of the Empire's Grand Duke could even consider a marriage alliance with royalty from another country. At the very least domestically, a match with a lady from a Duke family would be expected. So, the higher one's status, the more marriage became a distant dream, its significance too great. If Tryon were to marry foreign royalty, it would signify a diplomatic alliance. Naturally, this would involve the emperor himself. Disregarding such a marriage would not end well. Imagine promising to marry a princess from another country, only to elope with a commoner. It would be a grave insult, suggesting the princess was less worthy than a commoner. The emperor would surely repay such a diplomatic slight with a punishment worse than death. Therefore, I would never confess my feelings to his lordship, not even in a million years. I couldn't bear to see him suffer because of me. It's a wish more important to me than my own life. It seemed Hina had long since resigned herself to this reality. Her face was determined, though it briefly softened as if the mere thought brought her some happiness. Even if, by some chance, his lordship were to harbor feelings for me, the result would be the same. Despite the tears and regret I'd surely face every day, I would never reciprocate his feelings. I would have to refuse. A shadow of sadness passed through Hina's eyes. All I want is for his lordship to be happy. Should he find someone wonderful one day, I would sincerely celebrate his joy. It felt like an old emotion, a sorrow refined and whittled down over a long time, quietly stirring. I could do nothing but offer silence, unable to soothe such a deep-seated grief. Our steps crunched softly in the snow. With each step, the snow beneath our feet quietly perished. Hina, like the snow, silently killed off her feelings. If I were to harbor one selfish wish, it would be for the day his lordship has a child. I want to personally attend to that child, confident I could care for them better than anyone else in this world. Hina paused for a moment. When she resumed, she was smiling, a smile forged through harsh trials. So, if such a day comes, I'd be grateful if you could subtly suggest to his lordship that I would be the best person to look after the children. I promise to do my utmost not to let you down. I suspect he would ask you without my saying. From what I've seen, the only reason he manages to look remotely human is all thanks to you. He knows it too, doesn't he? Aha! Raisin, you have no idea how sweet those words sound to me. But since we're on the subject, let me make this clear. Don't speak ill of his lordship in front of me. Okay? It will make me angry. Yeah, sorry. Hina laughed lightly. That's where my heart lies. Knowing where the boundaries are, it's okay to hold affection, right? Love doesn't have to culminate in a relationship to be beautiful. I'll cherish my feelings, and someday, the pain I'll have to bear as well. A week passed, and Count Roxon kept his promise. As expected, he didn't come in person, nor did he send anyone with news. If he could have sent someone every time, he would have done so long ago. I was curious about how the Count would communicate, and the answer turned out to be a courier hawk. It wasn't a pigeon, so should it be called a courier hawk instead? The original courier pigeons could only send messages in one direction and couldn't be sent to untrained locations. I thought it wouldn't be possible to use them. To solve that issue, something with a geometric pattern, possibly a ring, was attached to the hawk's leg. It seemed to be some kind of magic. I hardly knew anything about magic. After receiving and releasing the letter, the hawk flew off somewhere again. Syrian seemed to be seeing such a sight for the first time too, her eyes wide with wonder. Or not. I'm not sure. Syrian said it was amazing to see the hawk flying. But hawks are meant to fly anyway. Still, our main interest was undoubtedly in the letter from Count Roxon. From Count Lywood Roxon. I hope you are in good health. Despite the harsh conditions, I believe you can overcome them. As promised earlier, I send this letter with news from here. It's a relief that I can share some good news. The beginning of the letter was more concise than expected for a noble. It seemed to reflect a more businesslike character. Count Roxon could be considered the steward of Valencia, areas untouched by the Duchess, such as the family's finances, private soldiers, and the management of the knights, mostly went through Count Roxon's hands. From what I heard during my time at the castle, he was known to be quite rational and pragmatic. The impression I had received was indeed that of a staid bureaucrat. He began his duties when the current Duke of Valencia took over the family headship. Count Roxon was also the Duke's half-brother. He had given up on the succession early on and chose to support the Duke instead. Being capable as well as related by blood, the Duke had every reason to trust him deeply. There have been some developments in the past few days. We found and executed traitors hiding within our territory, and His Grace's army is advancing smoothly. Even the demon King Eliger has been pushed back quite a distance. At this rate, we might be able to secure your safety sooner than expected. It might not even take 3 months. The siblings were overjoyed upon reading this letter. What Count Roxon conveyed was nothing short of hope. The hope that they would soon return to the castle. We might be going back soon. The expressions on the siblings' faces brightened noticeably. I was pleased to see them smiling so radiantly. Days seemed to fly by more quickly than usual. With the thought of returning soon, the siblings spent their days much more energetically than usual. It felt as if winter had passed in the meantime. The weather had started to warm up, although not enough to melt the snow, but it was much more pleasant to roam outside. Thanks to this, Syrian began to go outside more often. Today, she was so insistent on taking a walk that she begged me to join her. I just came in and am tired. Shall we rest a bit before going? Do you want to sit here? Can't we just not go? You were fine going out with Hina just the other day. What's wrong with me? Hina, who was baking cookies in the distance, flinched. I didn't have the courage to face the resentment of the two women. It's not that we can't. All right, let's go out once I'm full. Okay, I'll get ready right away. Just wait a bit. Syrian scampered off, likely to fetch a warm scarf or coat. Seeing her so excited about a walk reminded me of a puppy in some ways. A gentle, people-friendly puppy. Soon, Syrian returned and took my hand. Let's go for a walk. Don't run. You might fall. I won't fall. Do you think I'm a child? Well, you were a child at 12, weren't you? I bit my tongue to hold back the words that nearly slipped out. It looks like winter is ending. It doesn't feel quite like spring yet. But spring is on its way, right? Talking about spring makes me want to visit the garden at the castle. Reheim is warmer than here, so maybe the spring flowers are already blooming. Syrian always loved taking walks, even at Reheim Castle. Given her lively nature, it was no surprise. She made it a point to go out for a walk at least once a day, however brief. Her favorite walking path was, naturally, the garden. Although it wasn't easy for Syrian to go out often, Reheim's garden was renowned for its beauty. The winter garden of Valencia, where flowers bloomed all year round, was one of the few luxuries of the Duchess. Especially the central flower garden, famous for its beautiful colors in full bloom at any time of the year. Syrian rarely ventured into the central part of the garden, where flowers were in full bloom. Instead, she preferred to walk around the outskirts of the garden. The periphery of the garden was encircled by trees, almost as if cradling the flowers within. Perhaps it was a memory from that time? Syrian still enjoyed walking in a loop around the coniferous forest, having once mentioned she liked the scent of the trees there. We even went on picnics with delicious cookies and cakes. Now that I think about it, I'm craving cake. I shouldn't feel this way. We might not know about cake, but a picnic should be doable, right? How so? If the situation outside has improved, we don't need to save the food in the storage anymore. We have plenty, so it should be fine to enjoy ourselves for a day. That's a great idea. It seemed our picnic plans were set. Syrian looked ready to dash back to the cabin that very moment to call Tryon and Hina. The only reason she hesitated was because of a lingering concern. If we start preparing now, will it be too late in the night? Maybe it's better to do it tomorrow. We could just build a big bonfire. Oh my, I didn't expect Raisin to be this clever. And here I thought I was being helpful. I wanted to give a cheeky retort right away, but Syrian, brimming with excitement, was too quick for me. Not daring to follow, I trudged back. Inside the cabin, Tryon was already in agreement. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Crackle, crackle. The firewood blazed. The glowing crimson seemed to spread warmth throughout the world. As the light flickered with the wind, our shadows danced along. We were already making quite the commotion. It was hard to tell whether it was us or the wind dancing by the shadows alone. Though it was Syrian who initiated this picnic, Tryon was the one enjoying it most fervently. Our dignified young lord was shouting, a glass filled to the brim with orange juice in hand. Naturally, Syrian followed suit. We're going home soon. Homie, going, hey? Even Hina joined in, shy as usual but caught up in the excitement. There's something about an outdoor fire that exhilarates people. While the three of them shouted at the top of their lungs, I pulled skewers off the fire. The skewers were sizzling, emanating a deliciously roasted meat aroma. Indeed, when it comes to food, nothing beats meat. Meat never disappoints, no matter the occasion. Oh, these are cooked perfectly. Already? I want some too. Come and take a bite. Be careful, it's hot. Okay. Tryon joined in, searching for the meat, and Hina personally selected the skewers. We sat around the campfire, chuckling and enjoying the moment. It was delicious. The meat was incomparable to anything we had at the castle, and the ingredients we often ate at the cabin felt unexpectedly new. I wasn't the only one who felt this way. Tryon and Syrian devoured the meat, forgetting their manners in their delight, and even Hina smiled softly, seemingly surprised by the taste. I never imagined we could have such fun at night at the castle. We couldn't even touch candles there, let alone a bonfire. I've handled a torch before. Really? How was it? Was it hot? It was warm enough to feel the heat if you got close, but not too hot. Syrian gave me a pointed look. It was easy to understand what that meant. Even so, I won't make it for you. I didn't even say anything yet. Just saying. We continued to enjoy our night. Eating, drinking, singing, dancing, joking, and laughing. We were intoxicated by the atmosphere, even without alcohol. With genuine joy, yet with utmost seriousness, Tryon declared, "Indeed, you all are the most precious to me. You are my closest friends." "Me too. You're my sister, silly." I'm talking about Raisin and Hina. Instead of words, I clinked my glass with Tyrion's. Hina, seeing us, belatedly extended her glass, and Syrian wouldn't miss out on this. So we toasted twice. Even if we leave here, the four of us will always be special. We've gone through the toughest times together, so we should also share the sweetest moments. Therefore, I promise on my honor, there's something I want to promise. Right. Stop. It's embarrassing to say such things. My lord, I was just doing my duty. That's nonsense. If I make a promise, it's to be kept. The four of us were special. Why did those words resonate so much with me? Even as I grumbled, I wasn't upset. Let's promise to come together like this again someday. When we all do, I'll grant each of your wishes. Anything within my power. By then, we'll be able to do so much more, so look forward to it. Brother, you know I don't forget promises like this, right? I'm making this promise on my name. I won't forget either. Then I want to promise too. I bet I can fulfill it better than you, brother. There's no need to compete over this. It was an easy promise to make. But in the world, things often don't go as planned more than they do. The promise made that day was never fulfilled. Change always comes unexpectedly. It was true when we fled from Reheim Castle, and the same when a carriage appeared at our cabin without warning. It was probably around the time Hina was preparing dinner. It was an ordinary day. I was playing chess with Syrian. The outcome of the game was already determined. It wasn't a game for mere entertainment. In fact, I was quite serious. It's just that I had never managed to win against Syrian, no matter how hard I tried. To be honest, it hurt my pride. At first, it seemed like I might win, but as I got better, I realized Syrian had been holding back. Yet, this infuriating girl would never concede victory. In the end, Syrian declared checkmate. I knocked over my king. I lost. Just once I want to win. Play along a little. No. If Raisin wins, I think he won't play with me again. Win with your skill. How did she know? It seemed it would be a while before I could tell Syrian, you're not good at chess. Our rule was that the loser had to pick up the chess pieces. As a slave to my competitiveness, I began to gather the pieces. Suddenly, there were urgent footsteps from upstairs. Having lived with the siblings for so long, I could identify who it was just by their steps. It was Tryon. The carriage. The carriage has arrived. Really? As soon as Tryon shouted, Syrian jumped up. Hina also stopped her cooking and wiped her hands on her apron, and my head turned sharply. It was only natural for us to rush out to greet the carriage. Indeed, the silhouette of the carriage could be glimpsed through the woods. It was a familiar sight. The old cargo carriage we had arrived in. The very one that reeked and was dusty. Initially, it looked like junk, but now it seemed endearing. The difference was that this time, the canvas was removed, allowing us to see the people on the carriage. The coachman was different from before, and there were a few men wearing hoods. Including the coachman, there were 6 of them. Their faces were hard to make out from a distance. Tryon had set off before me, leading the way. The men on the carriage waited quietly for Tryon. Something feels off. A strange unease washed over me. I paused for a moment, placed my hand on Syrian's shoulder, and whispered, Syrian, go back to the cabin with Hina. Why? Just do as I say for now. I'll come for you. Syrian tended to trust me in these situations. She asked no further questions and followed my instructions. Leaving Syrian behind, I hurried after Tryon. I had to catch up to him. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. This world was rife with power struggles. Deep-seated animosity existed between demons and humans, and, just as it was between Syrian and the female protagonist in the novel, conflicts among humans themselves were endless. Thus, it could be said that this was the era of knights. Powerful individuals had the strength to change the course of wars, and every noble was desperate to have an outstanding knight in their service. However, not all nobles went to war. Times of war were naturally shorter than times of peace. The battlefield was where knights shone the brightest, yet their most common use was on escort missions. Therefore, to become a knight, one had to learn the art of escorting others. The sword of Ilencia, being born the son of Count Berthus, was unquestionable. That's why I was certain. At the very least, those guys are not knights. The essence of escorting is vigilance. No matter how well one wields a sword, a stab from behind means death. Failing to properly survey one's surroundings puts everyone's lives at risk. Yet, Those people seemed to be casually chatting atop the carriage, showing no sign of vigilance. Even as Tryon approached, they did not come down from the carriage. It meant they lacked even basic manners. They were clearly not the right choice to escort the siblings to the fortress. The one who seemed slightly better was the man who appeared to be the leader of the group. He stepped down from the carriage and walked steadily towards Tryon. By that time, I had also caught up with Tryon. The man scanned us. "Are you His Grace, Tryon?" "Yes." "Are you sent by my uncle?" "Yes." The person beside, "You must be Sir Raisin. It's an honor to greet you. My name is Ludbeck. I have been ordered to escort you." Tyrion's guard was lowered, because he knew our names. Count Roxon had called this place a hideout. The information that we were hiding here was supposed to be highly confidential, so these men must have been sent by Count Roxon. Moreover, Ludbeck knew not only our names. "I heard there were 4 of you. Is the lady inside?" I thought she came out with us. Must have forgotten something." "Is that so? Then we will bring her to you. Hansen, Trang, go fetch the lady politely. Do not do anything rude." "Yes, Captain." Ludbeck knew of Syrian and Hina's existence as well. At his gesture, 2 subordinates headed toward the cabin. I felt uneasy, but I had no intention of stopping them. After all, they seemed to be people sent by Count Roxon. There must have been a reason he didn't send the family's knights or private soldiers. For all I knew, they could be mercenaries of some renown. But as the 2 men passed by me, a familiar scent wafted through the air. I had to make a decision. Cough! I drew my sword and slashed. I finished one of them off in a single blow. Tryon looked taken aback, but there was no time to explain. Bright red blood splattered on my cheek. The warmth of human blood felt surprisingly hot. In the corner of my vision, a human body collapsed. Thump! Thump! My heart raced. This was my first kill. My hands seemed to tremble slightly. It's fine. It wasn't enough to interfere with swinging my sword. The illusion of blood flowing swiftly was actually welcome. Sharpened senses would aid in battle. Years had passed since I learned to use a sword, and now to my first kill. But it seemed a few seconds would suffice for the second. With this momentum, just one more. Just as I was about to deal with another defenseless foe, a cold metallic sound rang out. It was Ludbeck. A heavy iron sword charged towards me. Discarding his polite demeanor, he curled one corner of his mouth. "You're a quick-witted kid." It was a carefully prepared act. "How did you know?" "No matter how you dress up your words, guys like you always give yourselves away. It reeks of decay." "Huh, is that so?" "Such arrogance." "Don't be mistaken. It wouldn't have mattered whether you noticed or not." Of course, there were too many clues. Their attention never once strayed outside. They never considered the possibility of wild beasts or unnoticed trackers. Their gaze was fixed solely on Tryon and me. The way they looked at my sword was particularly irritating, as was their assessing glance at the calluses on my palms. It was as if they were looking at an enemy they needed to kill. The decisive factor was the smell. A foul odor emanated from the subordinates as they passed by me. I had smelled it before. It was the scent sometimes emitted by criminals caught by senior knights of the order. A mix of cheap liquor and drugs. Those who smelled like this were invariably trash. In the novel, the female protagonist would shudder at this. Smoking cigarettes made from mullet flowers emitted a fishy smell. People called those addicted to this drug sewer rats. For the hopeless sewer rats, mullet flowers were quite expensive, and the addictive nature of mullet flowers could instantly break a person's will. Naturally, the sewer rats would become slaves who would do anything for money. They were easily expendable, no matter what. These men were unfit to serve as escorts for the siblings. Though, if it were the other way around, perhaps. If you had followed obediently, you wouldn't have had to die a painful death. That wouldn't have been the case, would it? Traveling with stinking guys like you would be torture itself. Even a half-used rag would smell sweeter than you. Quite the foul mouth for a noble son. I exchanged a few blows with Ludbeck. Fortunately, he wasn't exceptionally skilled, but I wasn't at an advantage either. This is dangerous. My rational mind sounded the alarm. Honestly, I couldn't be sure of victory. Even one-on-one, he wasn't an easy opponent, and he had his men with him. The movements they made to flank me prevented me from recklessly charging in. It seemed worth trying. However, I couldn't shake off the impression that it was a tricky situation. I couldn't afford to be tied down here. After all, if this was Count Roxan's intention, difficulty was to be expected. I had held my own against the Knights of Valencia. Count Roxan must have had some idea of my abilities, so he wouldn't have sent completely incapable men. At the very least, he would have included one useful person. I could only hope that Ludbeck was the only one. Tryon was also engaging with some men nearby. A decision was needed once again. I'll clear a path for you, so go protect Syrian and Hina. I'll handle things here. What? But you are. Can I trust you with this? Absolutely. As promised, I had desperately cleared a path and sent Tryon off. I managed to injure one of their arms, even if it meant taking risks. Two had slipped away earlier, and the remaining two surrounded me. As a result of sending Tryon away, I was left with wounds on my left shoulder and thigh. There was bleeding, but it wasn't deep. Ludbeck sneered. Do you know? My employer said this. To erase you from this world. Do your best. But you know, there was nothing in the request about killing you nicely. That means as long as the job is done cleanly, anything goes. I've heard the young lady is quite beautiful. I wonder what her cries will sound like. Your mouth reeks of rag. I'll make sure to clean it up properly. I had intended to stay calm, but that was no longer an option. My head went cold. A sharp pain emanated from my side. It was a trace of the enemy's blade that had grazed me earlier. Each time my muscles contracted or relaxed, the wound flaunted its presence. It felt as if a hot iron plate was pressed against my body. My body screamed in agony, yet it moved more agilely. Thus, I cherished my pain. I spurred myself on. Faster, even if just slightly. Sharper, even if just slightly. Ignoring the pain, I moved. It seemed as though blood was oozing from the open wound. It was hot blood. As my body heated up, my eyes opened wide. I could clearly see every move of the enemy. The shifting of their weight as they stepped back. The tightening of their arm muscles before thrusting the sword. Their gaze fixing on where they would strike next. Everything appeared to move in slow motion. Ludbeck's next attack will be a thrust. Dodge to the side. What about that nameless foe? A horizontal slash? Predictable, easy to block. I never stopped thinking. Anger is a powerful motivator, but must be controlled by cold, hard reason. I contemplated the most efficient way to end my opponent. A slight hesitation. I seized the gap between attacks for a counterstrike. Ludbeck hurriedly parried my sword. If not for his interference, his subordinate would have lost an eye. The subordinate quickly retreated. Luckily, the sun hasn't set yet. With a slight shift in my eyes, I could follow the shadows of the enemy. This time, I attacked Ludbeck aggressively. Meanwhile, the distance between me and the subordinate trying to flank me increased. Both were larger than me, meaning they had a reach advantage. That was the limitation of my still-growing body. To overcome this risk, I had to force a brawl. Dozens of sword strikes exchanged. Whenever they tried to create distance, I dove into the breach. Conversely, if they gave me room, I tried to grapple. Martial arts is a complex discipline. Despite my youth, a formally trained member of a noble house like me couldn't possibly be at the same level as a street swordsman. Ludbeck was wary of my grasp. An upward slash. Blocked. I twisted the blade direction to stab. Good. Ludbeck twisted his body to dodge, leaving his leg defense vulnerable. I kicked his shin and jabbed the pommel into his wrist. If I had gone deeper, I might have drawn some blood. Without hesitation, I rolled to the side. A moment later, and a knife would have pierced my stomach. It wasn't a vital spot, but I wondered if I should let it hit, uncertain how much more my body could endure. Fisk, didn't hear you were this good. Didn't I tell you to shut up? Your mouth reeks like a sewer. Arrogant brat. Let's see how long you can keep yapping. You won't see much with your skills. The clash of swords sounded irregularly. Steel struck with lethal intent, growling with murderous rage. Yet, there was hardly any bloodshed. My attacks were continuously disrupted, and their strikes lacked sharpness. I couldn't see an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. It was a stalemate. I made a cold, calculated judgment. It wasn't good. The longer I delayed, the more it disadvantaged me. If Tyrion had managed to kill the two enemies in the cabin and come to support, perhaps it would have been different, but realistically, that was unlikely. In that cabin were Syrian and Hina. Fights where you have something to protect always put you at a disadvantage. If Syrian were to be taken hostage, it would all be over. I needed to hurry and help them. There might just be a solution, not impossible. Scanning my surroundings, a risky strategy came to mind. Blocking Ludbeck's sword and dodging an enemy's kick, I calculated the odds. It seemed worth a try. Once decided, there was no reason to hesitate. Targeting Ludbeck's subordinate seemed a better option. He appeared less guarded. Taking out even one could turn the tide of battle. I swung my sword broadly, forcing Ludbeck to step back. A large attack came at a cost. A broad move meant larger openings, a basic principle of swordplay. Ludbeck's subordinate attacked, as if it was expected. It wasn't particularly fierce. A slight move would probably end with just my left forearm being stabbed. I'll give it. I'm right-handed. As long as I could move my sword, I could afford to take that hit. A swordsman is most vulnerable after an attack. His stabbing my arm meant his sword was momentarily caught. A sharp pain shot through my forearm, likely tearing the wound open. My counterattack was blocked with a clear sound. He wasn't foolish, quickly withdrawing his sword to focus on defense. But the position where he blocked was advantageous for me. Next would be a stab. Pushing forward from here could reach his throat. My shorter stature made the distance slightly insufficient. It didn't matter. This was what I had aimed for from the start. I thrust my sword forward with all my strength, like spearing, and let go at the right moment. KRGH. The sword, briefly airborne, lodged itself in the opponent's throat. A fatal blow. He wouldn't last long in a fight, much less breathe for much longer. There was no need to check on him anymore. I hadn't forgotten there were two enemies. Below me, Ludbeck's shadow appeared. Having thrown my sword, I had no means to respond to his attack. I sprinted a few steps and rolled on the ground. My target was the corpse of the first man I had killed. I pulled a sword from the dead man's belt and, relying purely on instinct, swung around. Clang! Something blocked the tip of my sword. A successful defense. Ludbeck's expression contorted. Now it's one-on-one, isn't it? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Huh. It felt like my heart was going to burst. I must have lost a lot of blood. The drain on my stamina was severe. The edges of my vision seemed to blur. My hands were also losing strength. Many injuries had occurred as I tried to regain my posture. Although I had avoided fatal wounds, bleeding from various parts of my body hadn't stopped. It seemed dangerous if not treated soon, but there was no time for that yet. Feeling as if my legs would give out, I used my sword as a cane. I paused to catch my breath before moving again, my legs feeling unusually heavy. Thud, thud. How many times had the labored sound of my steps echoed? A pathetic voice reached my ears. "Saw save, please save me." It was Ludbeck. The one with a severed ankle lay sprawled at my feet. It was a ghastly sight. Just like my body bore many wounds, his condition was no different. We were both drenched in blood. Perhaps the difference was I could still fight. It seemed Ludbeck had tried to flee. A long trail of blood marked his path. Thinking he must have crawled like a worm, I felt a twinge of regret. I should have witnessed that sight. My foot had crushed his waist. The original plan was to make Ludbeck die painfully. First, I would tear his mouth, then slowly think of the next step. That desire had not faded. If possible, I wanted to torture him right there and then. But there seemed no leisure for such indulgence. Stay still. You're shaking. Please save me. Don't you want to know something? I'll tell you everything. Anything. Information. Yes. I'll tell you everything. Just spare my life. It's all my fault. No, I didn't need it. I was briefly tempted. Keeping him alive to extract information didn't sound like a bad idea. But it seemed unlikely that Count Roxon would have entrusted such an individual with important information. Even if this guy had succeeded in killing us all, wouldn't he have been disposed of by the Count eventually? There was no reason to save a used disposable. At least, I would have done the same. After all, we had already discovered his betrayal. There was nothing more to learn. I'm not interested. I have a lot to do. Let's just keep it to the promise and finish this. I grabbed Ludbeck by the hair and lifted his head. He sent me a desperate look. It seemed he was screaming something. It sounded like begging or cursing, but it was hard to hear. My head was ringing, and I couldn't understand anything. Whatever he was saying, it wasn't my concern. If he wanted to live, he should have been more careful with his words. I pried open his mouth and slowly inserted the blade. Into the mouth. From the mouth to the throat. From the throat to the esophagus. From the esophagus to the heart. As the blade plunged deep, blood backflowed from his mouth. When the sword pierced his heart, his breath stopped. I only removed the sword after confirming the focus in his eyes had completely vanished. I wiped the smeared blood on his cloak. I need to go help Tryon now. The sword dragged heavily on the ground. It felt as if all strength had drained from my body. Still, I walked mindlessly and eventually reached the vicinity of the cabin. Would have been better if I had arrived a bit earlier. I heard Hina scream. As soon as I entered the cabin, what I saw were dense bloodstains. The floor we all frequented was stained red. There were dark red stains on the carpet Hina maintained daily. I vividly remember her shaking off the dust every morning, but now it was a mess, covered in mud. The dishes we used daily were shattered into pieces, and the sofa where Tryon often lay had its leather torn. It was disgusting. It felt as though our precious haven had been desecrated. This cabin was a place everyone wanted to escape from, a prison and place of exile we couldn't have endured without each other. Yet, it was not a place to be entered with filthy, muddy boots. Painful as the memories might be, they were our memories. This was where we had lived. Perhaps one day in the distant future, we could return and reminisce about this moment. There was a body in the direction of the kitchen. Thankfully, it was not a face I recognized. The body was silent. It couldn't be that this was the only body here. Yet, the cabin was eerily quiet. If you're there, answer me. No response came. All I could hear was my own breath exhaling sharply. A cold feeling settled in my chest. It seemed the enemy was still hiding. If Tryon had taken out all the opponents, someone would have responded. If not, it meant there were still enemies left. In that case, it was highly likely that Tryon was incapacitated. My teeth ground together in frustration. Fortunately, there was no sign of Hina or Syrian. I could only hope they were well hidden. It's Raisin. If you're okay, just say something. Fine. Syrian? Hina? If you hear me, stay hidden. I'll finish this soon. Still, no words came back. I gripped my sword tightly. I thought I had reached my limits, but it seemed there was still strength left in me. Was it anger? Or perhaps a flash of returning light before the end? Whatever it was, it didn't matter. If it gave me the strength to fight, then that was all that mattered. My eyes quickly scanned the inside of the cabin. The first thing to note was the signs of a struggle. Chairs and tables were overturned and in disarray. Chess pieces Syrian used to play with were scattered like trash. There were quite a few bloodstains from injuries inflicted during the fight. However, the footprints covering them were not numerous enough to account for 3 people. Was the fight brief? No. There were knife marks on the curtains hung in the kitchen, not high up, suggesting a sneak attack by Tryon was successful here. This must have been where the fight started one-on-one. Thanks to that, Tryon must have managed to buy some time. I could picture him fighting desperately. He was prone to complaints, but he was tough in combat. He would have fought without sparing himself, leaving wounds on his opponent. The remaining enemy must have been quite strong. Yet, I doubted Tryon had faced him unscathed. What troubled me was that Tyrion's sword was broken. That sword wasn't easy to break. Tryon didn't neglect his sword maintenance. The remaining sword marks were unusual. They looked like they were made with tremendous force. That's when I heard it. A faint sound from behind the wall. The sound of fabric brushing. It was especially loud in the silence. I didn't hesitate and ran towards it. In the very moment I swung my sword, my eyes widened in shock. Tryon? Hina. No enemies were in sight. Only Tryon and Hina, slumped against the wall in a corner, were visible. Hina appeared unharmed. She was breathing evenly, and there were no bloodstains. She must have been knocked unconscious. It was incredibly fortunate. Did they deem her of no value as a hostage because she was wearing a maid's uniform? The problem was Tryon. It looked like his neck had been slashed. His body was drenched in crimson blood. There were numerous minor wounds, but the injury on his neck was gravely severe. He was still alive, barely. His breath was so faint, it could cease at any moment. Something seemed to snap in my head. I needed to stop the bleeding right away. But then, footsteps sounded from behind. If I hadn't spun around to defend myself, my body would have been split in two. The clash of steel roared ferociously. What kind of strength is this? It was a familiar downward strike. The defense was easy, but the opponent forced a power struggle while our blades were locked. His face was hard to see. The robe he wore was so bulky that it was difficult to determine his build, though glimpses of his bulging muscles could be seen through the torn fabric. My physical ability was monstrous enough to be notable among my peers, but that was just among those of the same age. I was not equipped to handle a brute force confrontation like this. My sword screamed in protest. The wounds on my arm suddenly became more bothersome. The pain was bearable, but it was a significant hindrance to exerting strength. I was mistaken. Even if I had been in perfect condition, engaging in a strength contest with this brute was a bad move. I decided to give up on the fight quickly. As I tried to withdraw my sword, a kick flew at me. I blocked it, but was pushed several steps backward. "R, you look miserable. I'll end your suffering soon." The voice was deep. Normally, I would have retorted, but I genuinely had no room for that. I was at a severe disadvantage. The space was too confined indoors to use outfighting effectively. Given that my body was smaller, it wasn't going to be easy. He gleefully hammered down his sword. The noise was unbelievably loud for just swords clashing. Clang, bang, crash. The strain went through my arm as the blades scraped together. It's only been a few blocks, and already the blade is deteriorating. It meant the sword couldn't withstand much more. Pretending I couldn't hold on any longer, I took a step back, quickly lowered my posture, and darted to his side. A direct confrontation was out of the question. All I managed while switching positions was a cut on his calf. It wasn't a deep wound. The feedback felt shallow. His expression hardly changed at all. If only my body were in better shape, I could have inflicted a deeper wound. At this rate, the tide of battle wouldn't change. If I let him keep attacking, I would end up dying helplessly. Bang! Crash! Each time our swords clashed, a severe pain shot through my arm. I gritted my teeth and endured as my consciousness began to blur. On the fifth attack, my sword cracked. Can't last 2 more strikes at most? I had to make a decision before that. But how? Swordsmanship wasn't the answer. I might have been better technically, but my condition rendered that advantage meaningless. Jiu-jitsu or hand-to-hand combat wasn't even worth considering. Trying to engage in close-quarters combat with this guy, in this state, would be foolish. There was no proper angle to throw my sword like before. That left only one option: a mutual destruction without regard for survival. Let go of the desire to live. If I was prepared to die, maybe I could land a decent attack. After all, he was the last one. Even if I died, Syrian and Hina could survive and escape. Just as I braced myself for death, a miracle occurred. Ugh, God! He suddenly stopped and spat blood. A broken sword blade was embedded in his neck. I thought I saw a staggering figure in the background. Try on. It was you. I didn't miss the opportunity. My sword thrust straight towards his heart and hit its mark. I heard his sword drop to the floor. He wasn't dead yet. I stabbed his heart several times more. By the time my face was covered in blood, his body collapsed. At the same moment, Tryon also slumped to the ground. Is he the last one? Tryon asked in a barely audible voice. I quickly supported him. I hadn't seen it clearly before, but the cut on his neck was serious. Even stopping the bleeding now might not save him. Don't talk. You'll lose more blood. What should I do? Was there a way to treat such injuries in this cabin? I didn't know. We needed help. Then I saw Hina collapse nearby. She was the person most likely to think of something for Tryon. Hina was the most reliable person at this moment. I urgently woke her up. Hina, wake up. Hina. Thankfully, after shaking her a few times, her eyes fluttered open. Help. Tryon is in danger. We have to do something. Her eyes, cloudy at first, scanned the surroundings as soon as she regained her senses. Soon, Hina's gaze must have landed on Tryon. Her face turned pale instantly. Oh no, young master. No, I can't bear it. Not the young master. I didn't want to believe it. I blinked several times, tried to deny what I had seen. I hope I had seen wrong. Everything should have been a grim hallucination of this wicked year. It would have sufficed if it were just a bad dream. I would have apologized over and over again, hoping that once he came to his senses, the young master would be well. But nothing changed. The young master was still bleeding profusely, and Raisin, covered in wounds, was supporting him. I hated this cruel reality. My throat was choked up, and I could hardly speak properly. Gulp, gulp. Only after pushing through my constricted throat did something resembling words finally escape my lips. Oh no, not the young master. Please no. His injuries were too severe. It had to be the throat of all places. The throat through which Master Tyrion's precious breath and beautiful voice once flowed. How painful it must be for him. He never showed it, suffering even from the smallest wounds. He was also the type to fear blood so much that he would never look directly at his injuries. I could see Master Tyrion's hands trembling. I wanted to hold him if it were all right, but I needed to stop the bleeding. It felt as if the world was turning upside down. The air around me choked my breath, heavy with despair. Did he notice how I was feeling? The young master's hand moved slightly. Yes, he was still alive. I managed to steady my heart. Let's do what we can now. Raisin, if you can move, could you call the lady? She must be hiding in the basement. There are bandages and herbs nearby. Okay, I'll be quick. Should I wait for Raisin to return? I couldn't afford to. Not even a moment could be wasted. I had to attend to the young master's wounds immediately. I ripped my garment. Fortunately, it tore into a usable shape. I immediately started bandaging the wound on his nape. Again and again. I wrapped and pressed it repeatedly. Once Raisin and the lady returned, and after I entrusted Raisin to her, I kept cleaning the young master's blood and trying to stop the bleeding, even as Raisin was being bandaged. All the while, the relentless red blood soaked my hands. No matter how much I wiped, the blood seemed endless. I had to somehow close the wound, but it was too large and deep. The pain seemed to radiate visibly. Suddenly, a pained groan escaped the young master's lips. My heart sank. The air around felt heavy. I couldn't lift my head. The blood won't stop. No, what do we do? Our young master. Oh, sob. I shouldn't cry. Tears would only blur my vision. But I couldn't hold back. The guilt of staining my hands with the young master's blood was unbearable. Unable to treat him like this, I wiped away my tears. The blood from my hands touched my face, feeling as if the young master's warmth was transferring to me. With blood on my hands and face, it felt as if I had killed the young master myself. I'm sorry, young master. I'm so sorry. It should have been me who died. You should not be lying here like this. Such a fate would be more fitting for a lowly maid like me. It must hurt a lot. It must be frightening. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I'm sorry for being no help. I wish I could take your place in suffering. It's excruciating to see you like this, and it feels like my heart is being torn apart. I wish I could bear your pain. Cruel fate. I haven't been one to pray often. I know I have been a faithless believer, so I won't ask for much. Just save the young master, somehow. I will gladly accept any consequence, even if it means my body shatters 1,000, 10,000 times, even if I have to wander in agony through hell forever. If it allows the young master to rise again, I am willing to do anything. You didn't do anything when my parents died. You remained silent even when I climbed to the mansion's window to end my life. It was always the young master, not the divine, who saved me. And now he is the one who is suffering. He is far more precious than someone like me. If things continue this way, the young master might even die. Please, please help. Anyone, please help the young master. Take anything from me. Just please don't take him away. Young master, young master. Ah, sob, sob. As much as I hate to admit it, I must acknowledge it. I have been of no help to the young master. All I know is how to tend to minor wounds. For serious injuries like these, I was only taught to call for the nearest soldier or knight. They would ride out and bring a priest. Until then, all I knew was to push forward these ragged pieces and wipe away the blood. Stupid, foolish maid. I've spent my life serving my master, yet when it truly matters, I am utterly useless. And yet I dare to speak of love. I despised myself so much I couldn't stand it. My vision blurred again. Tears seemed to keep flowing. The young master grasped my wrist. It's okay, Hina. How can it be okay after all this? You didn't speak up in front of Raisin because of your pride, but you suffered every day after training. Why won't you say you're in pain now? The lady was crying beside me. I cried too, but it was as if all the sounds of the world had stopped, except for the young master's voice. You can stop. It looks like I'm in for a tough time. Please don't say that so calmly. I'm terrified at the thought of you leaving. You are everything to me. Without you, I have nothing. Hina, you've done enough. I haven't done anything. No one could have done anything. For me, just having you here at the end, that's enough. The young master was holding my arm. I could feel the strength of his grip weakening. Please don't let go. I don't want this. I would have done anything for you, young master. I buried my affection, endured the pain, let go of my jealousy, and chiseled away at my own heart. I could do it all because I was able to see you. Just seeing you was enough for me to persevere. Please don't die. I don't want to live in a world without you. Hina, it's all my fault. I'm to blame for everything. Why would this be your fault, Hina? Don't say such things. No, it's my fault. Honestly, I didn't hate life here. I hated that you, young master, had to be in a place like this, but that was all. Preparing meals for you every day, falling asleep in the bed next to yours, it made me happy. The thought of always being with you excited me. It was like the scenes I had dreamed of, a dream I shouldn't have wished for. I imagined us living together in a little house, having a cute child, and occasionally smiling and locking eyes. So this must be my punishment, because I dared to dream such wicked dreams. Stop crying. I'm a bit cold. Please, please. No, I don't want this. Young master, please. I'm sorry. Raisin, please keep your promise. Don't worry and rest. I haven't forgotten the promise. Thank you. The young master let go of my hand. Emotions overwhelmed me. Raisin and the lady were watching as I broke down crying. I cried so much I didn't even realize when I had collapsed. My eyes were swollen and painful. When I woke up, the young master was lying peacefully, his eyes closed, not breathing. I was by his side. Raisin and the lady were nowhere to be seen. It seemed like they had stepped out for a moment. Had they gone to gather wood? In the Grand Duchy of Valencia, they cremate the bodies. Raisin was unwell, so he could have woken me, but perhaps he was being considerate. He knew I loved the young master. Maybe he wanted to give me some time alone with him. I tidied the young master's hair. It was something I always did, but today his hair felt stiff. Normally, I would make a shampoo from steep petals, olive oil, and egg yolks. That would soften it right away. He was always such a fine man. Yes, young master. I meant what I said to Raisin. I loved you, but being by your side was enough for me. But now I can say it. His skin was pale, and there was no warmth. Still, it felt like there was a little warmth left, so I hugged him tightly. I love you, young master. I finally said what I wanted to. I loved you more than anyone else in this world. I loved you even though I knew it could never be. Every night, I cherished every word you said to me. I would have loved you until my dying day. It was ironic. The words I most wanted to say, why did I have to say them at the moment I least wanted to imagine? I really don't want to let you go, young master. A world without you seems too cold. I want to see your occasionally clumsy expressions. Sometimes dignified, sometimes childlike, sometimes mature. I can't live without the various faces you showed. I could not be connected with you through love. But, young master, do you know? I still have one last chance to be with you. Just wait a little longer. I'll be following you soon. When we returned, the cabin was filled with an eerie stillness. Even the wind had ceased, allowing the silence to settle ominously. We hadn't expected the same liveliness as yesterday. Too much had happened. We just hoped that Hina had found some peace on her own. The overly quiet space made Syrian and I uneasy, and our unease soon became a reality. Was it too unbearable? Hina chose to take her own life. It seemed she had grabbed a sword lying on the floor and plunged it into her heart. The blade was deeply embedded in her fallen body. Strangely enough, it seemed she did not suffer. Hina's expression appeared quite peaceful, almost as if she had woken from a nightmare into a restful sleep, a serene smile lingering on her lips. In her final moments, she seemed to want to keep Tryon in her sight. Her eyes, now unfocused, remained on Tyrion's face. After a brief moment of solace, we cleaned Hina's blood together. I explained to the bewildered Syrian the emotions Hina had harbored. It turned into a long story of unrequited love. Syrian listened quietly before suggesting we cremate the two together. We took them outside and laid them side by side on a white cloth. I made sure they held hands, something I thought they would have wanted. They looked like a young couple that way. Would Hina have been happy to hear that? It was their decision to face death together. Though it was a sorrowful end, we chose to respect it. There was no other way. Tryon had cared deeply for Hina. He would have no complaints. Today, the weather felt particularly cold. It felt like the spite of late winter or the morning of spring. The wind that circled the snowy field sang a mournful tune. Leaves rustled in the darkness of night. Shall we light it? Yes. We arranged firewood densely around the two and set it ablaze. Funerals in the Grand Duchy of Valencia were always solemn and quiet. While the deceased body ascended in flames, the living closed their eyes in silence, reminiscing about their memories with the deceased. It was believed that the gods of the heavens would read these memories and guide the departed. If you recalled good memories, the gods would lead the deceased to a good place. If you recalled sad memories, they would console the deceased. I chose to believe in these words. The gods of this world were tangible concepts. They granted power to their followers or conveyed their will through oracles. If they had any sense of justice, they would not abandon Tryon and Hina. Though it was just the two of us at this funeral, our time spent was deeply meaningful. The last time we lit a fire here, it had been a joyous occasion. We ate delicious food, danced, sang, and laughed by the bonfire. But now, Syrian could not even shed a tear, biting her lip instead. As the fire consumed both of them, we maintained our silence. When their cremation was complete, we were of one mind. We have to leave this place. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. We have to leave. The cabin is no longer safe. Count Roxan's betrayal was certain. Since we killed all of his men, the news likely hadn't reached him yet. He would soon send stronger ones, and they wouldn't be the same weaklings as before. A force capable of killing us for sure. I couldn't handle them with my power alone, so we had to run now. The problem was that we didn't know exactly where this cabin was located. When we first arrived, we speculated it was somewhere in the northwest of the Empire. In other words, we had to embark on a journey without knowing the way. We relied on Count Roxan more than we realized. Now that he was our enemy, Syrian and I were thrown into the wild with nothing. Even the words he had spoken couldn't be trusted. Was it true that the Grand Duke and Duchess were safe? What about my father's death? Who was the traitor who aided Demon King Eliger's invasion? Was there such a traitor? Or was Count Roxan himself the traitor? The questions were endless. It was a problem without an answer. Syrian and I decided to focus on survival first. The most pressing decision was our destination. A roughly drawn map of the Empire lay before us. Shouldn't we head northeast? It's the opposite direction from the Grand Duchy. I agree. If any pursuers come, they'll start from there. Is there any place we can get help in the northeast? Yes, it's quite far, but there's the Count's State of Aloran at the end. My grandfather. The Count has always been on good terms with our family. He will surely help us. I had met Count Aloran briefly before. He was a kind old man. They said he was quite fiery in his younger days, but he always turned into a doting grandfather around Syrian. Indeed, the Count wouldn't ignore Syrian's peril. So our destination was decided. We packed as much as we could. The knowledge from my time in the Knight's Order came in handy. We couldn't carry much since we weren't strong enough to bear heavy bags for long. The problem is getting to the Count's State of Aloran. The north is full of lawless areas and barbarian tribes, making it very dangerous. First, we need to get out of this forest. You've seen them too, right? The monsters living here. Ugh, I didn't want to think about that. We had spent quite a long time in this cabin. Thanks to Count Roxon, the hideout itself was well protected, so we hadn't been directly attacked, but this coniferous forest was full of dangers. While running around the snowy fields or taking a brief look around at night, we occasionally saw giant beasts or monsters. Now, we had to make our way through a forest teeming with such creatures. How vast is this forest? We don't even know where the exit is. Did you pack everything? Yeah, double-checked. How about you, Raisin? About everything I need. Let's get some sleep now and leave as soon as the sun rises. All right, our attic room wasn't too disturbed. The fight had taken place on the first floor. The second-floor attic was relatively untouched. We had thrown the bodies of our enemies outside, leaving us with a lingering unease. So now it was just the two of us in this cabin. As we lay in our beds, the absence of Hina and Tryon was palpable. The empty spaces between the four beds stood out. Tryon had a terrible habit of tossing and turning in his sleep. Even if Hina made the bed neatly, it would soon be a mess. A clean bed felt like an invitation for Tryon to come lie down. In the midst of this emptiness, a soft voice broke the silence. Raisin, are you asleep? What is it? Can I sleep with you tonight? I almost asked, are you scared? But stopped myself. Even saying those words might unsettle Syrian. Sure, come over if you want. Thanks. I just can't seem to sleep. Want me to sing you a lullaby? I'm not a kid. All right, just for tonight. Okay. I patted her back and sang a lullaby. It was one Syrian liked, a song the maids used to sing to her when she was young. She didn't need lullabies anymore as she grew older, but tonight it seemed appropriate. As I sang, I felt a dampness in my embrace. Her small body trembled. I remembered a recent moment. Syrian had comforted me with these words on this very bed. If that day ever comes, I'll cling to you and cry my eyes out. I might cry so much that your shirt gets soaked. When I cry like that, I want you to do this. Hug me and pat my back. It would feel really nice. Syrian wasn't sobbing uncontrollably, nor was my shirt soaked. But holding her and patting her back seemed to be what she needed. Her slender arms wrapped around my waist. Raisin, you know. Yeah, I'm listening. I'm going to get revenge. I'll avenge my brother and Hina. I don't care why my uncle did it. Whatever the reason, it's sure to be worthless. Her voice was fragile, yet her declaration was heavy. I'll never forgive him. No matter what he says, I won't listen. He made my brother and Hina die in this place. So I'll make sure he dies in a place where no one will know. So no one in this world will ever know. Yeah, I'll erase him and everything he cares about completely. Let's do that. Everything will go as you say. I'll make sure of it. I'll help you. Promise me? Yes. I swear on my name, I'll keep this promise. In the novel I knew, there was no mention of Count Roxon. There were no records or mentions of him, suggesting that Syrian succeeded. She must have killed Roxon and buried the truth in darkness. Just as Tryon and Hina died in obscurity, Roxon would meet a lonely and desolate end. The difference was that Roxon would leave nothing behind. Only then would this anger and sorrow be appeased. We would remember Hina and Tyrion to the end, but no one would remember Roxon. Thank you, Raisin. Now you're my everything. So please, don't ever leave me. The blue light of dawn was gradually fading in the forest. The sun, still drowsy, lifted its head hesitantly. As if embarrassed by its disheveled face, the dawn sulked. The wind was particularly harsh today. The sturdy trees swayed, whispering mischievous jokes among themselves. I could almost hear their inaudible laughter echoing in my ears. The forest opened its enormous maw toward us, as if it might swallow us whole at any moment. They're still following us, aren't they? It's all right. They're still far enough away. Be careful where you step there. Give me your hand. I'll help you. Thanks. It hadn't even been an hour since we entered the forest. Something started trailing us from a distance. We didn't sense any immediate hostility. Even if it suddenly rushed at us, we were at a manageable distance, and it showed no particularly aggressive behavior. We even pretended not to notice it a few times, giving it a chance, but it kept its distance thoroughly. It seemed more interested in observing us than attacking. Ouch! Careful! Are you all right? Thanks to you. Syrian, who had been walking well, stumbled. Fortunately, I had been watching and managed to catch her in time. We were walking a path that hadn't been used in a very long time. It was a stroke of luck we encountered early in our journey. We didn't know where the path led, but it didn't seem too far off from our destination. We decided to follow it for now, hoping to meet someone along the way. The only problem was the many unkempt roots and stones. Still, it was better than trudging through the middle of the forest. I thought this forest was quiet. Seems I was wrong. Yeah, it's more lively than it looks. Oh, there's a fox. I want to pet it. Syrian looked around curiously. We hadn't realized it when we were at the cabin, but this forest was teeming with far more life than we had imagined. There were many small animals like birds and rodents, and occasionally we spotted foxes and snakes. Thankfully, we hadn't encountered anything that posed a threat to humans yet. We would only know how many of those kinds of creatures were around when night fell. Surprisingly, Syrian's senses were much sharper than I had thought. You can see all that. Should I say I see it? I see some things, hear others. But you find things better than I do, Raisin. I've been trained since I was young. Just being able to do what you do is impressive. Really? Being told it's impressive makes me feel good. Syrian grinned. My compliment wasn't empty. My body benefits from mana. Plus, I've been trained by the night, ordered to be observant of my surroundings. In contrast, Syrian was just an ordinary girl of her age. She possessed all those keen senses naturally. Are you tired? I'm fine. I can manage. We need to go as far as we can, right? Yes. Then let's move a little further before we rest. Syrian smiled brightly. Since she said she could endure, we decided to move a bit further before taking a break. How much time was left before Count Roxon sent a pursuit team? The time it took for him to realize he had failed, to form a new team, and for them to reach the cabin, and finally to track us from the cabin. Even combined, we didn't have much leeway. The pursuit team would undoubtedly be on horseback. At most, they would be upon us within a week. And facing the pursuit team meant certain death. We hated Count Roxon with a passion, but we never thought he was incompetent. The fact that we were still alive was clearly just luck. Killing 4 kids shouldn't be hard for him. He probably chose easy targets to send his lackeys after. Even those who arrived were not easy to deal with. If Tryon hadn't risked his life to help me at the end, I wouldn't have survived either. I wish we could erase our tracks. That was too much to hope for. No matter how careful we were, we couldn't move without leaving traces in the grass and dirt. Even skilled rangers find it challenging. It was better to move as quickly as possible. This forest wouldn't go on forever. Once we reached a village, things would improve. I've never walked this much in my life. Are you tired? I can still manage. I can walk more. We kept walking. Tall conifers receded endlessly behind us. Occasionally, birds flew past, and animals prowled nearby before scurrying away. Sometimes, Syrian would pick a pretty flower and smile bashfully, saying it was the first time she'd seen one like it. But at some point, Syrian began to breathe heavily. We had already been moving for quite a while, and it seemed impossible to continue. Are you very tired? Let's rest here for a bit. Yeah, let's do that. I'm a bit exhausted. Your face looks pale. Are you hurt somewhere? Be honest with me. It's just that my feet hurt a little. Your feet hurt? I felt a chill run down my spine. Let me see. Ouch. It hurts when you touch it. I sat Syrian on a suitable rock and took off her shoes and woolen socks. As expected, her delicate feet were covered in blisters. She winced in pain even with the slightest touch. How had she managed to endure this? Had she not felt it while walking? The thought that she had foolishly endured the pain broke my heart. I told you to tell me if you were struggling. If your feet are this bad, you should have told me earlier. Let's apply some herbs while we rest. Is it that bad? I didn't realize it myself. It might not hurt now, but if we leave it, it will get worse. Stretch out both your feet. Both feet were red and swollen. I sighed involuntarily. Would she be able to walk properly tomorrow? No, this was my fault. If I had been more attentive, I would have noticed. Saying I didn't expect her to endure this much was a narrow excuse. Syrian, unexpectedly mature for her age, wouldn't complain unless she truly couldn't bear it. She must have tried to hold out until the last possible moment. It was all because of my negligence. This will sting a bit. Does it hurt a lot? I don't know. You'll have to endure it, even if it does. Ah, I soaked the cloth in water and cleaned her feet. Her toes wiggled slightly, indicating the pain she felt. Each time the soft soles of her feet touched the cloth, Syrian whimpered. Her faint breaths were shallow and strained as I ground herbs and wrapped her feet with bandages. Let me stretch your legs a bit, too. Lie down comfortably. Lie down? Here. It's better than lying on the ground. Well, that's true. All right. Like this. That's right. Just stay like that. I lifted Syrian's legs onto my thighs. It was like giving her a lap pillow, but for her legs instead of her head. I pressed her calves to release the tight muscles. As soon as I pressed down, Syrian jolted as if she had been shocked. Does it hurt a lot? Yes, it hurts. Not enough to make me cry, though. Taking that as a sign she could endure it, I continued massaging her calves. Syrian's legs were slimmer and softer than most girls. Every time I applied pressure, her soft flesh pressed against my hands. The sensation was quite pleasant, though I knew I'd get scolded for saying it. Watching her twitch was amusing. I felt like I was developing a bad habit. Today's journey must have been extremely harsh for a girl who had lived in a greenhouse-like environment. If I didn't loosen her muscles now, she would undoubtedly suffer from muscle pain for days. Her small hand grasped my collar. Raisin, can you be a bit gentler? Does it still hurt? No, it feels just right. It doesn't hurt as much now. Syrian quickly turned her head away. She seemed embarrassed, but her flushed cheeks were impossible to hide. I could understand. Calves are not a place usually touched by others. Especially for a girl like Syrian, raised with utmost care, having a man's hands on her would be a rare occurrence. Visiting a lady late at night, touching her body without permission, all these were strictly forbidden by the noble family rules. Even Grand Duke Ilencia himself had to be cautious. The Grand Duchess held conservative views on male-female relationships, and the maids were fiercely protective of Syrian. That spot feels weird. Does it feel good? Good? Now that you mention it, I guess it does. Syrian's toes curled tightly. Did she realize how red her face had become? She quickly covered her face with her hands. Her exposed ears twitched slightly. Raisin? Yes. Stop staring at me. Oh, sorry. The days of Count Roxon had not changed much from past to present. A life buried under piles of documents. There was always a mountain of tasks to tackle. Even now, with the ducal seat vacant, his days remained largely unchanged. If anything, his workload had increased, deepening the shadows under his eyes. Despite effectively ruling the ducal household, there was no luxurious life for him. He was originally a senior official of Ilencia. He had long since achieved material abundance. Count Roxon was physiologically not a person who indulged in luxury. The delicacies of the entire continent, admiring fine cuisine is a novelty that wears off in a day or two, and after his youthful days, no dish evoked much emotion in him. Moreover, the Empire's cuisine had too many meat dishes. Count Roxon had a sedentary lifestyle, and meat was not easily digestible. At some point, he resolved most of his meals with bread, vegetables, and a bit of fruit. Such a diet was manageable even for a baron's household in the countryside. Vast amounts of gold, jewels, or fancy clothes held no meaning. He was nearing 50. What use were such things to a frail middle-aged man? It would be fortunate if he didn't lose his hair from the stress of future bills. He was a man who was an administrator to his core. Nothing pleased him more than a neat ledger. Count, it's Yulin. May I come in? Proceed. A voice so familiar it felt like part of the daily routine. As usual, his aide entered and placed documents on the desk. Normally, this would be the end of it, but today he had something else to ask. What about the children? The report from the street rats is delayed. They are quite overdue. Do you mean they failed or fled? Yes. Count Roxon sighed deeply. By now, his aide should have brought a report of the children's deaths along with proof. The proof being the siblings' heads, which he intended to verify and burn. He tapped the desk a few times with his fingers, a habit when organizing his thoughts during moments of frustration. The image of the siblings flitted through his mind. They were children who had trusted him implicitly. innocent and young enough to walk into a death trap unknowingly. He had attempted to kill such children, but had failed. What do you think happened? I believe they failed. If they had taken the money and tried to flee, we would have caught them by now. That makes sense. They weren't clever enough to deceive us. Raisin, could that little brat have been the problem? He had heard the boy was quite talented, estimating his skills at the level of the household's knight. But it seemed that was not enough. It was indeed unexpected. It was true that he used the lowest scum available. He intended to dispose of them as soon as the job was done. But Roxanne didn't just pick any random trash. They were somewhat skilled, mostly mercenaries on the run after committing crime somewhere. In other words, they were somewhat familiar with the blade. And yet, Tryon and Raisin managed to handle them all. A dry voice expressed his sentiment. This has become quite a nuisance. Yes, it was a big deal, but for the Count, that was all there was to it. Even if the siblings survived and escaped, it didn't change much. He was always pressed for time, but this time, he had ample leisure. He was confident he could catch and kill those brats before they caused any trouble. Or, rather, could they even get out of that forest in the first place? Although he didn't mention it explicitly, the forest where the siblings were trapped was extremely dangerous. It was a place so rarely entered that even rumors about it had died down. It was a cursed land that could swallow 4 children whole in an instant. While he would send a pursuit team, it seemed far more likely they would return after searching for corpses rather than living siblings. His aide asked, "What should we do? It's difficult to use the family's forces. I know some people suitable for this kind of work. I didn't want to use them, but there's no choice. Since the task had started, it had to be finished cleanly. From the Count's perspective, the siblings had to die in that forest, without anyone knowing. For that, he needed a silent and skilled group. A group that excelled in tracking to quickly follow the escapees and could execute an ambush without any unnecessary fuss, ensuring the siblings' demise. Nameless assassins. They weren't cheap, but Count Roxanne could afford them now. No later than 10 days. Within 10 days, I want the heads of the Ilencius siblings before me. Yes. As soon as the order was given, a commotion arose outside. Count Roxanne frowned for a moment, but then his lips curved into a smile. "Count, young Master Glenn is here. Let him in quickly. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk." After a short break, we move a bit more, but couldn't go far. Syrian insisted she could keep going, but I firmly dismissed her. The young lady had been raised too delicately to understand the aftermath she might face tomorrow. Enough. Prepare for camping. We'll sleep here tonight. But there's still time before sunset. If we start preparing when it's dark, it'll be too late. Oh, I see. We had a simple meal with the food we brought from the cabin. Was she that hungry? Syrian ate more than usual. Even so, our supplies were not abundant, and I needed to pay more attention to our food. If we ration carefully, we have enough for about 3 more days. We had packed as much as possible, but our food situation was still not generous. There was no guarantee we could get out of this forest in 3 days, so starting tomorrow, we might need to hunt or gather simple food. Fortunately, this forest was full of wild animals. If we kept walking, opportunities would arise. So, the most important issue wasn't food. Are we really sleeping like this? Ugh, the ground is so cold and hard. Syrian lay down on the blanket and immediately frowned. Even though we had brought the thickest and warmest blanket we could carry, it still didn't seem satisfactory to her. The cold could be somewhat managed with a campfire, but the hardness of the ground was beyond my control. Raisin, come in quickly. Won't it be warmer if we stay together? I'll come in after I start the fire. Okay, need any help? There's nothing you can really help with, but there was a big problem. How was I supposed to explain this? My mind was already full of concerns. From now on, I had to make Syrian understand the concept of night watch. Could Syrian accept the fact that she couldn't sleep soundly through the night? A lady who found it hard to sleep on such a hard ground. A girl who was scared to walk alone in the corridors at night. Now had to keep watch in the dark forest. Even I couldn't handle the schedule if I took all the night watch shifts. Maybe for a day or 2, but we had no idea how long we would be here. Starting today, while I sleep, you have to keep watch over the dark forest alone. Wake me up if you can't keep your eyes open any longer. I couldn't muster the courage to say it. Why? Is there something wrong? Syrian approached me as I hesitated. Her clear red eyes, her flawless, clean face was now quite close. She looked adorable, tilting her head in curiosity, but it felt like the calm before the storm, making me uneasy. I needed a lot of determination to bring up the topic. There might be fierce beasts lurking in this forest. Why are you saying that all of a sudden? Well, these beasts usually come out at night. Oh, so? If a beast approaches and we're both asleep, what do you think will happen? Syrian's expression hardened. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say she froze. Her face, filled with anxiety, became motionless and silent. Since Syrian was smart, she must have quickly arrived at the correct conclusion. The problem was that this conclusion was a reality she absolutely couldn't accept. Syrian attempted to negotiate. Maybe if Raisin notices early and wakes up, no matter how sharp I am, I don't have that kind of ability. Ugh. What about magic? If I could use it, that would be the best solution. I couldn't use magic. And she? Of course not. Syrian had never learned swordsmanship or magic. What should we do then? We need to take turns keeping watch, alternating between the two of us. Alone? Of course alone. What's the point if we both stay awake? Well, that's true, but it didn't take long for Syrian to understand. If you could call saying, all right, with a tearful expression understanding. She wore that familiar look of holding back tears. It had been a while since I'd seen it, and it made me feel both nostalgic and guilty. If it gets too much, you can wake me up. No, I'll try to endure. Don't pass out from exhaustion, okay? I won't, Syrian retorted sharply. Then she averted her gaze and muttered in a small voice. It'll be fine. Just hold my hand while asleep. She extended her white hand toward me. The rock used as a screen at the campsite was quite cozy. Night had fallen, casting shadows over the forest. Looking up, the sky, vacated by the sun, was adorned with the shimmering moon and stars. Somewhere, insects were chirping, but it wasn't overly noisy. Close by, there was the sound of gentle breathing. Syrian, who had been fussing about the sleeping arrangements, surprisingly fell asleep in an instant. Despite the hard ground, there was nothing she could do against the overwhelming fatigue. Since it was the first night, I planned to let her sleep as much as possible. No, I want more. She seemed to be having a happy dream, and I felt sorry to disturb her. After vowing revenge with tears last night, she deserved a sweet dream today. A cold wind blew briefly. The campfire's flames flickered wildly in the wind. The flickering light made the shadows in the forest retreat a step back. In the vacated space, no threatening enemy was visible. It was just the traces of our campsite preparation that were briefly revealed. Still, there was only one presence that could be felt. Persistent little thing. It's about time to give up and retreat. Although the movement was small, the presence was distinctly felt. It was some distance away. The thing that had been following us from the edge of the forest was still trailing us. It wasn't particularly threatening. Even as night fell, it showed no significant movement. It was just watching us from a place where its appearance couldn't be discerned with the naked eye. I wanted to see what it looked like at least once, but since it wasn't even trying to hide, it seemed like it would continue to act this way. I wish my eyes were a bit sharper. I wasn't completely blind in the dark, but my night vision wasn't particularly good. In the original story, Raisin could see, well, even in the dark. Was it an ability he acquired later? I was strong in the original story, but particularly powerful in the dark. A human who could skillfully utilize darkness better than demons. There was no need for further explanation. I wondered if becoming a sword master would grant enhanced vision, but it didn't seem to be the case. Other sword masters didn't try anything similar. As expected from a trashy novel, there were no detailed explanations. It seemed like a unique ability that only I possessed, and there was one likely source. The Church of Rest, the Hybra's Church. Hybra's was the god guiding all life to rest. The god of rest, also known as the god of death. In the novel, the god of rest chose Syrian as a saintess, and I joined the religion following her. Raisin didn't seem particularly devout, yet wielded immense power. Hybra's wasn't a god of night or darkness, but it wouldn't be surprising if there were some unknown powers. After all, the Apostle of the Sun God had many seemingly useless powers too, like the ability to make half-baked cookies delicious. In a novel, male leads would often use their great powers to cater to the female protagonist's tastes. Anyway, Hybris was branded as an evil god in the later parts of the novel. The cults gathered around the female protagonist declared a holy war after confirming the evidence. Now, it's dismissed as a long-extinct cult, but must still have some remnants left somewhere for the novel's content to be plausible. But that's the strange part. In a novel, the Hybris Church was depicted as an incredibly powerful force. By the final chapter, it had seized control of nearly half the empire, starting from the Grand Duchy of Valencia. The speed at which it expanded was so fast that other churches grew wary of it. However, the Hybris Church of the present was nowhere to be found. The knowledge of it being in church that perished long ago was something I had read in passing from an old book in Reheim Castle. It was never mentioned by anyone else. If not for that book, I wouldn't have had the slightest clue about what Hybris was doing or where it was. A god whose name was unfamiliar even to ordinary people. The novel's content still wasn't helping me. How much time would it take for this knowledge to become useful? I couldn't be sure if I would still be alive by then. Maybe we need to find them ourselves? Come to think of it, that might be the better option. The church, barely hanging on in some secluded place, would be struggling just to keep themselves afloat. They wouldn't come looking for us, claiming to serve the saints. We were the ones in immediate need of power. Even the power of an evil god who openly demanded human sacrifices would suffice. Had the deep night made me think too much? There was a rustling sound from a short distance away. I held my breath as I reached for my sword. The direction of the sound was clear. With half of our surroundings blocked by a large rock, I only needed to watch one area. It wasn't the wind. Too quiet to be a monster, likely a wild animal. Should I wake Syrian, just in case? The first possibility I considered was a small wild animal. Seeing her sleeping soundly, I didn't want to wake her yet. I lit a branch I had set aside earlier to make a torch. I looked around, but saw nothing immediately. Shadows cast by the weeds and trees. Rocks that appeared pitch black. In the silence of the forest, the sound of a beast echoed. Grrrr, a growl filled with obvious hostility. It wasn't going to ambush us. It was coming straight at us. Though it wasn't close yet, I couldn't be sure how fast the predators in this forest were. No matter the distance, I couldn't afford to be complacent. I needed to prepare for combat immediately. Syrian, wake up. It was our first battle in this maze-like forest. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. GRRK, GCK. From top to bottom, my sword pierced through the beast's head. Blood sprayed like a fountain, drenching me. It was a close call. Just before its sharp teeth could bite me, my sword struck its vital point by a hair's breadth. Two beasts resembling wolves had attacked us. Though they appeared to be canine predators, I didn't know their exact names. We were lucky there were only two. If there had been even one more, I would have certainly lost an arm. Ugh, blood got in my mouth. It's too fishy. Are you okay? It looked like you got scratched earlier. Are you hurt badly? I'm not sure. It doesn't hurt much, so I don't think the wound is deep. The beasts were about a meter in size. They weren't formidable enough to be considered a major threat. I had faced such creatures several times during Knight's training. The difference was that those were in a safe environment, while this was not. And it seemed like these ones were slightly bigger. Perhaps it was because I couldn't handle the beast without injury. Not to make excuses, but my movements were a bit sluggish due to lingering injuries. No matter how good my body's recovery was, a wound from a sword couldn't heal overnight. I got wounds that I wouldn't have sustained if I were in perfect condition. Even though I couldn't see it, I knew there would be 3 claw marks on my right side. The stinging pain was becoming more pronounced. I can't see it because it's on your back. Can you take a look? Sure, come here. By the campfire, I turned my back and took off my top. The warmth of the fire and the cool breeze mixed as they brushed over my body. Just as I thought. You're bleeding. Let me clean it. What should I use? There should be a clean white towel in my backpack. Is this it? I'll start cleaning, okay. Yes. I thought the claws were sharp, but they seemed rougher than I expected. The pain was worse than I imagined, and I almost cried out. When I flinched, Syrian quickly pulled the towel away. Did it hurt a lot? Sorry. This is my first time doing this. It's okay. Keep going. If you don't clean it now, it might get infected. Okay. Just bear with it a little. I'll be gentle. Syrian took the word gentle very seriously. If it had been an older knight, they would have scrubbed carelessly, but Syrian's towel moved delicately, avoiding the wound. I let her continue, having no desire to endure unnecessary pain. A brief silence fell. During that time, I looked at the corpse of the dead wolf. It was too dark to handle it now. I planned to disassemble it tomorrow without Syrian noticing. I figured the kind-hearted noble lady might faint if she saw it. Though I was inexperienced, it was something I had to do. I needed to salvage some meat and fur if possible. By the way, where did you put the spare sword I gave you? That? I left it next to the backpack. Well done. I'll take care of it later. I had given Syrian a sword just in case. Though I hoped she'd never need to use it, it was better to have it than not in the worst situation. Speaking of that, teach me how to use a sword starting tomorrow. A sword? That might be difficult. Still, I want to learn. Even just the basics. All right. Did Syrian ever use weapons in the novel? I couldn't recall. As the Saintess of the Church and the Grand Duchess of Valencia, Syrian never had to be on the battlefield. She always had protection, so there were no scenes of her fighting directly. She wasn't depicted with a weapon in her hands at all. Syrian's role was mainly strategic or supportive. Still, it wouldn't hurt to teach her some self-defense. Tomorrow, I never imagined that Syrian would discover an unexpected talent. Join Patreon to support the translation and to read up to 4 chapters ahead of the release of I Became a Childhood Friend with the Villainous Saintess, and 5 chapters ahead of the release of I Accidentally Created a Villainous Organization /Jade43. After last night's attack, I managed to get a bit of sleep. Syrian held out for quite a while on the first watch. Longer than I expected. When she cautiously nudged me awake, she looked like she was about to cry, but she seemed to have endured well on her own. However, she was quite scared of the night until she fell back asleep. Ugh, the leaves keep rustling the wind, and there are strange noises too. I'm sorry, but could you stay with me for a bit? Just for a moment. Why not just sleep? You've done enough. Really? Then just for a little while, hold my hand again. So, I spent the night with one hand held captive, and Syrian, who had fallen into a deep sleep, woke up to a painful morning. Teach me how to use a sword starting tomorrow. Even just the basics. The bold words she spoke last night came to mind, but it seemed unlikely I'd be teaching her any swordsmanship today. The young lady was groaning in pain from severe muscle aches. This might be the first time Syrian had ever experienced such pain. Crack! Eek! Syrian froze as she tried to get up. The sound of her bones cracking was loud enough to be heard clearly. It probably wasn't painful, but the sound coming from her body seemed quite shocking. Her slightly open mouth seemed to say, I'm shocked right now. Her bright eyes widened, and her red pupils looked at me with desperation. Syrian was in an awkward position, neither sitting nor standing. She seemed afraid to fully get up and equally scared to lie back down. I was curious to see what she would choose next. Raisin, is there something wrong with my body? It's probably just muscle soreness. Where does it hurt? My whole body hurts. I can understand why my legs hurt, but my shoulders, back, and waist hurt too. Even the slightest movement feels like my body is being squeezed. What should I do? Is it serious? What else? You just need to move to relieve the soreness. For an ordinary person, I would have said that and made them move, but unfortunately, she was a precious young lady. I should show some sincerity on my part. Even a simple stretch could help. It was not that I wanted to play a cruel joke on her. Massaging sore muscles hurts more than you'd think, but that's beyond my control. Come here. I'll help you stretch. Ugh. Okay, I'm coming. Syrian walked like a rusty, creaking robot. Her steps were unnatural and awkward. She must have been trying to move in the least painful way possible. It was pointless. I was planning to force her to stretch anyway. Besides, she could have just called for me, but that didn't seem to occur to her. I decided to wait. Watching her was entertaining, and there's a saying that effort is beautiful. Eventually, Syrian made it to me with more bone-cracking sounds. She looked like a dejected puppy as she trudged over. As soon as she arrived, I grabbed her and started stretching her body. Without mercy. Eek. Ari raisin gently. Gently. It won't work if I'm gentle. I'll hate you. I'll never forgive you. Well, maybe not never, but I won't forgive you easily. So, she would forgive me after all? They say forgiveness is easier than permission. I massaged her legs again, which I had loosened up yesterday, and pressed hard on her back and waist where she said it hurt. Syrian pouted a lot afterward, but after some coaxing, she calmed down quickly. Syrian had always been surprisingly easy to deal with. Now, she was blushing a little and staring off into the distance. That's where the one following us was. Was she still worried? I didn't think too deeply about it. I asked Syrian to prepare breakfast while I processed the wolf I had killed yesterday. It was less of a meticulous process and more of a rough hacking and tearing at the skin and meat, so I didn't get as much out of it as I hoped. Syrian was startled when she saw me covered in the beast's blood. By lunchtime, we were back on the road. Our pace was slower than yesterday's because Syrian had developed many blisters on her feet. I increased our rest breaks to make the walking less painful for her. This proved to be a good decision. Syrian seemed to struggle less than she had the previous day. The increase in her chatter was proof of that. Oh, I just remembered, you were going to teach me how to use the sword today. Can we start after lunch? Sure. Syrian chatted away, noting how the weather was better today and how there seemed to be a fragrant smell in the forest. Her characteristic unfounded confidence was still there. It seemed Syrian believed she had a knack for physical activities, and she thought she'd improve quickly once she started learning the sword. But, as expected, Syrian showed no talent for the sword. Not only did she lack talent, but she also struggled to wield the sword properly. The sword felt quite heavy and substantial even to me, so it must have been overwhelming for Syrian. However, it wasn't just a matter of the sword or strength. Surprisingly, her physical strength wasn't the main issue. Until now, we hadn't realized Syrian's physical strength because she never had to use it directly. Her strength was just enough to pass muster. After all, the Grand Duchess of Valencia had no reason to toil. There were always people around to do the heavy lifting for her. But thinking back, there was no reason for Syrian to be weak. Before we entered the cabin, Syrian always ate well and moved actively around the castle. Her elderly maid could hardly keep up with her. This meant she had a good diet and high activity level, resulting in Syrian having the body of a very healthy 12-year-old girl. So, when she first swung the sword a few times, I wondered if this might actually work. When I told her that her initial swings were okay, Syrian's eyes sparkled. See, I might have talent. They always said I was quick to learn anything. Well, you certainly were good at studying. Not just studying, it was the same with dancing. If I get good at using the sword, I might eventually be better at fighting than you, Raisin. The Grand Duchess of Valencia spoke grandly, but as mentioned earlier, the results were disappointing. Her initial swings were fine, but even after correcting her posture, there was no noticeable improvement. She only improved as much as she was taught, which was still not enough to be considered good. Syrian, who always excelled in everything, was surprisingly average with the sword. It was hard to shake off the thought that she was just mediocre at this. Her technique for applying force was not refined. She used too much force when swinging strongly and couldn't stop when she needed to. She did well with what she was told, but only exactly that. Her movements were too stiff, and there were too many things to correct. She especially struggled with linking more than two actions together. It seemed she couldn't adapt well on the fly, resulting in unnatural movements. She had never been good at quick thinking. If she continued, she would improve, but it seemed unlikely that either of us would be satisfied with the progress. Ugh, I quit. In the end, Syrian threw down the sword in frustration. Even then, she didn't throw it hard, worried about damaging it. Somehow, the Grand Duchess's anger had become cheaper than a single sword. Is there anything else? Anything else? There wasn't much. We didn't have many weapons. I used one sword, and Syrian had a spare, both of which were similar in size and weight. Other than that, there was a dagger and a hand axe. I have the dagger with me right now. I had taken them from the bodies of those who had died in the cabin. They hadn't even put up much of a fight. Neither seemed particularly appealing. The dagger was easy to handle, but impractical. To use it, Syrian would have to get closer than with a sword, making it difficult to face even a wolf like the one we encountered yesterday. Syrian fighting a wolf with a dagger didn't seem likely to end well. If you're going to fight at close range anyway, the axe is probably better than the dagger. Then I'll try the axe first. Are you sure? There's a reason it's not our primary choice. The axe is easy to use and quite powerful, but its short range is a significant drawback, especially if the opponent is not human, but a monster with superior physical abilities. I didn't want to give Syrian such a weapon for self-defense. Using it as a throwing weapon might be an option, but whether it was knife throwing or axe throwing, teaching a beginner wasn't going to be easy. Even I wasn't very confident with axe throwing. I had only learned the basics, just enough to be cautious if I ever had to fight barbarians. I think the movement went like this. Can you follow along? Hold the handle at the end, and move your wrist like this. It had been a long time since I tried this, so I wasn't sure if I could demonstrate it well. Fortunately, when I tried, the axe somehow embedded itself into the tree. And when Syrian threw it, I was on high alert, expecting it to fly in a strange direction, but that wasn't necessary. Syrian's throw embedded the axe into the tree even more sharply than mine. This is it. Join Patreon to support the translation and to read up to 4 chapters ahead of the release of I Became a Childhood Friend with the Villainous Saintess, and 5 chapters ahead of the release of I Accidentally Created a Villainous Organization, /Jade43. It has now been 4 days since we entered this forest. Suddenly, an old story came to mind. They said there was a forgotten forest in the northwest of the Empire. Once, it was called the Demon Realm by the Empire and became a subject of fear, but even that fear was forgotten and no one cared anymore. A land where dangerous monsters lived but held no particular value. There were no special resources, nor was it of any commercial or military strategic importance. Maybe if one looked, they might find a mine or two, but even now, the Empire was a resource-rich nation. There was no reason to waste money developing such a dangerous forest. Because it held no value, not even humans or demons ventured close. Thus, the forest in the northwest of the Empire disappeared from everyone's sight. Even the Empire only occasionally included it in its territory, without ever managing it practically. Naturally, in novels, it was only mentioned as a forest in the northwest. But we were acutely aware of why this place was once called the Demon Realm. Come! A clear, resonant metallic sound echoed. This is crazy. I thought I blocked it. The shock that traveled through my hand was unusual. My sword was instantly knocked aside, and its path skewed. In a way, it was fortunate. If I had tried to withstand it, the blade would have been cut off instantly. Even though the blade grazed my wrist as I retrieved it, it didn't seem like a direct hit. This time, the opponent was a monster. What would partially hardened lava look like if it took human form? Red hues were visible all over its ashen, hardened body. It looked more like blood than flames, but its appearance inevitably reminded one of cooling lava. It basically walked on 2 legs like a human and swung its 2 arms like weapons. Its lower body was ordinary, but its upper body was massive. First of all, its arms were absurdly long. If it spread its arms out, they would probably be close to 4 meters long. The arms were thick too, giving off an impression of brute strength. Its fierce nails made one think of claws. I saw a tree get effortlessly cut down a moment ago. We had exchanged blows several times, but it wasn't easy. However, I recently gained a useful card to play. Syrian. Now, take this. The axe thrown by Syrian lodged into the monster's crown. A clean, flawless hit. Syrian's unexpected talent was displayed without fail. The praise I had given her recently for hitting anything she could get her hands on paid off. Even though I had to scold her when she threw a fork, Syrian's throwing skills had undeniably improved. If it were human, it would have been dead the moment a chunk of metal lodged into its head. But that wasn't always the case with monsters. The monster became wildly agitated by the sudden intrusion of the metal. It let out a scream that could make the entire forest tremble. With murderous intent in its eyes, it glared at Syrian, but she no longer had a weapon. There was no reason to fight such a monster without a weapon. Naturally, Syrian ran without looking back, and I didn't allow pursuit. Well done. I'll finish it, so stay hidden. No answer came. She had learned not to reply when told not to. She learned quickly once taught. There was no need to reveal Syrian's position to the enemy, since I could call her once the fight was over. Unlike beasts that sometimes lived in packs, monsters roamed alone. Unless under the control of a powerful demon king or dark mage, that is. Although they were significantly more dangerous than most predators alone, their solitary nature made them easier to handle. But we were two. Even though we had only one axe, giving us just one chance to use Syrian, one chance was all I needed. Just one moment of distraction, one break in its stance, and I could land several blows. The monster's black blood splattered everywhere. Moreover, this monster couldn't understand human language. Its guard was up in anticipation of a second or third attack. In contrast, I only had to focus on this one creature. Its claws are as sharp as well-honed blades. Its strength seems to be above most predators. If I get hit even once, I might die. Considering the difference in physical abilities, I was no match. Strength, reach, speed, all of these were disadvantages for me. But martial arts are designed to counter such enemies. The opponent had a far superior body, but cursed intelligence. Its vision was short, and its movements were excessively large. Since it moved more by instinct than intellect, I had the upper hand in tactical maneuvers. It was the same now. The monster's arm lunged straight at me. A thrust is difficult to defend, but easy to dodge. I ducked, and its claws embedded in the tree behind me. Given its strength, it would soon pull them out, but my strike wouldn't take long either. Keek, KTK, Krarik. With a slice, I cut off one of its arms. The monster howled in pain and went berserk. While it flailed meaninglessly in the air, I stepped back to catch my breath. It's really angry. The monster looked ready to charge at me, with its eyes wide open. It was fortunate. The severed end of its arm was already twitching and starting to regenerate. Dragging this out would be troublesome for me. Despite its human-like appearance, I must not be deceived. It was no different from a beast. Monsters were creatures driven purely by instinct and aggression. Just once. If I could dodge just once, counterattacking wouldn't be difficult. I watched its movements intently. I confirmed something while dodging its attacks. Its body structure was definitely similar to that of a primate. The muscles from its back pulled as it moved its arms, and the pushing motion from its chest was identical. Both eyes clearly focused on me, revealing its intentions without any hesitation. Here it comes. Its leg drew back like a bowstring. I didn't miss the movement of its muscles. The launched attack was fast, nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. Nearly impossible didn't mean it was impossible. Its remaining right arm approached, as if to crush me. Defense was pointless. Trying to block its claws with my sword would only result in my body being shattered along with the sword. What I had to do was use its speed against it. Its uncontrolled speed would turn back on itself. While desperately dodging, I gripped my sword firmly. The moment my sword intersected its trajectory, a jarring recoil hit both my arms. Ugh, it was a success. The bisected monster's body tumbled pathetically through the forest. There was no time to stand still. If it were a monster that could die just because its lower body was severed, it would have died when Syrian's axe struck it earlier. When engaging with monsters, a definite finish was essential. You had to assume they could regenerate any time until they were completely dead. I chased after the shattered body, cutting off its head and stabbing its heart. The heart was the key. Feeling something hard with the tip of my sword, I stabbed several times until I broke it. Only then did the monster stop screaming and its body stiffened. But I didn't expect this. Keek! The monster's body exploded, and black blood gushed over me. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. T.S. This will leave a scar too. The impact of the explosion wasn't severe. Half of the monster's body was already blown away, and its heart was destroyed. After all, Even its final desperate struggle wasn't fatal. Some acidic liquid, possibly from its insides, splashed out, but it only slightly corroded my skin. Since I reacted quickly, only my left arm was somewhat injured. However, it seemed a scar would remain. The deep wound I received in the fight at the cabin had also scarred, and this wouldn't be any different. I was beginning to understand why Raisin's body in the novel was covered in scars. There are no more bandages. What should we do? We'll just have to untie the one wrapped around my right arm. Okay, give me your arm. I'll do it. From the cabin to this forest, the battles had been relentless. New wounds appeared faster than my body could heal the old ones. As a result, we were now running low on bandages. Syrian gritted her teeth. She glared at my wound as she wrapped the bandage around it. Damn it, don't get hurt. It makes me sad. It's not like I can control it. Make sure to wrap the clean side of the bandage around it. Got it. I'll be careful. Before long, Syrian's first aid skills had become quite proficient. A girl who used to freak out at the sight of blood from a needle prick was now handling blood-soaked bandages without flinching. While it was a good change for survival, it didn't make me particularly happy. If I had been stronger, could I have kept her as a sheltered flower? It was something I couldn't know. Oh, there's blood here too. Huh, what? Did I get hurt there too? Must have gotten scratched by a tree. Just leave it. It'll stop bleeding on its own. A small wound had appeared on my other arm. Blood was trickling from a cut. It wasn't deep, and the bleeding was minimal. So, it was really okay to leave it alone. But Syrian's sudden action made me flinch. Smooch. Her soft lips touched the wound, and I felt a slight suction. Syrian was sucking the blood from the wound. What are you doing? What does it look like? I'm sucking the blood. Why? To make it heal faster. Does that even make the wound heal faster? I was utterly baffled, but Syrian looked at me with a puzzled expression, as if not understanding why I was reacting this way. Join Patreon to support the translation and to read up to 4 chapters ahead of the release of I Became a Childhood Friend with the Villainous Saintess, and 5 chapters ahead of the release of I Accidentally Created a Villainous Organization /Jade43. In this world, there existed bloodlines with special powers. Among them, the House of Ilencia, alongside the imperial family, was considered a prime example of such a special bloodline. In some respects, Ilencia's lineage was even more renowned than that of the imperial family. Supreme purity, the noblest and purest blood. While the imperial family inherited the most distinguished blood, Ilencia received the purest. In a world where gods and mana existed, pure blood was like a blank canvas. From the perspective of mana, all humans were tainted. Because of these blemishes, some humans found it difficult to accept divine power, while others had unstable mana flowing through their bodies. Occasionally, some people manifested peculiar abilities due to these distortions in their mana. From a moment of birth, everyone had a certain twist in their mana. Just as a river meanders around mountains, everyone's mana flow had its own unique blemishes. Even I was no exception to the influence of these blemishes. I was blessed with mana to the extent that I had the perfect talent to become a knight. Although I had never tested it, based on the descriptions in the novel, I likely had no shortage of ability to accept divine power. However, magic was something I could never use, no matter how hard I tried. It was a disastrously poor match for me. Despite not being theoretically difficult compared to modern mathematics, I couldn't cast even the simplest illumination spell. In Ilencia's bloodline, there were no such blemishes. They were like a pure white canvas with no color. The moment a color was added, Ilencia's canvas turned into beautiful, clear colored paper. Had Therion grown up healthy, he would have become a swordsman with the purest, densest aura. If Syrian had pursued the path of a mage, she would have mastered all elements. At Reheim Castle, Syrian studied theology. She hadn't formally approached the church for baptism, though. This was partly because she hadn't decided to join, but also because she might immediately become a candidate for sainthood. The priest's power depended on how well they accepted divine power, and Ilencia's bloodline was well suited for this. In fact, a direct descendant of Valencia who was formally baptized was guaranteed at least the position of a bishop. In that sense, the mana in my body right now is in its purest form. Ahem. Syrian puffed out her chest proudly. Her expression somehow exuded a sense of pride, provoking a mischievous urge. It was hard to resist the temptation to flick her forehead. Healing people's wounds ultimately comes from the power of mana. My body fluids contain a bit of mana, so doing this helps. Where did you hear that? Huh? I heard it from Mom on my room's balcony. It turned out that the culprit who had instilled this strange knowledge in Syrian was none other than the Duchess. I remembered her as a strict person, so it was surprising she had shared this with her daughter. It felt like my understanding of common sense was being shattered, and she didn't say to do this with anyone. She said not to do it for just anyone, but it's okay for someone precious. You're my precious friend, Raisin. As long as no one sees, anyone would appreciate it. How about you? Do you like it, Raisin? Yeah, thanks. Hee hee. This should help you heal a bit faster. Should I blow on it too? No, that won't be necessary. This is already enough. Got it. Was it her final act of kindness? Syrian's tongue lightly grazed the wound before withdrawing. Even though it was just a brief touch, the sensation of her soft, warm tongue lingered. It was hard to look at Syrian's smiling face. My face felt hot. I stood up, trying to act nonchalant. We've rested enough. Let's get going again. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As our journey continued, one thought kept circling in my mind. It seemed like we were heading deeper into the forest. No, the issue wasn't that we were heading there. We were already quite deep, and we were beginning to feel firsthand just how dangerous the deeper parts of this forest were. Suddenly, the surrounding trees became taller and thicker. It was unimaginable how long these ancient trees had stood. Looking up to see their tops made my neck ache. To make matters worse, fog began to set in. The more we moved, the more frequently we encountered threats. On the first night, we faced a pack of gigantic wolves while keeping watch, and once, we fought against a self-destructive monster. We also occasionally came across fierce beasts and colossal monsters that we had never seen or heard of before. We couldn't fight all of them. My body wouldn't last. Even now, I was covered in wounds. I didn't hesitate to engage in unavoidable battles, but I tried to avoid fighting whenever possible. Fortunately, it seemed the larger creatures were less aggressive. Did they only hunt when necessary? Due to their size, we could sometimes spot them first and hide. Most of our battles occurred with creatures that saw us as small prey. However, there was one exception. In the foggy forest. Thud, thud. A heavy sound shook the ground like an earthquake. The branches of ancient trees snapped with a loud crack, falling and shattering under tremendous force. Raisin, chill. It'll be okay. Syrian and I held our breaths simultaneously. Syrian was so frightened that I tucked her into my arms, covering her mouth gently. I didn't hold her too tightly, just enough to let her know I was protecting her. That was enough to keep her from screaming. We hid between rocks and trees, looking upward. What we saw had the form of a human. A dark shadow moved slowly through the white mist. It didn't have the massive upper body or sharp claws of the previous monster. Its skin, with visible veins glowing red, resembled that of a human, but it was excessively large. I couldn't gauge its height. It looked to be over 10 meters tall. I used my finger to trace words on Assyrian's palm, communicating my thoughts slowly and carefully to avoid any misunderstanding. Syrian focused intently on my message. Its vision seems poor. A few birds flew near the giant. It should have seen them, but it didn't react. The problem is its hearing. We need to be cautious about sound. Yes, the issue was that the giant had keen hearing. Its head turned at the slightest sound of the wind. There was a beast nearby, prowling as if it were nervous. It resembled a bear. Like me, it seemed to have noticed the giant and was trying to retreat, but wasn't cautious enough. Crack! Something broke under the beast's foot. I couldn't tell what made the noise. The only clear thing was that the giant reacted to it and became extremely aggressive. Craw! Thud! Thud! The giant charged straight at the beast that had made the noise. Despite its heavy movements, it was fast. Its sheer size allowed it to cover ground quickly with each stride. In no time, the giant closed the distance and seized the beast in its grasp. I made sure Syrian didn't see what happened next. Watching a living creature being devoured wasn't something she needed to see. We had to hold our breath for a long time until the giant completely disappeared from view. The thick fog made it hard to trust our eyes, so we waited even longer. When we finally decided to move again, neither of us looked happy. Do you think there are more of those things in this forest? We'll have to find out. I never want to see one again. I just want to get out of this forest quickly. Yeah, we can't fight monsters like that. Syrian's reaction was cold. She seemed to think my statement was obvious. If we could fight, would we? If we get spotted, we have no choice. In that case, you should at least try to escape. Don't say that again. I'll get mad. Then what should we do? We run away together. She was essentially saying that if escape wasn't possible, she would draw her sword. There was no point in arguing over something that hadn't happened, so I just nodded. Only then did Syrian smile in satisfaction. Oh, it's starting again. That scent. Raisin, can't you really smell it? I told you, I don't smell anything. My nose isn't bad. You must be imagining it. That's strange. It seems to be getting stronger. Does it bother you a lot? Not really. It's just like the scent we smelled when we visited the mausoleum. Come to think of it, when we first entered this forest, Syrian occasionally mentioned smelling a scent. I had never smelled it, and it didn't seem to fit this forest, more appropriate for a funeral. Maybe she was picking up on some plant scent I couldn't detect. After all, funeral incense is made from certain plants. Despite our confusion, we kept moving forward, and the next day, we reached the border. Join Patreon to support the translation and to read up to 4 chapters ahead of the release of I Became a Childhood Friend with the Villainous Saintess, and 5 chapters ahead of the release of I Accidentally Created a Villainous Organization /Jade 43. Dark silhouettes navigated through the night. The goddess of night had veiled the forest. The race of the galloping hooves added to the silence that had settled on the land. The sleeping animals had to endure the illusion of the world turning upside down. The sound of 10 horse hooves was as sudden and threatening as thunder in a clear sky. Even if there were any humans nearby, they would have thought an army was moving and cowered in fear. They were all dressed in black. Masks covered their faces, and hoods draped over them. The men seemed to blend completely into the night. In reality, it was no different. They only moved at night, even outside the forest. Those who hid from the moonlight under the cover of deep darkness. Professionals in the art of taking lives without anyone knowing. In the underworld, they were called Crescent Moon, a name not easily spoken aloud. There's a monster approaching from the right. It seems to have been provoked by the noise. What should we do? Deal with it. 2 should be enough. That's plenty. All right. It didn't take long to deal with the monster. If they were so weak that they couldn't kill a mere monster or 2, they wouldn't have been chosen as subordinates in the first place. How long had the men in black been disturbing the deep night? The leading man relied on a crude map and abandoned forest paths to navigate. The guiding tools were inadequate, but the man had confidence. He was sure they were following the correct path. He could see traces that others couldn't. Very old wagon wheel tracks. Traces of people coming and going a few times. Judging by the time the traces were left, they roughly matched the time his client had mentioned. Following those wheel tracks should lead to the cabin where the target was supposed to be. He was a former ranger. He had an affair with the wife of his unit commander and killed the enraged commander when he was caught. Honestly, it was a despicable thing, but he enjoyed it. For those who needed someone to handle discreet matters, that fact wasn't a flaw. Rather, he saw his crime as a kind of badge of honor. Deserting a ranger unit was generally impossible. Rangers were strict in their discipline and equally strict in their punishment. So killing the unit commander and deserting implied something else entirely. It meant he had killed all the pursuing unit members and erased his tracks completely. His outstanding skills and clean handling of the aftermath were acknowledged in one go. This time, too, his skills were navigating smoothly. A smile curved on his lips as he extended his right arm and gave an order. Stop! They had arrived. An artificial scene unfolded before their eyes. A circular clearing in the middle of the forest. In the center of that clearing was a cabin. His eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. There was a pile of burnt logs around the cabin. Such an arrangement of logs was a trace of a cremation ceremony from the Grand Duchy of Valencia. A little further away, bodies that seemed to belong to adult men were scattered. They were incompetent predecessors. This is the cabin the client mentioned. Search this area thoroughly. I'll check inside the cabin. When do we regroup? In 15 minutes. Yes, sir. As if they had planned it, the subordinates dispersed. He rode his horse up to the cabin, tied it nearby, and immediately began searching inside. For an old place, it bore the heavy marks of use. First, he headed to the basement. The items in the underground storage were meticulously organized, as if someone had taken great care. So, he only needed to check the disturbed items. There was no need to look too closely. Most of what had been taken were preserved foods and emergency supplies. It seemed they had wisely taken what they needed for a long journey. They weren't completely clueless, it seemed. It made the chase more interesting. While the four of them lived here, they hadn't seemed to rely much on preserved foods. The consumption of other ingredients and preserved foods was markedly different. The preserved food probably tasted bad. With other options available, there was no reason to eat the preserved stuff. He knew from his ranger days how awful preserved food could taste. Excessively salty, hard, and tough. It was never appealing. He could surmise that the preserved food had been taken for the journey ahead. For a group of four, it seemed enough for only a day or two. It was woefully insufficient. For a group of four, the number of items taken is too few. Probably two of them died. There were traces of a funeral, so the exact number should be confirmed by the subordinates. His eyes caught sight of scattered boxes. The contents seemed to have been rummaged through haphazardly. If the person who organized these boxes had been alive, they wouldn't have allowed such a mess. It was clear who managed these boxes. Nobles' children wouldn't have organized the storage themselves if a maid was around. If two died, one of them must have been the maid. At least one of the siblings must have left here alive. This was very fortunate for him. If both siblings had died here, it would have been difficult to retrieve evidence. His client promised additional payment, depending on the outcome. Bringing back at least one of the siblings' heads fresh would be a matter of pride. He continued to search the cabin. On the first floor, dried bloodstains were visible in several places. The bloodstains were inconsistent in location and quantity. Sword marks were scattered everywhere. He concluded that the fight here must have been a brawl. In such a fight, both sides are bound to get hurt. Out of the four, only two seemed capable of fighting. At least one of the two must have died or been severely injured. And in such a remote place, a severe injury was practically a death sentence. Even if they were alive, they would be a walking corpse. There were quite a few blood-stained bandages and scraps of cloth scattered around. It seemed they tore their own clothes to use as makeshift bandages, with torn pieces of fabric lying around. It looked like it belonged to the maid. It appears that the situation was critical. In this case, it would be more correct to assume death rather than serious injury. One of Valencia's young lords, or the Viscount Berthus, must be dead. It'd be better if the Viscount survived. His client had mentioned that this forest was quite dangerous, and the Viscount was supposedly quite skilled with a sword. He was advised to consider him to be of a higher caliber than most knights. Having at least one capable protector with them was better than imagining two clueless youngsters wandering into the forest. This way, they would stay alive until he arrived. It would be even better if the surviving direct descendant of Valencia was a girl. That seems like the most likely scenario. Very satisfying. He was very fond of his job. Given the nature of his work, he often found himself shedding the blood of nobles. Every time he killed those who lived in luxury without a care in the world, a thrill boiled deep within him, especially when it was women who were revered as noble ladies. Seeing their pretty faces stained with tears was exhilarating. He wanted to sever their crying necks and preserve them as trophies. What must it feel like for those who look down on commoners all their lives to die by the hands of one? How miserable must they feel as they die? Relishing the emotions of his victims was the joy he found in his work. And this time, it was the daughter of the Grand Duke of Valencia. a noble among nobles whom most people would never see in their lifetime. Would a girl with such noble blood shed tears when in pain? Would she beg for her life? Would she lick his boots if he promised to spare her? If there was a protector, he hoped the Grand Duke's daughter was fond of him. The despair when a trusted knight dies is very particular. Well, I'll get to meet her soon enough. Let's see each other soon, Grand Duke's daughter. Just as he finished gathering the necessary information, his subordinates returned at the appointed time. By then, he had already memorized even the smallest habits of the fugitives. Comparing it with what the subordinates found, his predictions were mostly accurate. 2 had died here. Judging by the skeletons, one was a woman and one was a man. As he was being briefed, the most satisfying news reached his ears. We found tracks of the escape. There are 2 sets of footprints. The composition, not much different from our expectations. One is a woman, one is a man. They seem to have headed northeast. Really, a sinister smile crept up his face. A deep-seated killing intent smiled menacingly. Keep pursuing. We'll see them soon. Join Patreon to support the translation and to read up to 4 chapters ahead of the release of I Became a Childhood Friend with the Villainous Saintess, and 5 chapters ahead of the release of I Accidentally Created a Villainous Organization /Jade43. It was a sight I had never seen before. Even with everything I had seen and heard since being born into this world, even recalling the contents of countless books, I had never come across such a story. In the middle of the lush forest, a long line had been drawn. It was a long line, extending so far that its end couldn't be seen with the naked eye. This boundary was so conspicuous that it was harder not to notice it. Outside the boundary, where we stood, the forest maintained its usual vibrant colors, but inside the line, it looked as if it were dead, tinged with a grayish hue. It was as if one corner of the world had been completely inverted. To put it in modern terms, the scene beyond the boundary looked like a black and white movie. We had no choice but to stop in front of the boundary. I stopped Syrian as she reached out her hand out of curiosity. Don't touch it. We don't know what might happen. Yeah, you're right. Something could happen. It felt unsettling to just go in, but the line was too long to go around. We couldn't even tell where the outside of this line led to. This path coincidentally stretched northeast towards the Empire, directly in the direction of our first destination, the county of Aloran. Leaving this path would mean taking a longer and more arduous route. Even now, someone might be tracking us, even if they were not yet within sight. What should we do? Should we go in? Syrian, intrigued yet anxious, couldn't hide her unease. I gave her a reassuring pat on the back. You scared me. What are you worrying about? We could just find out one step at a time. I didn't want to step in myself. You know how sometimes there's that cliche, like a trap spell that sucks you in if you touch it. It was the kind of event the original female protagonist experienced. Was it an ancient dungeon back then? There was no guarantee that similar traps weren't here. First, I picked up a stone nearby and threw it. The stone passed into the boundary without resistance and lost its color. Thunk! Roll, roll. It didn't seem like any physical laws had changed, nor did the stone get damaged. Next, I picked up a nearby branch. I didn't want to risk one of the few swords we had for testing. I had Syrian step back a little and then slowly push the branch into the boundary. Wow! Syrian exclaimed in genuine awe. The feared occurrence didn't happen. At least, there wasn't a trap sucking people in or anything like body corrosion happening after passing through. The branch that entered the boundary simply turned black and white, exactly from the point it crossed the line. Pushing the branch further and made it lose more color, and pulling it back restored its original color. Could such a powerful boundary have no effect at all? Even someone like me, who didn't know much about magic, could tell this was an extraordinary phenomenon. It was hard to imagine what kind of effect it could have. This time, I gathered some courage and stuck one arm in. My arm also changed color, but there was no special sensation. Eek, are you okay? For now, it seems fine. Just stay there for a moment. It was impossible to tell what kind of space lay inside this boundary. It seemed right that I go in before Syrian, so I took a bold step forward. The world inside looked no different from the forest I had seen up until now. The grayish world had returned to its original state, and, conversely, where I had come from. Syrian appeared black and white. Had there been no need to worry from the start? It seemed I was free to leave the boundary as well. When I came back out, the black and white world flipped again. It seemed that from this line, inside and outside viewed each other differently. All right, I made up my mind. Let's go in. If we keep moving, we'll be able to leave this boundary eventually. We can always get out before anything happens. Anyway, this forest was dangerous enough even without this suspicious boundary line. Adding a bit more danger now wasn't going to make me bat an eye. Ugh, the smell. It's much stronger. Syrian frowned. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the end, there wasn't much difference between inside and outside the boundary. Both were equally dangerous. Monsters that threatened our lives lurked everywhere inside the boundary, just as outside. Naturally, our optimistic hope was shattered. We gave up the hope that this boundary line would ward off external threats, like in a cabin. The biggest problem we faced was confirmed when we saw the giant we had encountered in the mist. Where did it detect us from? We couldn't tell. It might have been sleeping somewhere. The crucial point was that by the time we spotted it, it was already charging at us in fury. War. A massive storm surged beside us. It wasn't a natural wind. It was air pressure. The air pressure caused by the giant hurling a rock. The insane giant's stone throwing was comparable to a catapult. An ancient tree hit by the flying rock collapsed helplessly. The aftermath of the stone throw was relentless. Debris from the shattered tree, unearthed soil, and fallen leaves showered over us. I quickly wrapped my arms around Syrian and turned my body. Though the giant's accuracy was poor and the stone fell quite far, I could still feel the fragments hitting my back. Luckily, my coat was made of tough material. If it wasn't, I would have had numerous small injuries. In any case, we had to keep running. The abundance of thick, ancient trees here was a consolation. Even with the giant's massive body, it couldn't smash through all the trees as it chased us. It felt like an eternity as we fled, but it wasn't actually that long. The tension made time seem to slow down. My mind remained rational. At most, we had 5 minutes. No matter how fast we ran, it would catch up in 5 minutes. Hadn't the beasts hunted by this giant experienced the same? No matter how sluggish its movements appeared, each step it took covered a vast distance. Running away was pointless. Make a choice. No, don't hesitate. Make a decision. I already knew the answer. I changed direction while running. The giant was already close. Syrian, keep running. Raise it. Leave marks with your axe as you go. I'll follow. If I don't come back in an hour, don't wait for me. No, Raisin, don't leave me, Raisin. Syrian called out my name. Even though I told her to run immediately, she didn't. For the first time in a while, she disobeyed me. But the situation had already unfolded, so she would move soon enough. Since I yelled and approached, the giant focused on me first. A heavy kick came flying. I slid to the ground to dodge it. I saw the sole of its foot pass overhead, dragging dirt, gravel, and tree roots in its wake. Wind followed the path of the giant's kick, and I had to brace myself against the ground to avoid being blown away before I could start running again. Insane power. No need for a long assessment. Getting hit by that would be instant death. I'd be smashed beyond recognition and left to rot as a lump of meat. Though I had come prepared to risk my life, I didn't want to die. Let's see if my blade can pierce you. I didn't usually talk to myself, but this time was different. I needed to be loud and annoying to give Syrian a chance to escape. One of the few advantages of this massive creature was that it scared away all the other beasts and monsters around. At least for now, Syrian wouldn't be attacked while running away. I could focus solely on this giant. Let's start with one strike. My sword hit the giant's foot. It didn't pierce through. Well, it was expected. The skin supporting the huge weight couldn't be soft. It wasn't surprising. Still, other giants in stories had skins so hard that blades couldn't penetrate at all, but this one wasn't quite that tough. If I applied the right force and angle, it seemed I could get through. Ruhar. The noise from its mouth wasn't language, but I could understand the meaning. It must be annoyed. I probably felt like a buzzing insect to it. Thinking about mosquitoes buzzing in the summer, I could understand its irritation. I dodged its massive fist as it came down. While the terrifying gust of wind surged again, I aimed for the spot under its ankle. I struck the Achilles tendon precisely. The wound wasn't deep, but for a human, it would have been a critical hit. The giant reacted immediately. It seemed to be in considerable pain. Maybe if I focused on attacking its feet and kept dodging, I could survive. Just as I thought that, a huge shadow loomed over me. The giant was throwing itself at me, intending to crush me. Dodging seemed impossible. Its body was so large that there was no escaping death, no matter where I moved. Syrian. Join Patreon to support the translation and to read up to 4 chapters ahead of the release of I Became a Childhood Friend with the Villainous Saintess, and 5 chapters ahead of the release of I Accidentally Created a Villainous Organization /Jade43. Death was approaching. Though it was an expected event, the reality of it flooded me with a sense of regret. Was there no other way? Weak thoughts brushed through my mind, questioning. Fortunately, I wasn't as pitiful. Upon reflection, I concluded that this was the best course of action. Yet, there lingered a trace of regret. What will become of Syrian if I perish? Can she survive in this perilous place? Soon, pursuers will be on our trail, subjecting her to danger. A sense of helplessness entwined around me like vines. If only I were a bit stronger. If I hadn't been this weak, much would have been different. In the novels, someone like Raisin could have protected Syrian. It's bitter to admit. I counted the moments until death. 1, 2, 3. Thud. The sound of a heavy weight crashing onto the ground echoed. Soon, my body would be gruesomely mangled. I'd become another unclaimed corpse. Perhaps it's a blessing that my tracks will be obscured to the pursuers, but is that the only silver lining? However, the anticipated death did not arrive. It took a few more seconds for me to sense something amiss. For some reason, my death took too long. The body that should have crumpled immediately seemed intact. Did the giant miscalculate its leap? Absurd thoughts crossed my mind. Did it fail to cast its shadow upon me? Impossible. Then what happened? I cautiously opened my eyes. There in front of me lay a colossal corpse. It was undoubtedly the body of a giant. I heard quite a commotion. You seem like an unwelcome guest. A stifling pressure filled the air. From behind me, a low, ominous voice sounded. Turning hastily, I saw a man in black attire, sheathing his sword. When and how? I couldn't even muster a bitter laugh. I hadn't sensed anyone else during my battle with the giant. Was it possible for someone to intrude at that moment? Yet, the man seemed nonchalant as he adjusted his coat. At first glance, the man's appearance seemed unremarkable. Thick, dark green hair, almost black. Dull gray eyes. A face that seemed indifferent to everything, yet somehow exuded an imposing aura. Was he wearing some kind of uniform? It initially reminded me of the regalia of the knights, but it was a style unfamiliar to me. So he undoubtedly wasn't affiliated with any military or knightly order within the empire. While he exuded a well-contained aura, there was an ominous air about him. Approaching him recklessly was unwise. He was not an adversary to be underestimated. Instinct sounded the alarm. The man casually tapped his sword's hilt. His grim voice reverberated once more. Do you intend to keep holding that sword? If you aim it at me, I won't hesitate to intervene. No, I acknowledge that you saved my life. I'm not so shameless. Then it's settled. Your companions must be trembling behind that rock. Hurry, tend to them, and leave this place. I do not welcome you here. By here, do you mean within the boundary? Boundary? It may seem that way. In that case, your task is to go outside that boundary. It shouldn't be too difficult to understand. I beheld the fallen giant's corpse. Its massive body neatly cleaved in two. The cut surface was impeccably clean. There was no hint of hesitation as the rigid exterior was sliced away. This was an impossibility with an ordinary sword's hardness. Naturally, thoughts of the existence of Sword Key came to mind. A swordmaster. Perhaps my father could have accomplished something similar. But this man was no swordmaster, and such individuals didn't just emerge from anywhere. Even if the empire were to crumble and extend across the entire continent, I had never heard of a swordmaster with such an appearance. Even in the novel, including those sword masters who would later play an active role in the novel, there was none like him. Once again, the knowledge of the possessor was of no help. Then suddenly, my thoughts drifted to that possibility. If we could receive help from him, could we safely reach Count Aloran's domain? Even if he didn't accompany us to Aloran, it would be much better than our current situation. I cautiously broached the subject. I would like that, but this place is too dangerous for us. We have to pass through here to reach our destination. If you could assist us, we would be deeply grateful. Enough. I already said I don't welcome you. Whether you live or die is of no concern to me. I merely dealt with the disturbance here, and you just happened to survive in the process. Don't plead for mercy from me anymore. Still, I must ask, can you not offer assistance even within this area? No. If you hadn't been so bothersome, I would have dealt with you as well. Considering that you survived, that should be enough luck for you, shouldn't it? The man's demeanor was incredibly firm. It seemed pointless to say more. It appeared there was no room for negotiation. He harbored no friendly sentiments toward us. If anything, hostility emanated from him. He had shown mercy due to his own reasons, but there was no reason for him to do more than that. Whatever those reasons were, it was clear they were beyond my capabilities to address. Yes, then we shall leave as you've said. We have no intention of staying here any longer. That's what you should do. It was regrettable, but there was no lingering attachment. For now, just surviving was to be considered fortunate. After all, this man could have killed me without saving me from the giant. It seemed more prudent to depart, ensuring Syrian's safety, rather than harboring regrets about what couldn't be. The standard didn't seem too strict. Though the man told us to leave, he didn't specify a particular time. If we continued as we had been, we would eventually depart from this boundary once again. Showing that level of courtesy should ensure we wouldn't become enemies. Remember, there won't be a second chance. With those final words, the man vanished. I couldn't even properly catch his departure. There was no indication of movement, so it seemed he was adept at using magic or some other ability. Now I was thinking of going towards the rocks the man mentioned, but it seemed unnecessary. Syrian was already running towards me, her face streaked with tears. Raisin, the rock where Syrian had hidden wasn't far from here. Just sticking my head out would afford a clear view of our fight with the giant. It wasn't too distant, so if the giant gave chase, it wouldn't take long to reach. Though he had clearly told us to leave, it seemed we weren't doing so. Well, that was an irresponsible request to begin with. How was Syrian supposed to escape this forest alone? Syrian, who had run over, threw herself at me. It hurt quite a bit when she collapsed to the ground, but I couldn't complain. I had my own sins to bear. Don't leave me behind. The image of Syrian sitting with outstretched hands flashed through my mind, and guilt washed over me. Ugh, sob, sniff. Syrian's hands gripped my cheeks. Tears streamed down her flushed cheeks, dripping onto the bridge of her nose. She sobbed as she gingerly inspected my body, one limb at a time. Her hands, almost compulsive in their actions, traced over my features, checking for injuries on my face, neck, shoulders, arms, and chest, one by one. Finally, she pressed her ear against my chest to listen to my heartbeat. Since I wasn't dead, of course, my heart was still beating. Syrian breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It's not a dream. A dream, huh? I occasionally suffer nightmares, but evidently, the wounds from that day ran deep. I didn't want to imagine what kind of dream it was. Anyway, after taking a breath, she seemed angry this time. Syrian glared at me with moist eyes. When I turned my head away to avoid her gaze, she forcefully grabbed my face, making our eyes meet. We agreed you wouldn't do that. You lied to me, Raisin. Well, I felt like I had no choice. I said you wouldn't do it. We promised. I hate you. Syrian's fist struck my shoulder. It didn't really hurt, but I couldn't bring myself to stop her as she kept hitting me. Was this what it felt like when Tryon did this before? It hurt even though it didn't. I'm sorry. I won't accept your apology. I'm truly sorry. I won't accept it. Like back when she was exacting revenge on Tryon, Syrian soon crumbled under her own emotions. The girl who had been angry with me now sobbed bitterly. The tears she had held back when we lost 2 people finally burst forth. I, I was so scared. I thought I was going to lose you too. I was so scared that even you would disappear from me, just like my brother and Hina. I made it through somehow. You almost died. You almost died. If the man in black hadn't shown up, you would have died for sure. You're the only one I have left now. Sob. Syrian's sobbing didn't stop. Patting her back didn't seem to provide any comfort. My brother and Hina are dead, and I don't know what happened to Dad and Mom. Everyone in the castle, the relatives who used to visit occasionally, they're all gone. I don't even know who the bad people are anymore. You're the only one I can trust. You promised we'd get revenge together. Don't ever do that again. Okay, don't ever die. Don't leave me behind alone. I won't. We spent another day within the boundary. The green-haired man did not show himself before us again. Since there was neither a way nor a reason to find out where he was, it seemed unlikely that we would encounter him again. Our journey was smoother than before. There were no more giant creatures like the one we encountered previously. Although this forest still harbored many threats, none were beyond our ability to handle. Fighting occurred about 2 or 3 times a day. Perhaps we were gaining some know-how. While the frequency of enemy encounters increased, our ability to evade them also improved significantly. Many of the enemies that discovered us and charged were weaker than before. Naturally, the injuries to my body also decreased. Not entirely absent, as battle inevitably involves injury. Can you still keep moving? Yeah, I'm fine. Don't hold back like last time. It's not like that. One significant change was that Syrian and I spoke less frequently. We always spoke in whispers, a lesson learned from our previous encounter with the giant. Even a small piece of idle chatter could attract enemies. There was no guarantee our senses would always be superior to theirs. Naturally, we became more cautious of the sounds we made and our surroundings. We should have been like this from the beginning. It was due to our lack of experience. Since I was always the first to spot enemies from the edge of the forest, I had become complacent. The night training focused more on vigilance and combat rather than stealth and evasion, which didn't help our current situation. But it wasn't as if we spent the whole day with our mouths shut. Hey, it's a cave. Where? At the end over there. No, not that way, the place with the cliff. Yeah, there. We conversed when we discovered something new. There really was a cave where Syrian pointed. Even from a distance, it seemed spacious enough to serve as a good base. If we were to set up camp today, it would be an optimal spot, but unfortunately, it was too early. We didn't want to waste time, so we just passed by. Our family shrine was also in a cave. It was filled with a similar incense smell. Do you still smell that now? Yeah, it gets stronger inside the boundary. Is there really something there? I couldn't smell the incense Syrian mentioned at all. Her sense of smell was sharper than mine, but was it really this much better? Syrian said it was just a smell and nothing particularly strange, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more. If it gets faint and then strong again, it probably means we're getting closer to somewhere. How is it now? Not extremely strong, but it feels pretty close. Can we avoid it? I'd rather not approach if we don't have to. Sure, I'll let you know if we get too close. By now, it was hard to dismiss the thought that the man from before might be connected to the incense. I didn't think it would be beneficial to encounter him again, and all I wanted was to get out of this forest as soon as possible. We decided to take a break after walking for a bit. We unpacked our belongings under a suitable tree. It seems much smoother compared to a while ago, doesn't it? Yeah, maybe we're moving away from the forest center. If we keep going like this, we might be out soon. Do you think we'll see people when we get out? I want to eat some good food. The meat here smells too gamey. Come to think of it, you've held up pretty well. We ate similar things at the hut, too. At first, I secretly threw up to avoid eating it, but I got used to it over time. Syrian smiled wryly. It seemed like a serious story to hear while smiling, but now it was something relegated to the past. She used to hate going outside, yet she would always sneak out of the hut. When I looked at Syrian silently, she shook her head in denial. Not anymore. Really? All right, let's just eat for now. Although when it came to food, it was just a matter of choosing between tasteless meat and preserved food. We had tried gathering herbs or fruits from nearby, but eating unknown plants was too risky a gamble. Especially mushrooms, which even experts avoid handling carelessly. Unless we were absolutely certain about the vegetation, we didn't touch it. What will you do when we reach the Aloran? First, I want to find out about my parents. I can't trust what my uncle said. And after that, I'll reclaim everything. No matter how formidable Count Roxan was, Syrian was the legitimate heir. If Syrian sought help from Count Aloran and he declared to suppress the rebellion in the Grand Duchy, we would have the just cause. In a battle with clear legitimacy, many opportunists smelling money would join us. Given the Grand Duke's involvement, the imperial family would certainly intervene, ensuring we wouldn't be outmatched in force. Of course, in the process, Syrian would incur a significant debt. The reclaimed Grand Duchy would be weaker than before. The Count Aloran has connections to the Countess of Hintz, as she is from the Hintz family. We could leverage that connection as well. The Hintz family, Sir Revan, the miraculous swordmaster. There were two ways to become a swordmaster in this world. One was the orthodox way, reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship. It was said that through extreme refinement of one's skills, an epiphany would be reached, allowing one to wield sword energy. This was the typical depiction of a sword master in many stories. The other way was through a literal miracle. This rare phenomenon only occurred to exceptionally talented swordsmen and was extremely rare even among sword masters. Though it sounded impressive, it wasn't always so. Sword masters who became such through a miracle possessed somewhat anomalous power. They were strong in some areas, but weak in others. Simply wielding sword energy didn't make one the strongest. Without a solid foundation, one would inevitably be outmatched by other sword masters. If one had enough talent to become a sword master through a miracle, they would eventually reach that level on their own. Thus, those who didn't follow the orthodox path were often considered inferior sword masters. They were known as half-rate sword masters. Sir Revan was a sword master by miracle, the weakest among sword masters. Yet a knight who could wield sword energy remained a significant force on the battlefield. Melee combat was fundamentally about formations. A person capable of cutting down cavalry and infantry with a single stroke was akin to an embodiment of disaster. Even the Demon King wouldn't be able to rampage in the Empire forever. Elijah wasn't that formidable of a Demon King. By the time we reached the county, the demon army would likely have retreated. I trust that the knights of our family will eventually side with me. The seniors I know would definitely help if they knew you were alive. Yeah, the real issue is the imperial family. Listening to Syrian, it was evident that she had devised a rather detailed plan. Despite her young age, her lineage showed its true colors. Unlike Tryon, who spent his time honing his swordsmanship and physical training, Syrian had dedicated herself to theology and other studies. Even the Grand Duke Ilencia seemed to have passed down various political insights to her. No matter how you look at it, she and I were both destined to play the final boss roles in this novel. When we were first thrown into the hut, I wondered, could this delicate and gentle child really change so drastically? But her talents, as depicted in the novel, were clearly proving themselves. Moreover, by now I had come to understand a few things. The reason Syrian ruthlessly killed her own kin. It was also the first point where she was contrasted with the novel's heroine. The original story. It was an incident in the capital. A branch family of Alencia had committed a crime, and Syrian executed them in a brutal manner. The heroine, shocked by the sight, confronted Syrian. How can you kill people so carelessly? Their lives, precious lives. There were ways to avoid bloodshed. Besides, they weren't even strangers to you. Why did you choose such a cruel method? If you're done with your foolish talk, why don't you return to your cage, Lady of Light? Your job is to chirp sweetly in your cage, not to speak out of turn. You killed a child who wasn't even 20 yet. In the Empire, one is considered an adult from the age of 16. It seems you're lacking in your studies. Perhaps you should punish your tutor. If you're too soft-hearted to do it, I can assist you, as my hands are already stained with blood. You, a saint chosen by the light and a saint chosen by death. A woman who died protecting her family and a woman who killed her kin. The paths of the heroine and Syrian were endlessly contrasted. They were each other's antithesis. The imperial family's stance at that time was ambiguous. It was before any events had occurred between the heroine and the crown prince. The crown prince didn't immediately become part of the heroine's reverse harem. Initially, his relationship with Syrian was quite amicable. The current crown prince must be having his own share of unhappy times. If I had been transported in another way, I could have raised my favorability with him in advance, but stuck in this forest, there was no way to do that. Lost in thought, I noticed Syrian pointing to the sky. "Hey, Raisin, those dark clouds look like it's going to rain soon, don't they?" Suddenly, the sky threw a tantrum. Rumble. Boom. A cry filled with fury transformed into thunder. The sun sighed, looking at the thick black clouds. Looks like today is not the day. As the sunlight took a few steps back, the world quickly grew dark. Clouds unleashed rain into the darkness. It was a torrential downpour. Was it greedy because it hadn't rained in a while? The ground hungrily devoured the water. The soil, after drinking its fill, naturally turned into mud. The sticky mud clung to our feet like regrets. With every step, the effort increased. It felt like my energy was being drained. To make matters worse, our rain-soaked clothes quickly became heavy. The rainwater wasn't too cold, but it was only for now. Rain, accompanied by wind. If we continued like this, we'd soon lose body heat. Catching a cold here would be dangerous. We had no medicine. Syrian already looked exhausted. "Uh-huh. Ugh. Are you okay?" "Yeah. Thanks. I didn't get hurt because of you. We're almost there. Just a little more." I barely caught Syrian as she nearly fell. A misstep meant her focus was wavering. It was a sign she was reaching her physical limits. As soon as the rain started, we decided to turn back. It was a wise choice. Our destination was a cave we'd seen earlier. The cave was spacious enough to serve as a base. It seemed we'd be spending the night there. It might actually be a good thing. It would be cozier than staying under rocks or trees. Ending the day early and conserving our strength wasn't a bad idea. As we continued walking, the cliff we had seen earlier came into view. We were about 10 to 20 minutes away, but Syrian's condition was concerning. She was already out of breath, and now her lips were trembling. At this rate, she'd soon be suffering from hypothermia. We had to hurry. As soon as we get in, we need to start a fire. "Are you very cold?" "I can manage." "Watch your step." "Eep." Was I pushing too hard? Syrian twisted her ankle on the slope. She quickly regained her posture, but seeing her rub her ankle, it must have hurt quite a bit. In this case, there was no choice. "You need to be carried." "What?" "Get on my back. Moving with an injured foot will be slower." I had been conserving my strength almost obsessively on this journey. If I were exhausted when facing monsters, it would be troublesome. Syrian's condition was important, but so was my ability to fight. But this was an emergency. I couldn't let Syrian walk any further. I took off my backpack and crouched down. The shadow behind me hesitated, but a wave of my hand urged her to comply. Her small body climbed onto my back. She wasn't heavy. With her increased activity and lack of proper meals, she'd lost weight. She was already skinny, and now she felt even more frail. It pained me. I didn't want her to get any wetter, so I covered her with my coat. A bit of warmth reached me. Our bodies touched, and it felt a little warmer. I could clearly feel her chest rise and fall with each breath. Her now steady breaths touched the back of my neck. "Am I heavy?" "Not at all. Sorry. Because of me. It's fine. You've done well to hold on this long." Her voice was close. How long had it been since I heard Syrian's voice this close? Her skin was quite cold. This wasn't the time for warmth talk. I quickened my pace. "Do you remember when you carried me like this before, Raisin? When you got hurt sneaking out of the castle?" "Yeah." Small talk. Her whispering voice tickled my ear. She must be feeling more relaxed. It was my right ankle that time, too. It hurt so much I cried a lot. "You used to cry easily back then." "Yeah. I can't cry as freely now." Syrian had pestered me to help her sneak out to a field where fireflies appeared at night. It ended in a complete failure. We couldn't even escape the castle properly and had to return crying. I think she got hurt trying to climb over the wall. "Do you know I got scolded to death then?" "Really?" "Of course. I helped a noble girl run away and came back with a broken ankle. Do you think I was fine?" I had to run around the training field in armor for days. Pfft, I wish I had seen that. I guess I missed it because I was getting scolded by my mom. Now, most of the stories Syrian liked were from the old days, when she was in the castle, wandering around energetically, and Tryon causing trouble almost every day. I couldn't shake off what Syrian said a while ago. She said I was the only person she could trust. I'm the only one left who can share those memories from back then. Even after we leave this dreadful forest, that won't change. It's not like my situation is any different. What exactly was the relationship between Syrian and Raisin in the novel? They definitely cherished each other. When Raisin died on the battlefield, Syrian nearly lost it. She abandoned her usual calm defensive strategy and started commanding the army very aggressively. It was as if she no longer cared about the future. She launched suicidal attacks aimed solely at killing as many enemies as possible. Without Raisin there to steady the spear, it didn't last long. Their relationship was described in a way that felt both deeply emotional and like a simple lord-vassal bond. At least on the surface, they didn't break the knight and lord relationship. The novel was indifferent to the villains. There wasn't much reliable information about us. It all depends on what I do. The arm around my neck somehow felt significant. Oh, we've arrived. Thanks. I can move on my own now. You can let me down. Can you help start the fire? I'll gather some wood. Sure. I hope the flint isn't wet. It should be fine. I wrapped it in a leather pouch. The inside of the cave was cozier than expected. Contrary to the preconceived notion that caves are damp, the interior was filled with dry leaves, soil, and twigs. It felt more like a spacious hollow than a cave. It wasn't deep enough for any enemies to be hiding, so we didn't have to search the inside. I gathered some branches from the pile of leaves. Snap! Snap! Sparks flew from the flint in Syrian's hands. It used to take forever to start a fire, but now she could do it skillfully. Ah, it's lit. Syrian and I huddled close to the fire to warm up. Now that we were sheltered from the rain, the endlessly falling rain seemed quite picturesque. It felt like looking out of a large, round window from the castle. The castle. By now, Count Roxon must be coiled up in the castle, right? If there's a pursuit team, they should be close by now. Would this rain erase our tracks? It might be optimistic thinking, but hoping for something isn't necessarily a bad thing, as long as we're not careless in our preparations. Whether fortune favors us or not, they will come soon. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After warming up a bit, Syrian quickly fell asleep. It was still too early for the night. Feeling it was too soon to sleep as well, I decided to practice with my sword alone. Perhaps seeing a strong swordsman, someone I didn't know, had stirred something within me. I wanted to take this opportunity to assess my swordsmanship. I hadn't had much time lately, so now was my chance. I've gotten a bit faster. My movements are much smoother too. Days filled with countless battles. It seemed my body bore not just scars, but a wealth of experience. The hands-on combat experience acted like a lubricant. Even starting with the same movement, I could seamlessly transition into various other actions. The crises I navigated with improvisation made my movements more fluid. The increase in speed was likely because the sword felt lighter. Whether I had simply gotten used to the weight of the new sword or if my body had grown stronger, I wasn't sure yet. Well, I'll figure that out by swinging the sword more. The blade, tinted crimson in the firelight, moved roughly. Is this a downside? My movements had become larger. I was using more strength. It probably stemmed from recently facing only massive opponents. Developing the habit of overpowering their immense toughness must have ingrained some bad habits. It's never good to get too accustomed to a particular way of handling the sword. However, I couldn't dismiss the changes in my swordsmanship as purely negative. It wasn't that I couldn't use the precise techniques I used to. I just needed to ease up on the excessive force. The aggressiveness of my sword strikes had definitely increased. Am I starting to resemble the Raisin from the novel? We are, after all, walking the same path. Fortunately, there was a lot of description about Raisin's combat style. Count Berthus's swordsmanship remained fierce. His sword aura roared ferociously, gnawing away at everything around it, like a beast flashing its fangs, sometimes like a bolt of lightning. Ferocious attacks stormed from his jet-black sword. Raisin Berthus stubbornly adhered to an all-out offensive style. He shredded through magic spells, shattered unyielding divinity head-on, never halting his advance for even a moment. Relentless murderous intent surged through the entire battlefield. After swinging my sword for a while, sweat beaded on my forehead. Satisfied, I sheathed my sword. I had certainly grown faster than I had been back at the castle. I felt like I could see the path to the next level. Once you grasp the path, all that's left is to run. The destination was clear. I knew the possibilities. All I needed was time. Even on rainy days, night came without fail. The forest, already darkened by the rain clouds, was now drenched in a pitch-black hue. It was a sight I had grown so tired of seeing. I hated the forest at night. I didn't always wish for the sun to shine brightly, but still, I didn't want to spend nights in this forest. It was better when we were in the cabin. At least then, we could share anything together. But when Raisin fell asleep and I was left alone, I felt overwhelmingly lonely. It felt like being thrown into a world all by myself. Raisin seemed to think I was simply afraid of the dark. Fool! I'm not a child. Anyway, tonight it was my turn to stand guard first. I had fallen asleep during the day, so I was quite alert now. Not that that's the only reason. There was something, just a little something, that was bothering me, making it hard to fall asleep. For instance, our discarded clothes. We couldn't keep wearing our soaked clothes, so we hung them neatly on the wall. We didn't have any spare clothes. Naturally, both of us were left in our underwear. If I were to remove the blanket wrapped around me, Raisin would see me in my bare state. Just imagining it was incredibly embarrassing. This was the first time I had revealed so much of my skin. Even now, I was anxious about the possibility of being seen. Even though it might be okay if Raisin saw me, for some reason, I didn't want to show myself to him so easily. Moreover, this blanket itself caused problems. It was an unwritten rule that the person sleeping used the blanket. But now, I was using the blanket, and Raisin was half naked. The flickering campfire made Raisin's body very visible. It was hard to believe we were the same age. He was always the boy standing in front of me. So many scars. I had seen someone had bandaged him, but I hadn't realized it was this bad. The fresh red scars were new. The slightly faded ones were still healing from a short while ago. The ones lighter than his skin tone were all scars. Scars that would never fade. No matter where I looked on his body, I saw scars and wounds. There were so many that it hurt just to see them. I'm sorry. You must have taken all those wounds from me. I barely resisted the urge to touch the scars gently. Instead, I slowly called out his name. Raisin, are you asleep? Not yet. I'm about to fall asleep. Why? You look uncomfortable sleeping like that. Come here. His drowsy voice responded. I patted the ground beside me, and Raisin sluggishly crawled over. He seemed too tired to even stand up. I should let him sleep soon. I quietly slipped my leg out from under the blanket. My white leg was fully exposed. Was it a mistake? No, this should be fine. After all, his eyes are closed right now. I gently lifted Raisin's head and placed it on my thigh. Raisin slowly opened his eyes and met my gaze. His blue eyes were clouded with sleep. He looked surprised, making the corners of my mouth lift. Raisin's body temperature was always slightly higher than mine, so he felt warm, sometimes even hot. What's this all of a sudden? Why? Isn't this more comfortable? Go to sleep. Should I sing you a lullaby tonight? A lullaby? No thanks. I was seriously considering singing if he had asked. He always pushes back at the weirdest times. Even though we're the same age, he acts like he's the only adult. Your legs will hurt. It's fine. I want to do this. Wake me up if it gets too hard. Okay. Despite his grumbling, Raisin didn't move off my lap. I was relieved he didn't dislike it. If he did, I might have felt a little hurt. I had gathered a lot of courage to do this. I held my breath and stayed quiet until Raisin fell sound asleep. Indeed, I dislike the night, but it's not unbearable. The darkness is frightening. I hated it even in the castle. Whenever the lights went out, I would inevitably have nightmares. When the wind blew, it felt like ghosts were wandering nearby, and when I heard footsteps, it felt like they were coming straight for me. To be honest, I still can't look at the corner of that cave. I know there's nothing there, but it's too dark and unsettling. But you need the night, don't you? During the day, you seem so tense, so stiff. At night, I could see you sleep so peacefully, and I like that. Seeing you makes even the scary night bearable. Thank you for everything. How should I repay you for all you've done? Thinking about it overwhelms me. It makes my chest feel tight. You know, I'm no longer the precious lady of the castle. All I can do is offer my lap like this from time to time. You keep protecting me, but I have nothing to give you in return. I hate myself for that. When I strip away everything I was born with, I'm just a small, insignificant girl. I should have learned magic in the castle, or joined any order. Wouldn't that have been useful to you now? Thinking back, learning theology was a good choice. If I had, Raisin wouldn't have so many scars on his body. I could have healed his injuries. Maybe the god of light would have been the best for that. Although it seems wrong to use a deity so casually. In my memories, my father always said that we must repay the loyalty of our retainers. I believe that was true. Their loyalty is never something to be taken for granted. It is a devotion that demands a fair price. I learned that knights risk their lives for us because they believe we will reward them in kind. I took my father's words to heart, and Raisin was my only knight. Although he wasn't officially knighted, such formalities didn't matter in the slightest. Raisin had already protected me countless times. If he wasn't a knight, then no one could be. But I had nothing to give him in return. In a place like this, my name was utterly useless, and there was no guarantee things would change even if we left the forest. So I couldn't make any promises lightly. I might not be able to keep them. I never want to lie to you. When thinking rationally, there was no certainty that everything would go well even if we reached the county of Aloran. It seemed like the best possibility, but nothing was assured. That old man, in the end, was still a stranger. If I failed to meet his expectations, he would undoubtedly discard me without hesitation. Uncle. No. Count Roxon had shown that humans are creatures who can betray others at any time. The demons constantly wage war, and humans break their trust. So, I decided not to trust anyone anymore. I had always been quick to learn. Having been hurt once, I wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Raisin was the only exception. I will trust no one but you. Without thinking, my hand reached out to Raisin's hair. As I gently stroked it, his expression seemed to become more relaxed. He seemed to like it, so I continued. Gently, so as not to wake him. Very softly. Your hair has grown quite long. You look better with it short. It makes me sad. If his hair poked his eyes, it would probably be itchy. While I was at it, I tucked his hair behind his ear to tidy it up. It had been a while since I last saw his forehead, and it looked much better this way. Raisin would probably never know. He wouldn't know that he looks quite cute when he's asleep. Moreover, my knight had a rather handsome face. Seeing him like this made me smile with satisfaction. People in the castle used to say Raisin looked too fierce, but they didn't know what they were talking about. The reason I didn't refute them was because I wanted them to remain ignorant fools. Idiots who couldn't recognize a treasure even when it was right in front of them. They could live their whole lives without knowing. I never tell them. Raisin was the greatest treasure I had, and I don't flaunt my treasure. Others would covet it. My knight, the most precious in the world, my one and only knight. You are everything to me. You made it that way. So, if the day ever comes when I can give you something in return, I will give you everything I have. My life, the life you saved. Oh, you must be having a nice dream. I'll have to ask what you dreamed about when you wake up. I waved my hand lightly in front of Raisin's eyes. My knight didn't react at all. He seemed to be in a deep sleep. What was I thinking? Before I knew it, I was kissing Raisin's forehead. Smooch. The sound was louder than I expected. Ack, I shouldn't have done that. What was I thinking? My face grew hot just from my lips touching his forehead. My cheeks were burning so much that even touching them didn't help. If someone had seen me, my face would probably... No, that would be disastrous. My head was spinning, and I was so embarrassed that I couldn't lift my head. Even though there was no one to see, I couldn't bear it. It felt like something was poking me in the back. Tonight seemed like it would be particularly long. The rain that had been pouring all night finally stopped at dawn. I had been worried that the cave might flood, but thankfully, it hadn't rained that much. The old campfire had completely consumed the firewood at some point. I decided to gather more branches to keep the fire going. When I pulled out a large branch that was buried, a loosely packed wall of dirt collapsed. Underneath the fallen wall, things I hadn't noticed before were revealed. My brows furrowed instinctively. Of course, it would be strange if there was nothing in such a nice cave. What had been uncovered was a pile of bones. Most of them were old, not something that could have accumulated overnight. It seemed like this cave had a long-time resident. A monster came to mind, but I quickly shook my head. The cave was too narrow for that giant to fit. It must have been some other creature. There were plenty of thick, large bone fragments in the bone pile, indicating that it wouldn't be an easy fight if it came to that. Should I leave now? No, that's too hasty. It's too early to leave right now. It hadn't been long since Syrian fell asleep. Waking her up now would mean she'd struggle with fatigue all day. Besides, it was still dark outside. I didn't want to be swinging my sword at nocturnal predators in poor visibility. If my sword got stuck in a tree during a fight, that would be the end of me. Navigating this dangerous forest at night was practically a death sentence. On the other hand, the threat in this cave was still uncertain. I didn't know why it was vacant, but perhaps its inhabitant had gone hunting or something. As long as it didn't return before we left, we'd be fine. Let's just borrow it until sunrise. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Nothing happened until dawn. On the contrary, it meant that something did happen when it was time for us to leave. Clang! I struck off its sharp front leg with my sword. A clear and clean sound rang out, causing the hair to flutter slightly. Its body and sword clashed, but it sounded like metal. That must mean its outer shell is incredibly tough. The creature we faced this time resembled a spider. Judging by how it scurried around on its 8 legs, it didn't seem like the type to hunt with webs, but rather used its legs and jaw strength to catch its prey. Thinking about it that way, its fangs might be venomous. I must avoid getting bitten at all costs. It didn't seem too difficult a task. The enemies I faced here always had weapons that could kill me in an instant. If you get bitten, you die. If you get hit, you die. It's not a surprising thing. After all, it's the same with humans. If you get stabbed with a sword, you die. I had a close brush with death not long ago. Actually, calling it luck would be more accurate, as it wasn't my skill that saved me. Anyway, the spider's main attack was striking down with its 2 front legs. Its body structure didn't allow for many attack methods, but this alone was powerful enough. Still, it feels a bit too easy. I wasn't weak enough to be taken down by such an attack. It seemed this opponent would be easy to defeat. I wasn't being overconfident, though. Objectively, this spider was just not as formidable as the monsters I'd fought in the past. Plus, I had grown stronger since then. The spider had a hard exoskeleton, but it wasn't thick. If I stabbed with enough force, I could pierce through it in one go, and a strong blow with the pommel would shatter it easily. There was even the option of half-swording, where I would grab the blade and use the crossguard like a warhammerer. But I refrained from doing so purely due to lack of practice. I had tried it before, but that was while wearing armor. I wasn't confident I wouldn't injure my hand by gripping the sharp blade. This creature probably has nothing to do with the cave. We just ran into each other by bad luck. The bone fragments in the cave. Some of them weren't prey this spider could have hunted. The giant spider continued to attack with its hard, sharp front legs, using its superior mass. Every time its legs struck the ground, the earth dented. But that was all. I had been wary of it spewing venom from its mouth, but there was no need to worry about that now. If it could use venom, it would have done so already. Before its front legs got cut off, that is, I swung my sword horizontally in a wide arc, leaving a faint light blue trail against the sky. Keek, keek. One of the 8 legs was cleanly severed. It was worth the effort of continuously breaking its exoskeleton. The spider's front legs were now cracked, and the results of my efforts were finally showing. The condition of the other leg wasn't much different. It was only a matter of time before I cut off the right leg as well. A grotesque and painful scream erupted from the spider. Its remaining legs flailed helplessly, and its multiple eyes flicked around, seemingly assessing the surroundings. It looked like it had given up fighting and no longer saw me as prey. Could it be trying to escape? It seemed ready to flee at the first opportunity. That wouldn't do. How could I know if this spider would hold a grudge? I wasn't sure if it was just an oversized spider or a spider-like monster. The important thing was that some monsters had a tendency to seek revenge. Whatever it was, killing it here would prevent future trouble. Dead creatures can't take revenge. The spider wildly swung its remaining front leg, resembling a panicked novice wielding a sword for the first time. Its frantic slashes were effective in creating some distance between us. Even I wasn't foolish enough to walk into that frenzy. However, exaggerated movements tend to be predictable, and a weapon swung in panic doesn't anticipate the next move. I timed it just right and struck once. A clean arc of my blade cut through the air. Bluish blood splattered on the ground, and the giant leg fell limply. Now, the spider was left with no weapons. With its current body structure, a head-on charge was its only option. The large creature slowly retreated. I advanced in tandem, keeping our distance constant. I forced a decision upon it. Would it continue to fight, even after losing 2 legs? Or would it turn and flee? Either way, I had no intention of letting it live. With a scraping sound, my sword lightly dragged across the ground. The creature flinched. Its decision was to flee. Yes, that's the wiser choice. It made things easier for both of us. I didn't miss the moment it turned around. I drove my sword into its body and, pulling on the hilt, left a large gash. Blood gushed out, spilling what should have remained inside. To avoid getting the spider's blood on my clothes, I sidestepped and climbed onto its back. What followed was a one-sided slaughter. Like a cowboy in a western, I balanced on the thrashing spider, slashing at it. The creature crashed into trees and cliffs, causing the large trees to shake but not fall, thanks to their deep roots. Its hard exoskeleton was softer on top. Eventually, the creature's thrashing didn't last more than 3 minutes. My sword pierced its neck and head, ending its life. As its body went limp, I sliced its neck further to ensure it was dead. Only when it was completely still did I withdraw my blade. From a distance, Syrian peeked out, likely coming to check after the noise had ceased. Our eyes met by chance. "Raisin, is it over?" "Yes, it's safe to come out." "Good job. I've got some jerky ready. You want some?" "Sure. I'm hungry after that. Just a few pieces." The meat we'd hunted was finished yesterday, so we had to eat the preserved rations we'd brought. The jerky was tough and salty, not meant for taste, but there was no avoiding my tongue's disdain. "How much jerky do we have left?" "Not much. We need to ration it." "Then I'll just have this for now." As I chewed on the jerky, I reflected on the battle. The spider had been formidable, but in the end, I had come out on top. The forest was full of dangers, but each victory made me stronger. My eyes drifted over to the spider's corpse. After all, it was still meat, and there are countries even today that eat spiders. But the thought of eating it was unappealing. Eating a spider feels a bit unsettling. Maybe we should just leave it. Ugh, eating that? No way. I can't eat that, no matter what. I won't make you. Besides, I can't even identify the venom sacs, so it's not worth the risk. Yeah, good point. We continued chewing on the jerky leisurely. It wasn't long before I heard the sound of heavy footsteps in the distance. "Syrian, get inside." "Okay." The ground-shaking vibrations were intense. The increasing intensity of the sound and tremors indicated that whatever was coming was headed our way. Hidden by the trees for now, I steadied my breathing and gripped my sword. Soon, the creature emerged from the forest. Kayawak. Seeing the monster, its purpose became clear. It was almost an exact replica of the spider I had just killed, only much larger. The grief of a parent who had lost its child enveloped us. It's horrifically heavy. A single block. The weight on the blade was extraordinary. Is it impossible to defend head-on? Even deflecting and redirecting the attack required extreme caution. A mistake could shatter the blade. The mother, having lost her young, was literally rampaging mad. Her red spider eyes gleamed with madness. She was on a different level from before. Unlike the previous spider, which only swung its 2 front legs, the mother spider's attacks were far more varied and threatening. She didn't easily expose the weak parts of her exoskeleton and knew how to fully leverage her mass. Yet, to be honest, it was overwhelming. Though not as daunting as facing a giant, there was no clear solution. The attacks weren't landing properly. More precisely, finding a place to attack and seizing an opportunity to do so was incredibly difficult. Her exoskeleton is much tougher. I can't even scratch it with regular attacks. I'll have to aim for the weaker spots, even if it's hard. Claws driven by fury tore at the world. Thick wooden splinters flew from an ancient tree, hundreds of years old. Her massive leg was blocked by the tree, but just as humans have 2 hands, the spider had 8 legs. The jointed parts of the exoskeleton. These were the only visible weaknesses I could aim for, but I had to retreat without gaining any ground. Another leg came crashing down where I had been standing moments before. If I hadn't retreated, I'd have been crushed. It's creepy. The ground where the spider's attack had landed was deeply gouged out. If I got struck by those front legs, there wouldn't even be a need for a grave. It was a morbid joke. Anyway, she was indeed a skilled foe. Surely, she was the true owner of this cave, and I had killed her offspring, which had arrived early. An experienced resident, she knew her own weaknesses well. Even in her frenzied attacks, she compulsively covered her vulnerabilities. When the softer parts of her leg insides seemed exposed, another leg would immediately guard it. The only places where a viable attack might land seemed to be the insides of the legs, the eyes, or the lower abdomen. Attacking the abdomen risked being crushed if done poorly, making it impractical, and the insides of the legs were well defended. The eyes. Is there any creature whose eyes aren't a weak spot? It must be the most guarded area. Several attacks slipped by without improving the situation. While I couldn't land a proper counterattack, each of her blows was lethal. I glanced around, scanning the surroundings as if taking in the scene. The situation is reversed from earlier. If it's hard to confront one-on-one, find another method. The young spider earlier had chosen to flee, ending in a gruesome death. To me, fleeing didn't seem like an option either. That would only be possible if I were faster or had a way to immobilize the enemy. In a flash, I noticed the tree that had been struck by the spider's attack earlier. Although it had been severely chipped, it was a massive tree with a diameter that had to be measured in meters. A single gouge wouldn't bring it down. If the tree trunk was that thick, it would also be sturdy. The spider's immense strength couldn't topple it in one go. And this spider was blindly fixated on me. It didn't care about its surroundings. So, I had no choice but to use that to my advantage. I intentionally moved the battlefield into the forest among the trees. The spider's legs scraped another tree. Crack! With a grotesque sound, part of the tree trunk was torn. It didn't fall in one go. That didn't matter. If we fight where there are many obstacles, it ultimately works in my favor. Every time the spider's legs collided with the trees, I persistently aimed for the inside of its legs. The spider's defense was solid, but not perfect. When necessary, I hid behind an old tree. Using its obstructed vision as a weapon, I launched surprise attacks. I didn't inflict any major wounds. However, several scars were left on the inside of its legs where my strikes had landed. Schwack! I shook off the blood from my sword. Annoying, isn't it? I get it. It's always the mosquitoes that appear and disappear that get on your nerves the most. Although I was out of breath from constantly running around, I had gained something in return. Before I knew it, the forest was becoming a wasteland. Crack! Crunch! The spider's attacks, fueled by anger, were growing fiercer. This was what I wanted. If I couldn't kill the enemy with my strength alone, I had to use its own strength against it. It wasn't bad for me if it kept using its strength like that. How long had I been running through this forest? Eventually, my efforts paid off. There was an old tree, damaged in various places. It swayed precariously, and the spider's strike became the trigger. I thought it would be difficult to hit it precisely. Luckily, fortune was on my side. As the trunk fell, it struck a part of the spider's body. The tree that had been standing alive until just now. A tree that had absorbed a lot of water from yesterday's rain. No matter how monstrous the spider was, it couldn't remain unscathed after taking on such weight and impact. Kiak, 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 krerlalak. Yeah, after all this, you should be bleeding too. Sure enough, one side of the spider's body was leaning, and two of its legs were badly crushed. The fallen tree swept through the forest like a disaster. The giant trunk made a racket as it collided with other trees. The tree soon stopped, but I didn't. I had to solidify my advantage while I had the chance. I closed in on the spider's body, which had just endured a major shock. Even the tough exoskeleton couldn't handle such a physical blow. There were quite a few crushed spots. I stabbed into the cracks in the exoskeleton and slashed the exposed flesh. The spider writhed in pain. The massive difference in size made its thrashing threatening, but it was just that, a threat. The legs on the still intact side targeted my lower half. It was an opportunity. Swinging the leg on the opposite side meant it had to turn its body. The spider, its balance disrupted, would be weak to quick counterattacks. I chose to close in even further. I saw a small gap. It was a gap that naturally formed because of its massive body. It was worth the risk. Right before my eyes, the spider's head came into clear view. The target was the eyes. One slash wouldn't completely blind it, but eyes are naturally sensitive. Getting hit would be excruciatingly painful. In this crucial moment, time seemed to freeze. My sword did not disappoint. It drew a perfect horizontal line. Without any resistance, the blade slashed cleanly. Several protruding eyes spilled greenish blood. Another howl erupted, and I easily dodged the swinging front legs. It seemed like I was solidifying my victory. If I do this right, I might be able to slash it one more time. The spider's head was still close. It was almost facing me directly as it writhed in pain. A few more steps forward, and I would be close enough to strike. But why? A strange sense of déjà vu washed over me. It wasn't logic, but a primal instinct or gut feeling that sounded the alarm. I was forgetting something crucial. What is it? What's the problem? I saw the spider's neck retracting. Was it merely because of the pain? Somehow I doubted that. It looked more like it was preparing to spit something out. Right? This was a spider. It wouldn't be strange if it had venom. Even if it was just a hunch, I trusted my instincts and dodged. Even if it meant giving up the perfect opportunity, I had no regrets. At that moment, a jet of yellow-green liquid sprayed out. I couldn't dodge it all, and some of the toxic fluid splattered on my left arm and back. So this is it. The burn scars from the original story. Raisin's body in the novel had burn scars. I had always wondered how those scars came about. Apparently, this was the moment. I thought it ended with the self-destructing attack of the last monster. But had I become complacent? What the spider spat out wasn't just venom. The highly acidic fluid made contact with my clothes and skin. As my skin began to melt, a noxious smell rose from my body. Horrific pain seized me. My mind went hazy, and for a moment, the world blacked out. When I regained my senses, a wounded front leg was swinging toward me. It was too late to dodge. I braced myself for the impact. Aakak, my body flew a dozen meters through the air. The injuries I'd inflicted must have been effective, as the blow wasn't as lethal as it could have been. Rolling down the slope helped to some extent in cushioning the impact. That didn't mean my body was unscathed, though. Pain coursed through my veins, making it hard to stand. I had collided with more than a few objects, causing my entire body to ache. In time, I'd be covered in bruises, but I could still move. Both my arms and legs were functional enough to fight. That meant there was no problem. Difficulty breathing due to a tight chest? So what? I probably cracked a rib or two. As long as I could breathe, it didn't matter. This wasn't the first time I'd fought while battered and bruised. Even in the cabin last time, I hadn't fought in perfect condition. The cabin. Thinking back to that shabby wooden house made my blood boil. It felt like something snapped in my mind. A metallic taste filled my mouth. How great would it have been if I'd been bolder back then? If I hadn't hesitated to endure pain or take a few stabs, what might have happened? Thinking that made the intense pain almost welcome. It felt like another chance. A chance to correct my mistakes. I gripped my sword tighter than ever. The pain flowing through my veins only fueled my resolve, my hand tightening around the hilt as if it were fighting back. I raised my sword again. The mother spider, still staggering, glared at me. Yes, this was a fight that would only end when one of us died. It was chaos. The spider attacked recklessly, indifferent to its own body being torn apart, and I retaliated with all my might. A battle of endurance was not an option. My body was too battered to keep up the hit-and-run strategy from earlier. However, the spider was slower than before, and I was faster. Thump, thump, thump. My heart pounded fiercely. Hot blood surged through my veins from one end to the other. As time seemed to slow down, my body accelerated. I sliced off a chunk of the spider's flesh and switched my grip on the sword. I pierced its dented exoskeleton and retrieved my weapon. I stepped back 2 paces, bending my waist to avoid an attack. A refreshing breeze followed the spider's leg as it narrowly missed my face. Is it not using its venom again? It made sense. The telltale signs before it spat venom were clear. While it was a threat, when unnoticed, I had no reason to get hit if I was cautious. If it tried that again, I was confident I could counter it effectively. My eyes had already captured every subtle movement of the spider. The spider's claw aimed for my shoulder. It wasn't hard to dodge. Even if it hit, it wouldn't be a severe injury. No, upon closer thought, this was actually an opportunity. Don't fear pain. Consider wounds as badges of honor. Did I have so much time to spare? Can I engage in a clean exchange of blows and leisurely exploit the openings? Someone, somewhere, has a blade pointed at me right now. Think of the pursuers. Fighting this loudly. Do you think they won't follow? Do I think the trackers will just sit idle after seeing these massive traces? If there's no chance to attack, create one. Even if I have to throw my body into it. What do I have besides a sturdy body? It's enough if I can keep fighting. As long as I can fight the next battle after this one. I'll take the hit. My left shoulder was torn open. I severed one of its legs. It was my first major success after a prolonged battle. We fought fiercely like animals. In the slow-motion world, I constantly swung my sword. Blood splattered. Whose blood it was I couldn't tell. Blue blood mixed with red, indistinguishable. There seemed to be much more blue. The absence of the leg I cut off was significant. Its defense became noticeably sloppy. That was the cost of not giving up the attack. I relentlessly targeted the spider's damaged half. Then my leg momentarily refused to obey. It was from breaking the exoskeleton near its head earlier. The pain was bearable, but the torn muscle was troublesome. It was a brief moment, less than a second. That short lapse became poison. A heavy leg struck one side of my body. I didn't go flying helplessly like before. I managed to stay standing, but the impact was significant. The problem was what came next. My stance was completely broken, leaving me unprepared for what was to come. "Raise it!" A familiar voice called out. Something whistled through the air. The next attack that should have struck me disappeared. Thwack! A familiar-looking hand axe was embedded in the spider's eye. It was a gap created by Syrian. Now, there was no time for lengthy thought. My actions preceded my judgment. I faced the spider head-on, a move that would have been suicidal until now, but this time was different. Crack! My sword pierced through the thin exoskeleton and accurately penetrated beneath the spider's jaw. Sticky, hot blood flowed down my arm. Please, just die already. I drove my sword in as far as it could go. It felt like it was piercing through thick flesh endlessly. Just a little more, and I could completely sever its lifeline. But nothing in this world ever goes as planned. My sword hit something with a dull thud. The sensation in my hand was despairing. It was too solid to break through. As I was blocked, the spider's fangs touched my shoulder as if it had been waiting. Something hot and cold entered my body. I wasn't foolish enough to not realize it was venom. The poison spread quickly. In an instant, my body grew heavy and my mind started to drift. I barely managed to stay upright as my staggering body tried to collapse. Is this a failure? No, that can't happen. I had to finish this before I couldn't move. I pushed my sword further towards the obstructed head. Of course, it didn't budge. Still, I had to do it. If once wasn't enough, then again. I had to muster every last bit of strength to end this spider's life. I couldn't let it live. The moment I thought that, a miracle happened. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Excerpt from Saintis, Reverse Harem, is Impure. Volume 7, p. 127. The sword aura of Count Berthus was fundamentally black. It was a deep, dark black that stood out even in the dead of night, surrounded by blood-red lightning that roared fiercely. It was said that a sword master's aura contained everything about that person. And the most influential factor was the belief held at the moment they reached the pinnacle of their swordsmanship. If that were the case, then Ellis could not help but be horrified every time she saw that cruel sword. Why was Raisin Berthus' sword aura so ominous and foreboding? It was a sword that seemed to harbor only murderous intent. It contained nothing but malice aimed at destroying and breaking others. Belief? What belief could be found within that? Even if it did contain some belief, Ellis felt she could neither comprehend nor accept it. A pure evil. Somehow, those three words became indelibly etched in Ellis' mind. At that moment, she felt a strong conviction. To achieve the world everyone desired, this man must be eliminated. For the first time, Ellis thought about someone who had to die. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Kill it. Reason and instinct screamed simultaneously. Right after the miracle found me, my mind was bleached white. All I could think about was killing that spider. I had to kill the enemy. Even if I had to burn myself alive, I had to kill it. My body felt light. It was as if the poisoning from earlier had been a lie. The venom was still rampaging inside me, but it had no effect. Never before had my sword felt so much like an extension of my body. Wherever I intended to cut, the sword was already moving, and my eyes seemed to predict the optimal path, foreseeing moves 2 or 3 steps ahead. A spark flashed before my eyes. It was a faint flicker. Compared to the descriptions of how it would engulf its surroundings when drawn, it was pathetically weak and insignificant. My sword aura was just as feeble. It barely wrapped thinly around the blade, my utmost limit. But right now, this was enough. A dark mist enveloped the steel blade. As my sword moved, the night sky opened amidst the morning sunlight. That tough, durable exoskeleton was sliced like paper. I slashed the spider's body recklessly, cutting off its legs, slicing through its eyes, stabbing deeply into its outstretched head, and then severing it, slicing through the jaws that were about to spit venom. The spider was rushing towards death in an instant. That it was still alive meant it wasn't dead yet. It's not dead until it's dead. The blood boiling within me cried out, "Kill it! Move your arms and kill the enemy before you. Destroy anything that gets in the way, cut down everything that hinders." All the strength in my body was for this purpose alone. Suddenly, I didn't like the sword I was swinging. A heavier, larger sword would be better. How great would it be if a single slash could leave a bigger wound, right? If one isn't enough, then use another. I spotted the axe Irian had thrown earlier. I pulled it out and swung it down. Crack, crack. The contents inside the spider's head scattered wildly. Eventually, the spider collapsed. My eyes didn't miss its still twitching legs. It's still alive. Then I had to finish it. I beheaded the spider. The severed head got in the way, so I kicked it aside. Scalding breath poured out of my mouth. I understood why Raisin's sword had to be so extremely aggressive. This power came with terrible overload on the body. Every time mana flowed through my bloodstream, it felt like it left tiny wounds inside me. This was the price of becoming a half-baked swordmaster. In exchange for the destructive power I gained, this was the price I had to pay. There was no need to announce this. Raisin was strong enough and had enough talent. No one doubted he became a swordmaster through the standard path. The Raisin in the novel also lacked time. To survive, he needed power, even if it was incomplete. How many more times did I swing the sword and axe? I stopped swinging the weapons in a state of trance. As I regained my senses, a horribly mangled corpse was left. It was a relief. I was reaching my limit, too. As soon as I withdrew my sword aura, the venom eagerly tightened its grip on my throat. The last thing I saw as I collapsed was Syrian's figure rushing towards me desperately. Bad memories surfaced. Memories that I don't want to forget, but ones I never want to experience again. The sight of my brother bleeding. His shallow, faint breaths that seemed like they could stop at any moment. His unmoving hand. His limp body. The memories of that day seemed to overlap with Raisin's current state. A dark hand rose from deep within the ground. It was the hand of anxiety. Anxiety gripped my legs and ankles, trying to drag me into the depths. No, this is too much to handle. Get your hands off me. Not yet. I managed to shake off the anxiety in my heart. Raisin. Snap out of it, Raisin. Raisin lost consciousness. My heart felt like it was dropping. But listening closely, I realized he was still breathing well. This situation was better than when my brother passed away. I could still save him. As long as I stayed focused, I wouldn't have to let Raisin go. With some effort, I dragged Raisin into the cave. I didn't want him to be caught in the rain outside. The forest was still full of monsters, so the cave was much safer. Raisin was taller and bulkier than me. There was no way I could lift or carry him with my strength. By the time I dragged him to the cave, I was drenched in sweat. But it wasn't a big deal. Raisin was a bit safer now. I'll clean the wounds first. Sorry. It might hurt a bit, but please bear with it. Thankfully, I had learned a few things while tending to Raisin's wounds. The first thing to do when you get a wound is to clean the surrounding area with a clean, damp cloth. Luckily, I had a towel I had washed earlier. I used my drinking water to clean the wounds, removing the torn pieces of cloth. Raisin groaned every time the towel touched his wounds. He usually said it was nothing, but he had been enduring the pain all along. My heart ached. Bandages? I don't have any bandages. What should I do? We had already used up all the bandages we took from the cabin. I had been reusing old bandages by only replacing the parts that touched the wounds, but I had finally thrown them away recently. Then a memory of Hina flashed in my mind. She had torn her clothes to bandage wounds. This time, it would be best to use the cleanest part possible. Though I didn't understand the logic, Raisin never allowed anything dirty near his wounds. He would rather burn the wound than let a dirty cloth touch it. I couldn't bring myself to put a fire to Raisin's body. Using the dagger from Raisin's belongings, I tore my clothes. I had to cut away a lot to find a clean part. As a result, my clothes turned into complete rags. Raisin might tease me when he wakes up. I wanted to hear those teasing jokes. Thank goodness. It looks like the bleeding is stopping. Aside from the injury on his shoulder, the rest weren't too severe. Once I carefully wrapped the new bandage around the wounds, the bleeding quickly subsided. The problem was Raisin's body temperature was rising. It was as if he had caught a severe cold. His face was burning up, and he was sweating profusely. His expression grew increasingly pained. But now, there was nothing more I could do. Helplessness, anxiety, those were the emotions I was feeling. My lips felt parched. The fact that I was doing nothing weighed heavily on me. Oh, right. Water. I should fetch some water. Hold on. I'll be right back. He might be thirsty. I drank a lot of water when I had a fever, too. There was a spring nearby where we used to fetch water, so that would be my destination. I gathered everything that could hold water, blood-soaked cloths, towels, and even blood-stained blades. I wasn't sure how I managed to get to the spring and back. It felt like I was doing everything on my own. Slowly, I let the water trickle into Raisin's mouth. Little by little, very slowly. Thankfully, Raisin swallowed the water with a gulp. My knight, my treasure. I won't let anyone take you away. I won't let you die. I spent the entire day wiping Raisin's sweat and making him drink water. Not knowing which herbs were effective, I applied the ones I was most familiar with. However, even after a day had passed, Raisin's condition did not improve. No, it seemed to be getting worse. I hadn't slept at all, but I didn't feel like sleeping either. I buried my face in my knees. I held back tears. I gave Raisin more water. This time, I gave him a lot, as I would be away for a while. There seemed to be nothing more I could do in this cave. But it wasn't true that I could do nothing. Don't worry, Raisin. I'll handle everything. All of it. When you wake up after a nap, you'll feel better. I'll make sure of it. Just one thing. There was one way to get out of this crisis. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. When I stepped out of the cave, it was already dark. Though Raisin preferred not to move at night, there was no other choice this time. Thankfully, there was no fear of losing my way. The path might be treacherous, but at least I knew the direction. I just had to follow the scent that had started to waft through the forest at some point. Raisin couldn't smell it, but it was clear to me. To follow the scent, I had to retrace our steps. Even in a forest that looked the same everywhere, there were a few memorable spots. There was the place where Raisin fought the giant. The signs of a giant's fall were still evident. For some reason, the body was no longer there. When I thought Raisin had died there, it felt like I had lost everything. I never wanted to feel that way again. The further I walked, the stronger the distinctive scent became. The only concerns were the rough path and the potential encounter with monsters, but neither proved to be significant problems. Maybe because of the deep darkness obscuring my vision, my hearing and sense of smell seemed more sensitive than usual. That didn't mean the journey was easy. Grr, thump, grunt. These damn beasts just keep coming. Ugh, what a pain. What kind of suffering is this after days of this? Hey, do you think the kids are already dead? There haven't been any signs for a while. How should I know? The boss says to keep going, so we keep going. We're going to end up dead without any pay at this rate. Ugh, let's stop. If we get caught chatting, we'll get another earful. There were strangers in the forest. It was the right decision not to approach them recklessly upon seeing them. From their conversation, it seemed they were a tracking party sent by Count Roxon. I knew they were close, but I didn't expect them to get this close. Even though I had been moving diligently to avoid the trackers, the blade was already at my throat. If these people get near the cave, Raisin will be in danger. I needed to hurry. I waited for the men to leave and then quickened my pace. My clothes were torn in several places, allowing twigs and grass to scratch my skin. Thin cuts appeared on my arms and legs. My thigh got scraped by a thorny bush, making it sting. If Raisin were nearby, I might have whined to get some comfort. This is nothing. Raisin is much more injured than I am right now. The scent grew stronger as I walked. Then it happened. Rustle. Something moved a bit far behind me. Having encountered many wild animals and monsters, I sensed something was off. It wasn't a natural sound. It seemed like someone tried to move quietly, but made a mistake. The faint sound quickly disappeared. I've been discovered. Panic set in. I ran without looking back. Running up a steep slope quickly left me breathless. Huff, huff. I nearly slipped on the wet rocks. No, I slipped after a few more steps and really hurt my knee. I remembered how my knee had bled red when I fell at the castle. I wanted to sit down. I was scared of how close those men might be. If they had come shouting, "Catch her," it would have been less frightening, but the quiet footsteps following me were terrifying. It felt like an invisible shadow was chasing me. Ha. Ouch. Ha. I kept running. I slipped and fell, trying not to, cutting my hand on a plant's thorn, wiping away the tears that threatened to fall. I ran harder than I ever had in my life. I was gasping for breath. My chest and throat felt like they would burst. I wanted to rest, even for a moment. But no. Get a grip, Syrian Ilencia. Raisin is in danger. Raisin has endured pain like this all along. Don't whine over this. Did my desperate running pay off? Something orange glowed in the dark forest. There's something there. It's a light. If I could get up that hill, might I find a man who killed the giant? That same scent came from him. I studied theology at the castle. Though I hadn't thought of it when I first saw the man in black, or since then, I knew of a church that might have settled in a place like this. It was an ancient name I had learned was long extinct, so I didn't recognize it immediately. Why had that man, despite his reluctance, saved Raisin? What was the presence that had followed us from the edge of the forest? And most importantly, what was the scent I kept smelling? A scent. It too obviously hinted at death and rest. Hybra's church. I'm almost there. Chills ran down my spine. Footsteps were close behind me. The trackers were nearly upon me. But at the same time, I heard a voice I wanted to hear. I told you. No mercy a second time. Didn't your comrade tell you? Ha. I'll give you one chance. Explain why I shouldn't throw you to those rude guests. Syrian Ilencia. The man in black spoke in a cold and blunt tone. I'll give you one chance. Explain why I shouldn't throw you to those rude guests. Huff. First, let me catch my breath. Phew. I came to make a deal. The fundamental rule of negotiation is to never show intimidation, regardless of the opponent. However, it seemed I had misjudged the starting line. The man stared at me intently. My face felt hot, but I decided not to lose my composure. Fortunately, the man seemed disinterested in pointing out my physical state. A deal? You. who can't even take care of yourself, think you have something to offer me. Don't worry about that. I can give you something much bigger than you think. Rather, let me ask you this. Why did you save Raisin back then? It was a crucial question. Why had this man saved Raisin? Despite saving our lives, why did he maintain such an indifferent attitude? Without knowing the answer, I couldn't move forward. Could it be that you were mistaken about that? I didn't particularly have any sympathy for you. As I said, I didn't care whether you lived or died. So, why did you save us despite being so indifferent? It wasn't your decision, was it? Someone else told you to keep us alive, right? The man fell silent. He seemed to be contemplating whether to speak or not. I don't particularly want to talk about it. Just say it. Killing me wouldn't be hard for you, right? Even if you just leave, I'll die. Well, you're not wrong. Fine. Your guess is correct. I received a few requests. One of them was to help you in a critical moment just once. Let me meet that person. Impossible. His response was firm, drawing a clear line. He didn't seem like someone who would make a cheap deal. Despite everything, I was the one being dragged without any leverage. If the conversation dragged on, this man would leave immediately. I needed to reveal my hand first. Then you don't have to say it. There must be reasons within the Hybris church too, right? I don't know much about the Hybris deity. All I learned outside was that Hybris is the god of rest. The priests usually oversaw funerals, and naturally, the church lost its power and disappeared. Uninvited guests are nearby. They are wary of me now, but it would be better for you to get to the point quickly. I don't intend to get involved in troublesome matters. You'll have to get involved now. I can solve the reason why your church had to disappear. No answer came back, but neither did a denial. That meant it was as good as an affirmation. If what I said was just an absurd fantasy, that heartless man would have disappeared without listening to the whole thing. The mere fact that he was listening meant he was quite interested in my words. This was not just any topic, but one concerning the deity he served. A baptized priest or paladin couldn't ignore this subject. You didn't have a saintess to receive the power of your god. Forget a saintess, you didn't even have a proper priest to handle the power. It's only natural. How could a tainted mortal fully accept death? Theology teaches that mortals who receive stigmata are influenced by the divine. A ruthless mercenary becomes a benevolent priest, and a war priest becomes a fine soldier. However, Hybra's divinity is death. It was inherently difficult to find a priest compatible with it. Even if they did find one, they often died young. In the end, the Hybra's church remained a textbook example of how a church that cannot show miracles collapses and disappears. The god bestows mercy on this land, and the believers offer their faith, becoming the foundation for the god. It was the fundamental teaching of all faiths. Conversely, a god who does not bestow miracles and does not receive faith is bound to be forgotten. A vessel that can receive the divinity of rest is rare. If you can't receive the divinity without resistance, you'll be consumed by death. I can solve that problem. It's an interesting proposal, but it doesn't seem like something you can do. The way you're talking, you haven't heard who I am, have you? I felt his gaze travel from my head to my toes, assessing me. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes, as if to say, someone like me was nothing. Indeed, I don't know you, just as I don't ask for the names of corpses. You're cold. If I become a corpse, it'll be troublesome for you too. I proudly puffed out my chest. Though I wore tattered clothes and looked wretched, it didn't matter. I believed that dignity didn't come from appearance. You don't know me, so let me introduce myself. Expensive jewels are priced based on their rarity rather than their beauty. People talk about the beauty of jewels, but in reality, they're intoxicated by their value. And I was the only one of my kind in this world. My name is Syrian Ilencia. Look at me. This mud-covered girl will become your jewel. The sword of the empire, the legitimate daughter and rightful heir of Duke Ilencia. Though useless in this forest, my status hadn't vanished. My name alone had the power to sway the western dominion of the empire. If I sat on the throne and poured in strong support, I could forcibly revive your church. The sole heir of the highest and purest blood. Is that all? If a member of House Ilencia received divinity, they would at least become a bishop and in some cases, even a saintess or saint. The imperial family interferes with our baptism ceremony, fearing that the Grand Ducal House will become too powerful with the Church's help. That's how unparalleled Ilencia's suitability for divinity is. Divinity corrupts mortals because the vessel isn't pure. The natural blemish of mana, like a winding river eroded by water currents, the flow of divinity erodes and changes humans. Hybra's divinity also drove priests to death in this process of corruption, but it wasn't because the god harbored malice. However, I had no such blemish. A pure blood, you say? Are you confident you can fully accept divinity? In theory, it's possible. From a divine perspective, I'm the cleanest vessel in this world. I can receive the baptism of any god and accept all divinities perfectly. It's just a theory. I haven't done it yet. But I assure you, if I can't do it, no one can. And I'm the only direct descendant of Ilencia left. The man in black fell silent. In the meantime, I felt movement in the bushes. Those who had been pressuring me with time were now the ones running against the clock. The man's eyes wrinkled as if the noise annoyed him. I feigned composure, watching his reaction. Yes, try killing me. If I die, Raisin will be in danger too, and if Raisin dies, I have no intention of living either. Though I couldn't follow Hina immediately. After offering Count Roxan's head to everyone, I could rest peacefully. The man snapped at me. If you cannot accept the divinity, the price will be death. A death without even a final word. That's right. But neither of us has a choice, do we? I didn't know what the Hybra's church was doing, holed up in this forest. But I knew they wouldn't be pleased with the situation. The reason Hybra's became a textbook example of church extinction in theology was because they tried every effort to revive the church. They were quite passionate about expanding their influence. Even now, if they could, they would want to go out and spread their faith. So, this man didn't really have a choice. If he was associated with the Hybra's church, he could never ignore my proposal. Of course, I didn't have a choice either. I needed their help. This man's strength and the divine power or healing that could save Raisin were crucial. Especially if saving Raisin meant becoming this wretched church's saintess, I would do it as many times as needed. It's not up to you to decide whether to accept my deal. It's up to the God you serve. From this moment on, you're obligated to guide me to the altar. Do not command me. You are not yet the saintess of this church, but I will be. I will become your saintess. The man slowly drew his sword. His gaze had shifted beyond me, likely towards my enemies. I pulled a dagger from my bosom and held it to my neck. He told me not to, but I had no choice but to command him. If you understand, kill all those chasing me. If not, I'll take my own life right here. It felt like I had been asleep for quite a long time. It was as if I had dreamed, yet it didn't feel like a dream. In my dream, I occasionally saw Syrian. She would get angry at someone, or sometimes look at me with a face on the verge of tears. As my mind, which had been submerged for so long, floated up to the surface, I realized that those scenes were not just dreams. Perhaps I saw those things as I woke up and fell asleep again. When I lifted my heavy eyelids, my vision was blurry. Ugh! My body creaked as if the joints were rusted. My fists wouldn't clench properly, and my consciousness hadn't fully returned, making it feel as though I were still dreaming. It was a bit warm. As I pulled the blanket down from my neck, I felt more comfortable. A blanket? A slight sense of incongruity reached me. We never had such soft blankets. All we had was a multipurpose blanket, and the floor was never this comfortable. Come to think of it, the ceiling was unfamiliar. Not just the ceiling, but the whole space felt foreign. I was lying in a bed in an unfamiliar room. I managed to lift my stiff body and saw Syrian sleeping beside me, near my side. She must have woken up from my movements because she was rubbing her eyes. She seemed to have just fallen asleep, as it looked painful for her to wake up. As our eyes met, the curtain fluttered from the breeze outside. Morning sunlight streamed into the modest room. Under the warm sunlight, her sleepy face opened its eyes wide. Soon, her small, pretty lips curved into a smile. Her red eyes sparkled with laughter as she spoke. "You're awake? How are you feeling?" It was the sweetest morning greeting I had ever heard. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. To be honest, I was still bewildered by the changed environment. Right after fighting the spider, it was as if the world had changed when I opened my eyes. But I could guess what had happened. It must have followed the original story. The place I reached with all my might was the same place where Raisin had arrived in the original story. Syrian must have done the same. Her best efforts ultimately led us here. I didn't know the details of the process, but eventually, Syrian became the saint of Hybris here. A saint of a god who would someday be called a demon god. To be frank, Hybris being labeled a demon god wasn't solely due to slander. Of course, there wasn't such a thing as a demon god in the first place. Each god had both beneficial and harmful aspects for humans. Therefore, the declaration of Hybris as a demon god was merely a proclamation by several mainstream religious sects. However, there were plausible grounds for Hybris being called a demon god. Aren't you hungry? Let's have a meal first. I'm hungry too. Right after Syrian went out briefly to call someone, a person dressed in black came in and brought us breakfast. The clothes weren't particularly luxurious. They were closer to morning attire. I had heard that the general followers of Hybris wore such clothes. For once, the knowledge from the novel came in handy. They said you shouldn't push yourself today and should rest well. They'll check on your condition tomorrow. Is there a doctor? No. There's someone who can do something similar. You've seen him before. Oh, that guy from back then. Yeah. It seemed that the man's clothes were the ceremonial attire of Hybris' holy knights. That's why I didn't recognize it. How could I have known the rituals of the long-gone order of holy knights? In the original story, it was simply described as a black robe, so there's no way to know. There are countless black robes in the world, after all. Anyway, the breakfast I received was mushroom soup and milk sweetened with honey. Given that even a stranger treated me like a patient, it was clear what my physical condition was. In fact, I wouldn't have been able to eat anything else even if it had been brought, so I had no complaints. Syrian had a salad consisting mainly of fruits and vegetables. Now, she could have been a bit more selective with her food. It seems she didn't particularly like the food here. Is the chef here not very good? Huh, why do you ask all of a sudden? Your meal doesn't require any cooking. You have a sweet tooth and like sweet things. That's not it. It's just, right now, this is what I wanted. Really? I guess I was wrong then. At that, Syrian chuckled. She burst out laughing just as she was about to take a bite of her vegetables. Actually, it's not that great. I asked them to bake cookies a while ago, but they were too hard and didn't taste good. So you've been eating only salads since then? No. The ordinary baked bread is okay. It's what everyone normally eats. The vegetables and fruits are fresh because they're grown nearby, so they taste good. So the chef is more like a cook, huh? Pfft, what kind of analogy is that? But it seems about right. They're not exactly a chef. Even so, the soup was quite palatable. The honey milk was sweeter than what I used to have at the castle. It might have been influenced by Syrian's preferences. Syrian likes sweet things. Come to think of it, Hina wanted to drink honey milk too, so I should bring some to her when I get the chance. While eating, I heard about what had happened so far. It was about what happened right after I killed the spider. It wasn't much different from what I had expected. Syrian received the baptism of the Hybris Church and was recognized as a saint. Although there were many ceremonies left to perform in the future, she said she could spend a free time preparing for them as she wished. She didn't tell me why she decided to become a saint. I could only guess that she secured protection here in my life in exchange for performing the rituals. The stigma of Hybris appeared on her left hand. In the original story, the protagonist, Ellis, had it on her right hand, so even such things were opposites. Seeing her once smooth and white skin marred like this made me feel uneasy. The people here are very pleased now that I've become a saint. They say they've fulfilled a long-cherished wish. Are there many people in place like this? Not many. Maybe 7 in total? I'm not sure if there are more. Don't you regret it? You never received a baptism when we were at the castle because you didn't know which god to serve yet. I do feel a bit of regret, but I don't regret the decision. Even if time went back, I would make the same choice. As soon as Syrian finished her meal, she nestled into my arms. I was forced to lie down, bearing Syrian's weight. She seemed lighter than before. Her soft cheek rubbed against my chest. I was about to say something, but seeing the sheer happiness on her face, I stopped. Her eyes, curved like a crescent moon, were filled with joy. Her smiling lips and arms that seemed to want to hug me tight, yet hesitated as if afraid of hurting me. Sensing her emotional struggle, I gently patted her head. Syrian liked this the most. The motion of lowering her bangs onto her forehead. She didn't like having her hair messed up, but enjoyed being patted on the head. Syrian savored my warmth for a long time before she was satisfied. We lay entwined, looking up at the ceiling. The wallpaper, faded with time, came into view. Syrian suddenly reached out her hand. Raisin, I'm a saint now. Look, I can use holy magic like this. Yeah, I heard. You're good at it. All that studying paid off. A reddish light flickered above her hand. It was a soft, lamp-like light. A warm light that seemed to radiate heat. In the novel, Syrian used to wield dark divine power to bring death, but it seemed that such power could also be used this way. I can use healing magic now, too. The first thing I did after receiving the baptism was to heal you. Every day, I poured all my divine power into you. So when you woke up, I felt like I could fly. Syrian's hand gently touched my arm, and she found my wrist and held it with both hands. Despite all the hardships, Syrian's hands were still soft and tender. Hey, Raisin. Yeah, I tried really hard. Just like you did for me, this time I fought with all my might. I put everything on the line and protected both of us. So praise me. You did well. This time, I really survived thanks to you, Syrian. Thank you. I really wanted to hear that. Tell me a bit more. And I'd be even happier if you hugged me. If she asked, I had to oblige. I wrapped my arms around her small waist. Syrian placed her hands over mine and giggled. The hands we held felt warmer than usual. My chest and Syrian's back resonated with our heartbeats. Thump, 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 thump. Our alternating heartbeats felt as though they had merged into one. We stayed like that for a long time, listening to the sound of our hearts. The occasional breeze felt pleasant. Raisin, as a saint, I can now knight someone. Suddenly, Syrian gulped. In the quiet room, the sound was distinct. Of course, you've always been my knight. Just as you protected me without asking for a vow. I think of you as my knight without needing any formal vow. Her clear voice continued without hesitation, as if she had thought about this for a long time. The girl, who always seemed delicate, suddenly sat up. But I want to do it once. I don't care if the world acknowledges it or not. I want to officially make you my knight, even if it's just our own ceremony. No, it's better if it's just the two of us. The girl who stood up first reached out her hand to me. Please, Raisin, will you be my knight? Following Syrian, we arrived at a slightly elevated hill. From here, we could overlook the surrounding coniferous forest and the paths we had fought along. In particular, I could see the cave where we had fought the mother spider from a distance. In the last battle, I had definitely unleashed my sword aura. Though I'm a half-baked sword master, my skills had improved nonetheless. As soon as my body recovered, I wanted to test my sword again. Out of habit, I scanned the surroundings for any beasts or monsters, but at least in this area, there seemed to be no need for such worries. Was it because the believers were here and the place was thoroughly guarded? Thanks to that, I could climb the hill as comfortably as if I were walking up a neighborhood back hill. We're almost there. Are you managing okay? Did you really think I'd hear you ask if I was managing okay? What's so surprising? Besides, Raisin, you're a patient. I'm not so weak that I can't walk. On the contrary, moving a bit makes me feel refreshed. It was true. I guess I am the kind of person who needs to move my body daily to feel satisfied. Just walking a little made me feel much better than lying in bed. My body was already itching, and I almost wanted to exercise a bit before going to bed. If I did that, I'd probably get nagged quite a bit. Could I do it secretly from Syrian? I'd have to look for an opportunity later. We've arrived. This is the place I had in mind. It looks different up close than from below. Syrian spread her hands proudly. This was the end of the hill, where it abruptly ended in a high cliff. Below the cliff, a dense forest spread out in a single view. Old trees painted the land green like a horizon, merging with the white snow and plains behind them. There might be a village where people lived far away, but it wasn't high enough to see that far. The blue sky blended with white clouds above, and a breeze made the wild grass smile. I actually thought about it a lot. I imagined building a splendid palace one day and holding a grand ceremony in front of everyone. Something magnificent. I think I like this place better. Yeah, me too. I prefer keeping precious things to myself, and no one else needs to be involved in our contract. 2 spectators would be enough. They might sit there without us knowing. That would be nice. Our lives changed the moment we entered this forest. We lost Tryon and Hina and fought desperately in this place. We resented the events that happened in this coniferous forest to the point of death, but we didn't hate the forest itself. If Syrian and I were to conduct a knightly ordination or some significant ceremony, it was only right to do it here. I didn't need a luxurious palace either. This place, where Tryon and Hina's spirits rested, was far more meaningful than any palace celebrated by the masses. Syrian sat on a rock at the edge of the cliff. In her small hand, she held a ceremonial sword adorned with intricate designs. Despite its weight, she had carried it all the way up here herself. Shall we begin? I knelt on one knee in front of Syrian. Syrian drove the silver blade straight into the ground. Who? The sound of a shallow breath. Her long silver hair fluttered elegantly as she exhaled, releasing her tension. Her blood-red eyes settled into an icy gaze. The priestly robe, a bit too large for her, billowed like a cloak in the wind. Her hands rested on the pommel of the sword. Behind the sharp long sword, the girl had suddenly become a dignified ruler. Thud! The blade struck the ground. In a calm voice, she began the ceremony. You, Raisin Berthus, have come here to become a knight. Do you understand that at the end of this oath, you must bear the weight of conviction and honor? Yes, the oath is but a moment, but its binding is eternal. Then engrave loyalty upon your heart. Swear upon your soul to never retreat before the enemy, never speak falsehoods, and remain brave until your journey's end. The ceremony I had learned long ago came back to me vividly. I brought my right fist to my chest. The first tap was an oath to my heart, the second to my soul. Loyalty until either my body or Syrian's perished. The conviction I must uphold as a knight would remain until my soul was shattered. Syrian extended her right hand to me. I kissed the back of her hand. Despite her attempts to maintain a dignified expression, I noticed her cheeks subtly flushing. The gods will always watch over your oath. After the knight's vow, it was the Lord's turn. She had to declare the birth of a new knight in her name. Normally, this would be the moment when the Lord would bestow a sword, but we had no suitable sword. So Syrian had boasted that she would have a special sword made for me someday. Honestly, I didn't mind using an ordinary iron sword, but she insisted that it wouldn't satisfy her, so we postponed it. I, Syrian Alencia, the rightful ruler of Alencia and the saintess of the Church of God Hybris, declare before all gods that you have become a noble knight. Syrian tapped my shoulders with the sword, first on the left, then on the right. Finally, she touched the sword to the crown of my head. It was the end of the ceremony. Naturally, a knight's ordination ceremony wasn't a long process. Sometimes dozens of knights were ordained at once, and if the ceremony were too lengthy, it would be dreadful for everyone involved. A small smile played on her lips. As my knight, you shall annihilate enemies with your life. I will reward your bravery with honor and be a witness to your convictions. The loyalty you have sworn upon your heart, I will engrave upon my bones and remember forever. Syrian extended her other hand, the one bearing the sacred mark. Rise, my noble knight. As I took her hand and stood, Syrian embraced me. This wasn't part of the ceremony. I did it. Now you are truly my knight. No one could say otherwise. Should I call you my lord, then? No, I prefer being called by my name. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Syrian Alencia. Even after the knighting ceremony ended and quite some time had passed, my heart still pounded. My lips couldn't stop curling into a smile as we descended the hill. It felt like I'd stamped my seal on something that was rightfully mine. It felt like the world had acknowledged it. Raisin was my one and only knight, and I was Raisin's one and only lord. It felt as though a dream I had vaguely held since childhood had come true. But before the euphoria could even fade, I had to separate from Raisin under the pretense of returning the ceremonial sword. After that, it felt like the world gradually lost its color. The bright and warm sunlight no longer felt the same. It hadn't been long since I left Raisin, but I already felt a chill creeping over me. It wasn't particularly strange. The building I was heading to was in the exact opposite direction of Raisin's quarters. In this desolate place, the cold air really did flow. The place I needed to find was a dimly lit basement. Click, clack. The sound of my footsteps echoed off the stone floor. In the basement, I saw rusted iron bars and a man within. "You're awake?" Perfect timing. I opened the cell door and stepped inside. The creaking sound caused the man to lift his head, and our eyes met. I spoke softly as I did my work. "Listen, today something very good happened to me." "Really? It's so good that having to come see someone like you is dreadful. So, I don't want to look at you for long. I hope this ends quickly." The man was tied to a shabby wooden chair. His tendons were already severed, and there were many signs of torture I didn't want to look at. The smell of blood hung around him. I didn't get too close, worried that the scent might cling to me. I didn't want Raisin to catch even a whiff of such a stench from me. I pushed aside all the clean blades that seemed prepared just for me. "Let me tell you up front, you're going to die anyway. It's necessary for the ceremony. They say the god who presides over rest, and death requires death in the ceremony. Apparently, the person must be someone tied to fate, and luckily for me, there's you." What I picked up was a branding iron. I placed it on the hot brazier. After a few minutes, the iron turned a glowing red. They say you should always give a preview of the pain that awaits. I heard that you must start by branding them at least once. Without asking any questions, I pressed the iron against the man's thigh. The sickening smell of cooking flesh rose. "Be grateful. If it weren't for you, I'd be in quite a bind. So, I'm giving you this chance to save us both some time. I'll remove the gag now." "Cool. They said you were like a delicate flower in a greenhouse, but it seems none of the information was accurate." It wasn't exactly a lie. People change depending on their environment. I've just changed a little. The betrayal of Count Roxon taught me never to trust anyone. Losing my brother and Hina taught me that my enemies always target my loved ones. I was always a quick learner. Having decided not to trust anyone, almost everyone became either meaningless or an enemy to me. I must show no mercy to my enemies. Therefore, I no longer hesitate to harm others. As expected, Raisin was the only exception. I had lost the only other two people who could have been exceptions. This man was the leader of the pursuing party that had been chasing me. Under normal circumstances, he would have succeeded in catching me by now, but reality had turned out this way. The green-haired man, the guardian of this sanctuary, was quite capable. He had killed all the other pursuers, but had captured this man alive. The reason he was kept alive was because he was needed for the ceremony. However, I had my own reasons for dealing with him. Starting tomorrow, I plan to travel around with Raisin, so today was my only chance. I promise you this. If you answer my questions well, I won't harm you. I'm in it. I had no interest in torturing people for pleasure. In fact, such scenes made me feel nauseous. Even now, it was painful to see the man's injuries. But I would do what needed to be done. The questions aren't that difficult. You're going to die anyway, so there's no harm in answering. Here's the first question. What happened to my parents, the Grand Duke and Duchess of Valencia? They're dead. I figured as much. Do you know when and how they died? I heard they died in a battle against Elager. I don't know if that's true. That's all I know. All right, I believe you. Now for the second question. There's no direct bloodline left in the Grand Duchy. So how is Count Roxon maintaining his power? He's not of the main bloodline, just a distant relative. His answer made me frown. That's disgusting. That man definitely needs to be killed. While Syrian went to return the ceremonial sword, I decided to get baptized. It wasn't a decision driven by a sudden surge of faith. Although this church did save my life, the person who did it was Syrian. This church was merely a tool for Syrian. Just as one doesn't thank the surgical scalpel for a successful surgery, I didn't feel much gratitude toward Hybris. So, My decision to join this church was purely my own. If this church reveres Syrian as a saint, then this church is our strength as well. I'll take what I can get. After all, the original Raisin wasn't a devout believer either. My personality isn't great, but the original Raisin's personality was even worse. He wasn't someone who would serve a god with sincerity. What mattered to me was the power I could receive from Hybris. Since Syrian became the saint of this church, I won't pretend not to know. I am serious about protecting the saint, so Hybris will grant me powers as well. Our interests align. The gods in this world were quite businesslike. With this, you are now a follower of the god of rest. There used to be a custom of giving baptismal names. It was quite a long time ago, though. If you wish, I can give you one. No, thank you. I like my name as it is. A wise choice. I'm told I'm not very good at naming things. I thought so. The baptism wasn't particularly difficult. Whether due to the author's lack of imagination or not, it still involved the use of water. A dark room where all light was blocked out. Being submerged in holy water 3 times under the light of a lamp was all there was to it. I wondered if, like the protagonist, the god would directly convey something to me, but the baptism ended without incident from start to finish. It seems Hybris isn't so frivolous. The god of light had said quite a few vague things while reincarnating the female lead. The person who conducted my baptism was the green-haired man from before. According to Syrian, he is the guardian of this place, the sanctuary of Hybris. From the boundary we entered, everything inside is considered sanctuary. Now that my status has changed from outsider or uninvited guest to a follower, his attitude had softened considerably. Encourage the saintess before she enters the ritual. It's not dangerous, but it's not easy either. It will be arduous and challenging. Yes, thank you for your words. However, his taciturn nature hadn't changed. While I dried myself with a towel, he was already preparing to leave. I didn't know what kept him so busy in this small place, but if I let him go now, it would be hard to meet him again in the future. As you said, I'll take good care of the saintess. So how about you spar with me from now on? Why should I? Isn't it my job to succeed you as the guardian? I haven't said anything about passing on the role. I'm not weak enough to need a successor yet. The man smirked. It was a condescending smile, but I looked him straight in the eye. In the original story, Raisin did serve as a guardian in the Hybris church. I never heard of any friction between him and this green-haired man during that process. In the first place, this man was a mysterious figure never even mentioned in the original. Are you just a jerk by nature, or are you testing me? You can't even leave this place, can you? Who told you that? I didn't hear it from anyone. It's obvious. There's no reason for a church with a sword master like you to be holed up in a place like this. Do you know how well church with sword masters as guardians thrive? You're not entirely stupid, at least. His eyes scrutinized me. Come to think of it, you didn't let go of your sword until the very end. Impressive. Against the giant. Yes, it was a pity you closed your eyes, but it was enough to pass. His gaze mostly lingered on my right hand, the hand I used to grip my sword. So, you've managed to wield sword energy. Have you gained confidence? Think you can beat me? I'm challenging you because I don't think I can win. If I thought I could, why would I bother? It'd be a waste of time. Good. I like your attitude. I'll check your sword skills later. I cheered inwardly. I was about to stand up when a man reached out to stop me. But not today. There's still poison in your body. Let's meet again in 2 days at noon. Is that a promise? I don't break my promises. I just have other matters to attend to. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Even after I returned from the baptism, Syrian didn't come back for a long time. I considered going to find her, but then remembered her strict instruction to stay in the room until she returned. If we missed each other, I'd have to listen to her complaints all day. I've got a task to do anyway. I held a thick book in my hand. It was the Holy Scripture detailing the doctrines of Hybris. I was told I must memorize it if I aimed to become the guardian. To think I'd have to study the doctrines of God, I had no interest in. I hated the idea, but it wasn't wrong. What would people say if a guardian didn't know his church's doctrines? I might not need to spout persuasive words like the priests who proselytize, but I should at least be able to recite the contents. The problem was the itchiness that came with studying after such a long time. There's nothing particularly problematic if I read through it. The god of rest, or the god of death, Hybris. Hybris preferred to refer to his divinity as rest rather than death. This was because his duty didn't end with bringing death to life, but with ensuring that wandering souls found rest. Thus, the symbol of the church wasn't a sickle representing harvest, but a lantern guiding souls. A lantern in the dark night. This was the true significance of the Hybris church, leading lost souls. Most of the doctrines reflected this. No matter how sinful a soul was, it had the right to rest after death. All sins committed in life are cleansed by death. And humans and all living beings possess both soul and body. But Hybris only respects the soul. The reason a follower of Hybris should respect the living is that they possess a soul. Guiding the dead is also because every soul deserves rest. Therefore, a body without a soul, like a corpse, doesn't need to be respected. Although this wasn't explicitly written, it was a plausible interpretation based on the doctrine. No, it wasn't just a matter of it could be interpreted that way. When Hybris became known as an evil god in the original story, Syrian didn't hesitate to raise an army of the dead. Up until now, she hesitated because of the external perception. But without such constraints, she could do it any time. There were also several other sinister powers beyond just raising corpses. No wonder he's called an evil god in the future. Not that other gods didn't have their own issues. The god of light, the god of war, the god of faith, the god of compassion, all had aspects that were difficult to understand by modern standards. These were often explained as humans being unable to fully grasp the will of the gods. Eventually, I couldn't finish the scripture and closed it. My head felt like it was pounding. I lay down on the bed, and not long after, Syrian returned. "I'm back. What were you doing?" "I was reading a bit, and then just laid down." "Did you take a bath?" "You smell like flowers." "Yeah, I can do it every day now. If you tell them in advance, they'll even warm the water for you and sprinkle flower petals." The petals had a familiar scent, but I couldn't identify the flower because I knew nothing about flowers. In the castle, we lived so lavishly that they might have mixed several types. Anyway, the scent was quite different from what I used to. Since my natural body odor was faint, the new scent quickly permeated. "That's great. You always loved bathing." Once I got in the water, I felt my whole body relax. It's a bit cramped and old-fashioned, but it's okay. It can't compare to what you used in the castle. Her white face beamed with a smile. She looked even more radiant after a pleasant bath, with her skin appearing smoother. Considering she had been through a lot recently, it seemed she was naturally resilient. "What's that in your hand?" "Some fruits I got for us to eat together. There are strawberries, too. Try them." As soon as Syrian put down the basket, she picked up some fruit with her fingers. Her hand moved directly towards my mouth. Her fingers brushed against my lips momentarily before pulling away. The warmth lingered longer than the brief touch. How is it?" "Sweet. I think the fruits here are tastier than those we had in the castle." "Wow, you're right. They're delicious. Maybe I'll ask for some fruits tomorrow, too." "Let's do that. Want another one?" "I'll get it myself." The basket Syrian brought had apples, grapes, and strawberries in small quantities. We sat on the bed, eating the fruit piece by piece. I heard today that the ritual preparations will take about 3 days. "What will you do until then?" "Tomorrow, I want to walk around with you. I'll introduce you to some people. I got quite close with them while you were asleep for a week. Since this building is used only by you and me, there might be some people you haven't met. The room next to mine is yours." "Yeah. Want to come in?" "It's nothing special." "Your room?" "No, thanks." Even in Reheim, I had never been inside Syrian's room. Aside from when we were babies, even Grand Duke Alencia never set foot in there. There was no way I could have. And frankly, I didn't feel like entering now either. For some reason, I felt a strange sense of guilt. Syrian's eyebrows twitched in displeasure. "Then feed me those grapes. Eat them yourself." "Feed me. I fed you earlier. Why are you acting like a child all of a sudden?" "I don't care. Feed me." Unable to withstand her whining, I fed her. One positive change since entering the sanctuary of Hybras was that we no longer needed to keep watch through the night. With the constant threat of beast and monster attacks now behind us, we could sleep soundly in our room. You only realize its value once you lose it. Adequate sleep was an incredibly precious thing. Looking back, having to keep watch with just the two of us on the road was too harsh. I vowed to acquire proper travel gear for our next journey. Something enchanted with magic. Anyway, with my fatigue gone, I started my day with physical training. Staying cooped up in a room, even as a patient, didn't suit my personality, and physical fitness deteriorates if not maintained daily. As long as I had a good environment to eat and rest, my body would continue to grow. There happened to be a suitable open space near my lodging, which I used as a training ground. With the environment set, there was no reason not to put in the effort. Even now, my future enemies wouldn't be slacking off. Even as a sword master, I can't afford to be complacent. I must treat this as just the beginning. The original novel of this world was a reverse harem story. This meant it prioritized character appeal, with various male leads surrounding the female protagonist like trophies. Each one bore grand titles like Archmage and Sword Saint. Knowing I'd eventually face such adversaries, I had no time to rest. I had to surpass even the original Raisin. After running for a while, I was drying off after a wash when I heard a slightly annoyed voice behind me. I knew it. I told you to rest until I got back. Syrian was glaring at me, with eyes full of dissatisfaction. Her cheeks puffed up slightly, as if she were about to sulk. I expected some scolding, but I didn't think she'd get mad so quickly. This is nothing, really, but you promised me. You could have waited to run until after your treatment. The morning air was just too refreshing. Syrian pouted at my nonchalant answer. Her small hand slapped my back with force. The sound echoed crisply, and my back burned with pain. That's your punishment for not listening. Your hand got quite strong, huh? If I hit lightly, you wouldn't even pretend it hurt. Ahem. Even when she was furious, she used to throw soft punches. Now she'd grown enough to deliver a slap that actually hurt. It seemed I'd raised a beast. Well, Syrian's worries weren't baseless. My body still had traces of poison. After moving around a lot, I felt some discomfort in my limbs. I got out of breath quickly, and my body didn't move quite the way I wanted it to. But it wasn't too bad. At this rate, I'd be fully healed in a few days, maybe even by tomorrow. It made sense, given that the church's saintess had used all her divine power to heal me. Though Hybra's divine power was not well suited for healing, sheer quantity could overcome inefficiency. Just like this. Hybras, grant me your light. After a bit of tussle, I sat with my back to Syrian. With a calm prayer, she placed her hands on my back. Starting from where her hands touched, a warm energy spread through my body. The divine power entered me slowly, like ink spreading in water, meticulously healing every part it touched. Both mana and divine power carry the will of their users. Syrian's divine power was this careful and thoughtful because it reflected her personality. I can feel that most of the wounds are healed, but it's still not complete. Considering I was hurt by such a monster, this is a quick recovery. It's fine if the treatment takes a bit longer, as long as there are no lasting effects. Yeah, that should be okay. They said it was partly turned into a curse because the spider's lingering thoughts were so strong. That's kind of creepy. Syrian poured her divine power for over 10 minutes before finally lifting her hands. By then, my body was filled with warmth. She tapped my back gently. All done. How do you feel? Any better? Thanks to you. I feel much better than before. Hee. I'm working hard on my studies. Her lips curved into a gentle smile. Lately, Syrian seemed even more susceptible to praise than before. She couldn't hide her happiness, even while brushing aside her hair bashfully. Syrian stood up first and grabbed my arm, pulling me along. Let's go outside now. I haven't had a chance to explore this place yet. I've been wanting to look around with you. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Within the sanctuary of Hybras, there were about 10 people living there, including us. In truth, it wasn't much of a properly organized church. The only one continuously handling church affairs was the guardian. while the rest were practically civilians. It was more like a small village with a few devotees. Even those involved in the church's work had only recently started to put things in order. Due to a lack of personnel, one person often took on multiple roles. The woman in front of us was a prime example. We met briefly yesterday, right? This is Melissa. She's currently our only nun and will be assisting me exclusively. She'll also help with Raisin's duties. I'm Raisin. Please take care of me, sister. Please speak informally. I heard you're from a noble family. I'll do my best to serve you wholeheartedly. Melissa also prepares our meals. That soup we had yesterday was her doing. Oh, it was delicious. Thank you. Melissa had a quiet demeanor, appearing to be in her early to mid-40s. A gentle smile played on her lips, accentuated by the wrinkles around her mouth. Yesterday, she had worn a devotee's robe, but today she was in a nun's habit. The habit showed no signs of wear, likely made after Syrian received her blessings. It seemed she had only just finished sewing it in time to wear it today. After the brief introduction, Melissa continued to walk around, cleaning various parts of the building. Syrian and I headed to the dining hall, where she grabbed an apple. We walked leisurely, munching on the fruit together. This is the vegetable garden. Bigger than it looks, right? They say it's maintained by everyone here. The vegetable garden looked much like the ones I was used to seeing. A low fence, barely knee-high, marked the boundaries of the plots. Tender green sprouts peeked out from the carefully cultivated soil. Syrian crouched down and gently touched the leaves of a sprout with her fingers. You know, it's been a really long time since I've seen such tiny sprouts. The garden at home only had fully grown flowers, but they did plant new ones every spring in the back garden. Yeah, I saw that last spring. So, it's been a year since I saw new sprouts. They're so cute and tiny now, but they'll grow so big by autumn. It seems Syrian had forgotten that she herself was once very small, and even now, she wasn't very big. It was a strange feeling, like watching a child who thinks they're already an adult. Given the stinging pain in my back from earlier, I decided to keep my mouth shut. She caressed the sprouts gently, as if afraid she might harm them. Once satisfied with her exploration of the vegetable garden, she stood up. Next, we headed to the temple, the most splendid place in this secluded area. It was where we had gone for the baptism yesterday. The temple's interior wasn't much different from what we had seen, but it was my first time entering the sanctuary and prayer rooms. They were quiet, modest spaces without much adornment. I didn't think I'd be visiting them often, so I just took it in with my eyes. After offering a candle with Syrian, we returned. This is fun. It feels like we're on an adventure. Haven't we had plenty of adventures? Aren't you tired of them by now? Ugh, those weren't adventures. Adventures should be fun. Like in the fairy tales? What's wrong with fairy tales? I like them. Anyway, Raisin, you've always been like an old man. My eyes widened. An old man? You're just a kid. I swallowed the retort that rose to my lips. As a transmigrator, the last thing I wanted was to argue with a child over something like this. It was, in my opinion, far too undignified. On our way out of the temple, we encountered a child. The child's name was Luan. At most, he was about 8 years old, with a bright and innocent face typical for his age. His expression was full of mischief, making him seem like he could cause as much trouble as Tyrion. I was surprised to see a child in this place, but even more surprising was how cheeky and impolite modern kids could be. After a brief greeting, the first question out of Luan's mouth was this. So, what's the relationship between you two? Are you dating? W what? Syrian was at a loss for words. Syrian, Ilencia. So, what's the relationship between you two? Are you dating? What? Are you two dating? Have you kissed? Kissed? You shouldn't say such things carelessly. What is this kid saying right now? A shrill noise came out of my mouth. My face flushed hot, and I fanned myself with my hands. I wanted to scold this impudent brat immediately, but Raisin just stood by with an indifferent expression. We're not dating. We've just been childhood friends. R.A. Raisin is my knight. S.O.S.O. Is it strange for a saint to be with her knight? Oh, I see. I was just curious. You two are always together, so I thought you were dating. Even when I first saw the saint, you were together. That was because Raisin was sick then. When I first saw Juan, it was right after I had made a deal with the Guardian. In other words, it was a time when Raisin was in danger. Looking back, I had been quite on edge. I had even harshly pushed Melissa away when she tried to wipe Raisin's sweat. It felt like I was surrounded by enemies on all sides, unable to let my guard down for even a moment. I feared losing Raisin if I took my eyes off him for even a second. Don't you dare touch him. I thought he was sweating a lot. I'll do it myself. Move. If Raisin gets hurt any further, I'll never forgive you. Then I'll bring some warm water. It was just an expression of my fear. I didn't want to lose Raisin again. He was my precious knight, my only friend and mutual confidant. But they thought we were dating? Does that mean others see Raisin and me as a couple? My mind became tangled. I couldn't think straight, and yet a flood of random thoughts crowded my head, making it spin. I felt strange noises in my ears. The world spun around. I wanted to stay on my feet, but I held back, fearing it would look odd. The sun's rays suddenly felt harsh, somewhere in my chest, or maybe my cheeks. Sometimes it was the inside of my throat that kept tingling. Calm down. At least I've managed to cover it up for now. Raisin said we were childhood friends. I said Raisin was my knight, so we were together. Cover up? Was this something to cover up? I didn't like it. The child who had asked nodded quickly in understanding, but I was still in turmoil. I felt irritated. I couldn't explain it specifically, but it was annoyingly frustrating. I bit my lip without thinking. It hurt. If only it was just pain, but I felt an unjust resentment toward the whole world. The tree next to me seemed to mock me. Should I just cut it down? Does it know that my only weapon is an axe? An axe is a weapon meant to cut down trees. No matter how sturdy you are, you wouldn't withstand my chopping. Behave before I get angry. The impudent, rude, and irreverent brat was a problem too. Juan, who had messed up my head like this, quickly turned his attention elsewhere. Oh, there's Aunt Melissa. I think she's calling me. I'll go. Okay. Be careful not to trip. Sure. Is he running away? Should I not let him go? Raisin let Juan go, as if nothing had happened. I felt annoyed by that as well. In the end, I was the only one who was agitated in this situation. This made me look like a petty woman. Raisin cautiously stepped in my line of sight. Syrian? Are you angry? Of course not. There's no reason for me to be suddenly angry. Right? It's just that your expression didn't look good. How'd it look bad? Never mind. I must have been mistaken. Yeah, you must have been. I don't know. I don't know why I'm like this, or why I got angry at the kid's words. What I want to be with Raisin. At first, I wanted Raisin to be my knight alone. So yesterday, we held a private knighting ceremony. I was happy. It felt like I had fulfilled a long-cherished wish. The hill we were on felt like a cloud, and every step was like walking in a dream. In that moment, my world consisted only of Raisin and me. In such a world, I felt I could live forever. Why did I feel embarrassed when asked if we were dating? Being asked if we were dating obviously implied something. It meant asking if we were in love. Love? I've heard the word often, but I don't really understand what it means. My parents were undoubtedly in love. You could tell just by looking at their eyes. Their gazes dripped with affection. And they loved me too. I definitely grew up receiving love. Both were love. The love between a man and a woman and the love between parents and a child are said to be different. But how exactly? A night when the stars scattered brilliantly. I heard something similar while sitting in my mother's lap in a rocking chair. It was when I asked how she and my father first met. We met at a debutante ball. We were already engaged, and I fell for him first. Really? What was Dad like back then? Was he incredibly handsome? Your father was as sharp as the winter wind. He acted as if he had gathered all the world's chill. I don't know how many noble girls he made cry. Was he like that to you too? No. I thought I was engaged to a scary man, but he treated me warmly. Since I was so scared, he always kept a distance of about 3 steps. I never imagined I would fall for those mere 3 steps. I was about 5 years old then. My mother smiled warmly as she looked at the sky. It was a smile that radiated cozy happiness. I envy my mother's smile. I wanted to be someone who could smile like that someday. Syrian, love is an emotion that can change your entire life. It can block your eyes and ears, make what you thought was natural seem unnatural, and turn what you liked into something you dislike. Turn what you liked into something you dislike. Huh? I thought the 3 steps he rigidly maintained were a protective barrier. I felt safe as long as he kept those 3 steps. But as time passed, I began to hate those 3 steps. Did Dad do something to make you hate him? No. Dad was the same as always. He was a very polite fiancé. I liked that. I thought there should be manners and dignity between a man and a woman. I still think so, but it wasn't always pleasant. My mother clasped my hand tightly. Maybe because of that memory, I grabbed Raisin's hand too. Raisin, though flustered, silently complied. Only then did the knot in my heart begin to melt away. It was absurd. A heart so complicated and tangled unraveled so easily. It felt like my mother's voice was clear in my ears. After getting to know each other so well, I thought it would be okay to get a little closer. Not 3 steps, but 2. Maybe even 1 step. I hated the barrier that had protected me so much. So did Dad come closer? No. He's always been like a stone. He was so clueless that I suffered a lot. You said that before too. That Dad is clueless. Yes, he's really clueless. My heart was always fickle, but he never wavered. I wanted him close, but also wanted him far. Still, Syrian. Hearts are like that. They waver and complain, and through that, they come to understand. Sometimes I resented Raisin, but in truth, I couldn't hate him. Even when he called me a childhood friend. No matter how Raisin introduced me, I wouldn't have liked it. Honestly, Raisin wasn't at fault at all. It was all my childishness. The important thing isn't your heart's complaints, Syrian. It's why your heart wants to complain so much. When you only see one person in the whole world, when you only hear one person's words no matter what music you listen to, then you'll understand. Understand what? Love. Raisin, I have something to say. Yes. Well, I. You jerk, slow down a bit. My legs hurt. Oh, sorry. Even now, I couldn't admit it. That I like Raisin? Not as a childhood friend, but as a woman? That I love Raisin? I absolutely couldn't admit that. If I did, everything I've done for you so far would turn into a courtship and confession. That can't be. My pride won't allow it. So, I'm not the one who fell first. Raisin, if you confess to me, I'll consider accepting it. Just wait. I got you as my knight in the end. Getting you entirely shouldn't be too hard. Give me your arm, not your hand. I'm tired, so I want to hold on to it. Oh, okay. At that time, I didn't know that even after more than 4 years, our relationship would not progress. Noon the next day, the appointed time had arrived. I had prepared in advance and waited, so the guardian arrived right on time. It was his usual teleportation. No matter how many times I saw it, I couldn't get used to that power. If such power could be used outside, the Empire's political landscape would have been reorganized around the Hybrus Church. If a sword master went around slicing enemy commanders with that power, there'd be no countermeasures. That man looked at me with a peculiar expression. Did something happen between you and the Saintess yesterday? Excuse me? Isn't that too abrupt? She seemed a bit off, like she couldn't sleep. Ah, well, it's nothing significant. The guardian's eyes twitched. He seemed suspicious, but it was hard to explain in detail. After being questioned by that kid, Juan, yesterday Syrian had been out of sorts all day. She looked a bit angry, so I couldn't approach her easily. But would she really get mad over something like that? Understanding the mind of a girl that age was impossible. It slightly reminded me of bad memories from the modern era. Don't make your friend's boyfriend your own. Both of you will get hurt, you inconsiderate brats. Really, it's nothing significant. We didn't even fight. All right, as long as it doesn't affect the ritual, it's fine. Is the ritual that difficult? It's not difficult, but it can be painful. I can't tell you the details. Seeing him like that, I figured no amount of prying would get me an answer. He hates tiresome arguments. It might be better to change my approach altogether. So, what would be the best thing to say? There's nothing you can do. Just stay with her until the ritual. Cheer her on. Yes, well, let's do that. Pick a sword. Let's check your skills first. On the appointed day, the guardian brought several swords. None of them had sharp edges, fitting for training, but all were made of steel. Can I just use my own sword? I brought it with me. No, you're too used to that one. It's not like I've used it for that long. Just pick one. All right. My primary weapon was a sword just under 1 meter in length. It was comfortable to hold with one hand. So far, it had often been advantageous to keep one hand free. Depending on the situation, I'd hold a shield draw a dagger, or use it to grab an opponent. I handled each one, choosing the one whose length and balance felt most familiar. The sword I lightly gripped fit perfectly in my hand. But I've been wondering, what should I call you? I can't keep saying you or that guy. Call me whatever you like. It's uncomfortable for me. Just call me whatever comes to mind. Really? Anything? Yes. He could have just told me his name. What an unnecessarily exhausting person. But he messed with the wrong guy. I knew exactly how to deal with people like him. Daring to put on airs in front of me, a member of the humorous race? It would only take 3 words to get his name. Hey, you jerk. Whack. A strong impact struck my head immediately. He used the sheath as a club to hit my crown. It was ridiculously fast. I even braced myself for retaliation, but couldn't react in time. What? You said to call you whatever I want. I said call me whatever you want. Not to be disrespectful. Then just tell me a name. What's so expensive about it? TCH, call me Edwin. You don't have to be formal, but show at least a minimal amount of respect. Yes, understood. At least I got his name. Satisfied with that, I distanced myself appropriately from Edwin. I began to slowly analyze my surroundings. First, this clearing was quite spacious. There wasn't any sand like a training ground, but there was enough room to swing a sword freely. Of course, there weren't any particular objects to use or avoid. The only things worth noting were Edwin's collar or hair. In a real fight, he'd be wearing armor or a helmet, so those weren't useful targets in a sparring match. I used to employ such tactics with Tyrion occasionally. This time, it would be challenging. Edwin's sword was similar in size to mine. From his stance, he seemed to favor an outfighting style. Given his height advantage, I was at a slight disadvantage in terms of reach. He didn't seem like the type to rely on brute strength, but I'd find out soon enough. I didn't think optimistically about it. Do you use sword aura? Use it to your heart's content. I'll only use as much as I need. You sound confident. Well, you won't even touch my collar at your level. I'd heard this kind of confidence before. I felt an urge to scratch that arrogance. Really? How about a bet? No. If you're not confident, just be honest. Come on. It's not like I'd tease you for it. If I accept, you'll gamble everything just to tear my collar, right? There's no reason to damage my intact clothes. I want to see your skill, not how crazy you are. I was at a loss for words. If you're done with idle talk, let's begin. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. My opponent was a sword master, clearly stronger than me. No need to test the waters. I lunged with sword aura from the start. Crackle. Red sparks flew before my eyes. Thanks to my improved condition, the light was much stronger than last time. Black sword aura sliced through the air multiple times. Edwin didn't use his usual teleportation, but his movements were still fast. Slowly, I pressured the space, making it impossible for him to only dodge. Eventually, he had to move his sword. When our blades met, a powerful shock made us both step back. For the first time, Edwin's lips curved into a smile. Good. You've got talent for an outsider. Is that a compliment? Halfway. It would have been much better to become a normal sword master. It's not like I had a choice. Edwin's sword aura was a gloomy gray. The gray energy thickly enveloped his blade. It seemed he found it burdensome to use thin sword aura. It was a good sign. Every clash of our energies created a strong shock. At first, my arms felt numb, but soon my body adapted. The overload from my own sword aura was more painful than these shocks. Fundamentally, when sword masters fight, it's hard to clash blades directly. Their energies repel each other. Though his teachings were helpful, I didn't feel the need to respond. Edwin didn't seem to expect an answer either. Instead, I decided to show him through my actions. I decided to take a more aggressive stance. Using my back foot for propulsion, I delivered a powerful blow with my entire body weight. It was a mid-cut that was difficult to avoid with mere body movement. The moment my sword rebounded from the repulsive force between our auras, I re-entered using the momentum. 5 times in total. I attacked as if a battering ram were pounding on a castle gate. I have an extra dagger. Can I use it? Go ahead. It's sharp. You worry too much. Black energy enveloped the dagger in my hand. It was like a black mist or ink staining the air. I slipped the dagger in a fraction of a second before our swords clashed. If our energies repelled each other, I'd use that repulsive force to my advantage. I pushed Edwin's sword away with the dagger. The forced movement rendered his blade meaningless as a barrier. It seemed like I could seize the momentum with this attack, but my sword lost its strength. Principles are just that, principles. Just because energies repel doesn't mean the fight becomes purely about skill. It actually gets more complex. His gray energy began to engulf my blade. The electricity that seemed capable of tearing everything lost its power, and the black mist dissipated. I had to retreat quickly before my sword was completely overtaken. Novice swordsmen often think that wielding sword aura means they can cut through anything. They focus solely on the aura of a sword master. It's true that the allure of sword aura is undeniable. It can cut through magic or even the divine if the levels aren't equal. How could a swordsman not desire it? But sword aura isn't the entirety of a sword master. That perspective is fundamentally flawed. A sword master reaches a domain only by seeing the extremes of the sword. To think they become mere machines wielding sword aura is absurd. You don't need to be a sword master to slice through the weak. A sword enchanted with powerful magic can allow even an ordinary swordsman to perform similarly. There's no need for complex techniques just to wield a sharp blade. Thus, the significance of a sword master lies in their use of sword aura. The aura itself. In a duel between sword masters, one must use all the skills they've learned along with their aura in various ways. Sword aura is merely a tool. Just as you've paid attention to every move and breath of your opponent until now, you must now pay attention to sword aura. A sword master isn't the end of the path. It's a new beginning. Sword auras fundamentally repel each other, but depending on their use, they can also consume each other. When sword aura is consumed, you lose control. It became difficult to handle my own sword. It felt as if Edwin's movements controlled both my sword and body. As my blade was forced outward, my defense opened wide. Edwin's sword reached my throat. It was a complete and utter defeat. I'll overhaul your basics from scratch. Any objections? None. After training with Edwin, my swordsmanship had undergone significant changes. First and foremost, I had solidified my strategy. I used to rely more on technique and speed rather than sheer strength in combat. But recently, I had begun to become more aggressive. It was a kind of transition phase. After all, I was still just a boy. To stand against robust knights, I had no choice but to depend on skill rather than brute force. However, things had changed now. My swordsmanship had become too destructive to rely solely on skill. The power that devoured not only my enemies, but also myself. Ever since I learned how to properly wield sword aura, even Edwin could not carelessly counter my sword strikes. It was a force honed with extreme killing intent. Aggressive like a famished beast, there was no match for it in terms of simple destructive power or force. If your power burdens your body, then just don't use it for long. Practice using sword aura only when necessary. Otherwise, aim for a quick, decisive battle. It's not that obedient to turn on and off at will. I'll give it a try, but it probably won't work. Then you'll have to learn to end it quickly. A quick, decisive battle. Like Raisin in the novel, my swordsmanship transformed to heighten its aggressiveness. It was a form that forced my opponent to bleed at the cost of giving up some defense. And I changed my sword. It was a much larger straight sword than what I used to wield. The blade was about half as long again, and its width was nearly a span. To exaggerate a bit, it was the size of a greatsword, though I could still manage to swing it with one hand. I had to use my shoulder and back muscles together, so my movements became larger. But with a larger blade to channel the sword aura through, its destructive power was doubled. In that case, wouldn't it be better to just use a greatsword? I don't see why you need to wield this with one hand. If you grip the sword with both hands, do you plan to cast holy spells by putting the sword down? I guess you'll need to find polite enemies who will wait while you form hand seals. Using sword aura as a holy knight feels kind of funny. I can't quite imagine it. That's not something you need to worry about. What's important is that you, even as a sword master, accepted holiness. It's rare for a holy knight to become a sword master, but the opposite is even rarer. Since you've been blessed, it would be a waste not to use it. Just as true mage, swordsmen were rare, so were holy knights who used sword aura. Usually, sword masters were bodies that couldn't use magic or holiness, and even if they could, it was often to a minimal extent. There were instances where holy knights reached a high level through training, but their pure swordsmanship was generally weaker than other sword masters. However, I received holy blessings after becoming sword master. Although I was somewhat lacking, it was an unprecedented event significant enough to be recorded in history books. With this, my growth potential was fundamentally different from other holy knights. I assure you, this is an unprecedented event. If you don't settle for mediocrity, the world will soon revere you. Even if you suddenly praise me like that, I have nothing to give you. I don't need anything. As I've always said, just support the saint as well. Also, help expand the faith while you're at it. I'll do that without being told. To me, Edwin was the perfect sparring partner. Having someone to exert my full strength against without worry was rare. In typical sparring, I had to hold back to avoid injuries. But with Edwin, there was no such concern. He was far stronger than I was, an overwhelming force whose origin I couldn't fathom. Even at full strength, I had no fear of injuring him, and he even provided guidance. Thanks to him, my skills were improving rapidly. Every time I unleashed a full-force strike, I adjusted my sword technique, refining it with each exchange of blows. Sometimes I tried to imitate Edwin's swordplay, and at other times I aggressively encroached on his techniques. It's best if you give up on trying to copy me. It's not something you can easily mimic. I feel like I could get the hang of it if I keep trying. It'll be tough, but that doesn't mean it's impossible, right? I clearly distinguished between what was possible and what wasn't. Just because I decided not to rely on technique didn't mean I was abandoning it entirely. There's a clear difference between choosing not to use something and being unable to use it. And so day by day, I swung my sword with Edwin for hours. Surprisingly, he sparred with me as much as I wanted. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Melissa bowed her head politely. There's still some time before the ceremony begins, Saintess. In the meantime, would you like to greet the others? Thank you. I'll be there shortly. In front of the only temple within the sanctuary. The deep night had settled over the temple. Several lanterns hung in front of the gray temple. The crimson light from the lanterns rippled like waves over Syrian's silver hair. Under the ethereal glow, her hair was more beautifully arranged than usual. Her side hair was neatly braided and tied back, and her well-combed locks cascaded down to her waist. Melissa placed a black veil over Syrian's head. The translucent veil spread wide over her back. The black fabric covered half of her delicate face. From my angle, I could only see Syrian's lips. Syrian smiled slightly. Having seen that face for so long, I could tell. It was a fake smile. She was forcing herself to smile to hide her trembling emotions. They say the ceremony will take quite a while. About a month. I'll wait outside. If it gets too hard, you can give up. I'm not giving up. What do you take me for? Syrian grinned mischievously. Thankfully, this time, it was a genuine smile. Unlike the shabby clothes she wore after leaving the castle, Syrian was now properly dressed in the robes of a saintess. The pitch-black silk, like the night sky itself, softly wrapped around her body. Through the wide sleeves, I could see the evening glove she wore with one finger hooked through. So when I held her hand, I could feel both the silk and her skin at the same time. I heard her take a deep breath. Raisin, this might sound strange all of a sudden, but do you remember my cousins who were at the castle with us? Of course I remember. You were worried about them, even when we went to the cabin. Several branch families of Valencia were staying at Reheim Castle. Syrian cared deeply for the younger cousins from those branch families. She had never considered social status when forming attachments. Even when her own life was in danger, she was more concerned about her younger cousins. Syrian's hand squeezed mine tightly. There was a desperation in her grip, like someone clinging to a branch at the edge of a cliff. I wonder what she was about to say that made her hesitate so much, but what came out of her mouth was completely unexpected. Those kids, could you kill them if I asked you to? Even the children of Count Roxan? Yes, all of them. Some of them might be the ones you're close with. If I asked you to kill them too, could you do it? I couldn't answer immediately. There were a few faces that came to mind, and I needed a moment. But ultimately, my conclusion was the same. If you wish it, thank you. I needed to ask, even if just once. Why so suddenly? When you were asleep, I sent some people out to gather information. They returned today. Syrian nodded towards the side of the temple. Two robust priests bowed their heads. Though I couldn't see their faces well, their builds were unfamiliar. These must have been the ones who had gone out. Syrian bit her lips slightly. She looked as though she was about to say something she didn't want to. She sighed briefly. It seems Count Roxan is quite capable. I sent one person to the Grand Duchy, and they said everything seemed peaceful, as if nothing had happened. At least, that's how it appeared on the surface. But from my perspective, it's likely there was already a bloodbath. So, they've been preparing for a long time. They anticipated this and planned thoroughly for what would come after. Yes, it seems finding allies within the family will be difficult now. The people in this forest couldn't have suddenly brought back such secret information from within the family. So, they must have only brought back what was visible on the surface. But even just from what they heard, there were things we could infer. Count Roxan had already seized control of the Grand Duchy. Considering the time we spent in the cabin and wandering in this forest, it was not surprising. He was competent. He would have perfectly planned the aftermath long before successfully leading the rebellion. Even if we returned to the Grand Duchy now, we wouldn't have any allies within the family. If there were any, they would be very few or already dead. This meant that if my beloved cousins were alive now, they could be our enemies. They might have been accomplices from the beginning. Syrian seemed to lean towards the likelihood that they were traitors from the start. And before we go to the Marquis of Ellerin, we have something to do. The old Marquis died of illness. Now the young Marquis is waiting to succeed. Are we changing our destination entirely? For a while. We'll visit eventually. We'll keep heading northeast. There's something we need to take care of there. What is it? Syrian came close to me. She stood on her tiptoes, and I bent one knee to match her height. Soon, our foreheads touched, and I heard her whisper, "This one order alone is not enough. Let's gather people who will become our strength." From the streets. Those who, like us, were abandoned by someone and wounded. Those who, having endured terrible pain, had turned into blind beasts. A month later, Syrian successfully completed the ceremony. And 4 years passed. Rakitas, the Lawless Zone, a city now more famous by its nickname, the Lawless Zone, than its original name. In the slums of Rakitas, rumors spread that you could kill someone for a mere handful of bread. In the alleys reeking of musty smells, corpses lay around like stones, and people regarded them with indifference. To them, a corpse was no different from the trash scattered on the streets. In fact, they didn't see themselves as any different either. More than half of the city was an evil den of crime. Criminals who couldn't live in ordinary places. Mercenaries who broke contracts. Deserters who feared the battlefield. And the like flowed into this societal sewage dump. Even the emperor, who fancied himself the father of the empire, had lost interest in this land, leaving it steeped in the stench of alcohol. Give him another hit. Goddamn bastard. Already down after a few punches? If you lose me money, I'll rip your mouth apart. Ha ha. That's right. Gouge his eyes out. A dive bar selling cheap liquor. On the worn wooden floor, two men were throwing punches at each other. Their faces were already marked with red scars and bloodstains from the repeated blows exchanged. Not only did the onlookers show no intention of stopping the fight, but even the bar owner seemed to welcome the sudden brawl. Frankly, the liquor he sold wasn't very good, and to sell more of it, he needed some entertaining spectacle. As a result, fights broke out in this bar every single day. It wasn't particularly unusual to see two rough men fighting. It wasn't a large-scale brawl involving dozens of people. Thus, something out of the ordinary referred to a different type of event. For instance, seeing a well-dressed man and woman enter this shabby place. A swordsman exuding an aura of danger. A lady so valuable she wore a veil to hide even a single strand of hair and the slightest hint of her eyes. As soon as the two entered, the bar fell silent. Even the men who had been punching each other stopped their fight momentarily. In a halted time, the two moved leisurely. The swordsman took a seat close to the owner, and the lady silently followed to sit beside him. 3 silver coins were placed in front of the owner. "Give me a drink of whatever you're best at. The lady next to me will be fine with just cold water." "That seems like too much money for that. Isn't it good to receive more if you're just planning to buy drinks?" The owner was a seasoned man. In a rough place like this, running a bar naturally required experience. Instead of hastily grabbing the silver coins, he picked up a glass first. "If you order what we're best at or the most expensive, there's always one drink I serve. It's called tomorrow's tears. I'm curious about the origin. It means if you drink it, you'll wake up tomorrow. It's pretty strong." A chuckle escaped from under his white beard and wrinkled mouth. Suddenly, he took one of the silver coins. "I don't want to look like an accomplice, so I'll earn my keep. Watch your back." With those words, the swordsman reached back. It seemed he hadn't even checked properly, but his hand precisely grabbed and took away a club. The whole process looked as easy as taking a toy from child. The owner decided to divert his attention from the swordsman. The future events were too predictable to bother being curious. "It seems there might be some commotion. It's fine. Just don't let too much blood splatter. It's hard to clean up. I'll keep that in mind." The swordsman swung the club he had taken as if it had always been his. The first strike was to the arm, the next to the ribs, and finally to the temple, all in an instant. Each hit was precise. The fluidity of his movements left no room for awkwardness. At his waist hung an ordinary longsword. If what he had in his hand had been that sword, as this thought crossed the attacker's mind, his feet instinctively stepped back. It was a meaningless act. The swordsman closed the gap in one swift move and knocked the man out with a single blow. 2 men lay sprawled on the floor in a ridiculous state. Does he refrain from killing? The owner wondered. Even though they had made the first move, the swordsman had not killed them. If it had been a mutual fist fight, it might have been different, but such an ambush was akin to robbery. Had he killed them, it wouldn't have been a blemish in this lawless Rakitas. "Here is tomorrow's tears. Since you seem busy, I'll just leave it here." A drink placed on the table. For the first time, the lady, who had been quiet until now, showed interest. Tomorrow's tears appeared to be an elegant cocktail. Though it was mostly filled with cheap rum, its turquoise color gave it a mystical look. It was at that moment when the lady picked up the glass. Her attention was entirely on the drink, and the swordsman was moving the unconscious men to a corner. In other words, it was the perfect condition for another ambush. Several thugs approached the lady from behind, and soon the sound of a chair hitting the floor was heard. The chair had fallen with a person. The owner glanced over. Cleaning up 3 bodies in one night is quite the task. "Can I take another silver coin? You've got quite the skill for an old man. Couldn't run this place without it." Indeed, one thug had a dagger precisely embedded in the back of his head. But were there 3 fallen men? It seemed the lady had whispered something quietly. Still, how could that result in death? The owner felt curious, but his old instincts held him back. In the end, no one dared to touch the man and woman. He was a man who knew the virtue of restraint. The swordsman sat down again. He was breathing normally, as if nothing had happened. "If I give that last coin back, could you pour a drink for everyone in the bar? There's plenty of money, but why the affection for them? Think of it as a bribe from us. If they cause more trouble, consider it as a drink for their graves. You want them to keep quiet." Understood. The owner knew well how to handle the patrons of Rakitas. His fist slammed into the bar with a loud bang. "The gentleman here says take a drink or draw your swords and come at him. He's kindly offered to take your heads himself. I don't recall saying it that way. Think of it as industry parlance. Just as the lady uses refined speech, we have our own ways of speaking. They need to hear this to understand. Oh, he's just here for a quiet drink. Interesting. It seems we chose the right bar. But who drank this? The lady here." The swordsman met the lady's eyes. Though her face was veiled, the owner felt that their eyes truly met. For the first time, her sweet voice rang out. "It tasted awful. That's not what I'm curious about. You always stop me from drinking. I was especially curious this time. Your drinking habits are problematic. Last time at the mercenary camp, you clearly... If you say any more, I might kill everyone in this bar. For the sake of my honor. Just because she's a noblewoman doesn't mean her language is always refined. The owner chuckled. He noticed the swordsman's hand in his view. Though his palm was covered by fingerless gloves, calluses marked his fingers. And his nonchalant attitude toward everything. Despite looking young, there was no doubt he was an exceptionally skilled swordsman. Certainly not someone the thugs around here could challenge. Come to think of it, this kind of thing happened occasionally. Formidable individuals would sometimes wander into this lawless city. Whenever that happened, bloodshed was inevitable. The owner decided he would close the shop for a while. Fortunately, he saw an opportunity for a substantial amount of money right in front of him. If the drink was disappointing, perhaps this old man's stories might interest you. I'm willing to pay well for good content. That's music to my ears. As one gets older, one tends to know quite a bit about the happenings around here. Then, are you good at finding people? People. The owner sensed a strong whiff of blood from that word. Getting too involved would surely end badly. My body is too old to run around. You, being young, might find it easier to search yourself. For someone who talks like that, you seem quite fit. Your arms look thicker than mine. Just a bit of morning exercise. So who are you looking for in this dump? The name is quite old. About 4 years. Can you recall? I haven't gone senile yet. For years is still fresh in my mind. At that moment, the swordsman and the lady exchanged glances. A silent conversation. The owner decided to wait patiently. In his mind, he was already planning his vacation. Maybe he should start packing slowly and leave by tomorrow. In fact, the 3 silver coins they gave him were more than enough to cover a month's revenue for this shabby bar. The name, I'm sure it was Carew. A former ranger deserter, a tough guy in this city. Familiar name. About 4 years ago, right? Heard he took a job and got killed. I have some connections with Carew. I like to know about the people involved. The reward will be generous. More than enough. The owner finally understood the two of them. They were avengers. Ones with a deep-seated thirst for vengeance. He revised his plans. Leaving this city as soon as possible would be wise. Maybe even tonight. A very quiet storm was brewing before his eyes. The territory of Rakitas, a lawless zone, became a playground for the greed of every criminal. One might wonder what kind of benefits could exist in such a decrepit, run-down city. But there was a certain allure, a taste of sweet rewards that lingered in the air. Evil, long accumulated, naturally called forth gold and desire. A pleasure district overflowing with alcohol and drugs, women and violence. A primal city where only instinct thrived. Countless individuals threw themselves into this city, driven by their desires. It was a fight where the only alternative to gaining everything was death. In this wilderness, 2 factions emerged as the final survivors. The sewer rats, who grew powerful through the drug trade, and Crescent Moon, who thrived on handling secret information, were the 2 dominant forces. They each survived by eliminating their rivals through their own methods. Naturally, those who grew this powerful had no reason to leave each other alone. For a long time, these 2 titans toured each other. It was a prolonged battle where the balance of power shifted back and forth, sometimes turning into a cold, warlike stalemate. The reason this old conflict is now spoken of as a thing of the past is simple. The recent strife between the 2 factions had essentially come to an end. Even the tavern owner didn't seem to know the full details. He only mentioned that at some point, the tide turned sharply. A monster-like figure had appeared, and thanks to him, the sewer rats had essentially taken control of Rakitas. Now, the Crescent Moon was little more than a ragtag group of survivors. Take over the city with those trash? I don't know who this guy is, but I'd like to see his face at least once. The sewer rats. Drug addicts high on mullet flowers. The stench of blood and water that came from their side effects was likened to the smell of sewage, which is how they earned their derogatory name. To the public, sewer rats referred to such depraved lives. People who sold their souls for a fleeting pleasure, trading their freedom for an addiction so strong that they became slaves to it. Without their drugs, they were no better than corpses, utterly incapable of getting involved in the city's power struggles. Yet, in this city of sin, the term sewer rats was used in a broader sense. It encompassed everyone, from those who made and sold drugs to the dealers who sometimes even sold the addicts as goods, and the higher-ups who reaped all the profits from behind the scenes. In a way, the derogatory term had become the name of the organization itself. Syrian and I had made all those sewer rats our enemies. I've got a debt to settle with those sewer rats. On the day Tryon died and Hina set out on her long journey, our first enemies were those sewer rats. We recognized them by that distinct stench of blood and water, knowing they had come to kill us. The sewer rats were the most direct enemies of Tryon and Hina. And that wasn't all. Even though Edwin had killed him, we still had a debt with the pursuer who had chased us. Crooks, the tracker, had been paid by the sewer rats. This meant that the ones who worked alongside him in the same place were still alive. Even though those scum were now corpses, our resentment hadn't disappeared. It was too deep a pain to swallow. The memory of that day remained in our hearts like a thorn that hadn't yet been pulled out. Even now, just touching that thorn made my chest ache as if it were freezing. Especially when I thought of Tryon and Hina, it felt like something inside me was being sliced open by a knife. This was a pain that only Syrian and I shared in this world. There might be a way to avoid aggravating the thorn. If I don't think about them, it won't hurt. Perhaps that's one way to live. But we decided to boldly pull the thorn out. You know, my employer said something interesting. He told me to erase you from this world. But here's the thing. There were no instructions to kill you gently. I've heard the young lady is quite beautiful. The voice, vivid in my memory, seemed to echo in my ears. The words were worthless, but there was something that stuck with me. The phrase, erase you from this world. Luckily, we weren't erased. So now, isn't it time for us to erase them from this world? A turquoise cocktail slid down my throat. It's definitely not a flavor Syrian would like. I had expected a bit more from a cocktail, but it wasn't particularly tasty. It lacked the sweetness that Syrian might have enjoyed, tasting instead like a mixture of strong liquors. The pungent scent of alcohol stung my nose, with no trace of any fruity, aged, or woody notes. Drinking something like this would surely have me bettered in the entire next day. There was probably a reason why the drink was named Tears of Tomorrow. In the end, I didn't finish the drink. But it didn't matter, since the drink wasn't my goal anyway. Thanks for the valuable information. Is this enough for payment? It's more than enough. I'll put it to good use. Having heard everything we needed, there was no reason to stay in the tavern any longer. Silence saw us off as we left the establishment. On the way out, I caught a glimpse of the owner. He was cleaning up the 3 corpses that Syrian and I had created. I had killed one, and Syrian had killed 2. At least in that tavern, there wasn't anyone who could recognize the power of hybris. To the untrained eye, it must have looked like we killed them without even lifting a finger. There are plenty of skilled swordsmen, but not many could deliver such a death. The unknown would surely become fertile ground for fear to grow. Come to think of it, Syrian seemed a bit upset about the drink earlier. I should probably buy a snack for her on the way. It looked like she wasn't completely over it yet. As our mercenary life went on, Syrian had grown accustomed to eating all sorts of things. In fact, even back at the cabin, she was less picky about food than Tryon. However, it didn't mean she had lowered her standards. Just like in the Forgotten Forest, Syrian's senses were sharp. Even though my physical abilities had improved drastically since becoming a swordmaster, I still couldn't surpass Syrian in terms of sensory perception. That's why, even when we moved through battlefields, it was always Syrian who conducted the searches, relying on her keen senses. Though with the divine power now dwelling in her, she couldn't really be called an ordinary person anymore. Syrian's misfortune was that her blessed senses extended even to her taste buds. So when I say Syrian had become a better eater, it was really not much different from saying she had learned to endure unpleasant meals. The only exceptions were foods with sweetness, fruits, or vegetables. She seemed to do well with foods that were close to their original state. Up until recently, fruit wine was included in that list, but after a recent incident, she had been forbidden from drinking alcohol. And I had no intention of giving her any more alcohol in the future. I noticed they were selling something like fruit soaked in honey outside earlier. Do you want to try that? No. All right, then let's, huh? I saw it too, but I'm not eating it. That wasn't honey. They mixed in something weird, and the smell was awful. Syrian waved her hand near her nose. Even though I couldn't see inside the face mask she was wearing, I could almost feel her grimace. If Syrian refused something sweet, it meant it was truly inedible. I had considered stealing a bite if she bought it, but it was a relief I didn't. Is the smell here bothering you much? It's better than before. Over there, the stench was so strong it felt like my nose was going numb. The back alleys were especially bad. Specifically, the ground reeks of neglected sewage, and the people smell like a mix of sweat and alcohol. In the back alleys, there's the scent of blood and old corpse rot. Oh, and I heard a scream just now, though that's not a smell. I hear it too. 3 men, no. Make that 2 men and 1 woman, right? There was a small scuffle going on in a nearby alley. It was likely 2 or 3 alleys away from where we stood. In a lawless zone like this, just being a woman made you pray. As pitiful as the situation might be, we weren't obliged to help. Besides, judging by the fact that the men screamed first, it seemed the woman could hold her own. Since arriving in Rakita's, we'd witnessed such fights more than once. If we tried to intervene in every brawl here, 10 bodies wouldn't be enough. It was wiser to mind our own business and focus on our own survival. Should we find an inn in advance? It'd be better than sleeping rough. I've heard there are some decent places if we go deeper into the city. Let's go. I prefer to sleep in a bed and take a bath. So, originally, we had no intention of getting involved. The plan was to find a suitable inn and start our real work tomorrow. There was no reason to interfere in a fight between strangers whose faces and names we didn't even know. That was until the men involved said something we couldn't ignore. We're both tired, so why don't we just call it quits? It was hard enough finding you anyway. You're all going to die soon enough. Rumor has it your father ran away too. Who knows? Maybe the boss will take a liking to you and keep you as a pet in the paper house. We get paid, and you get to be our boss's little pet. Everyone wins. Paper House. That was the nickname for Crescent Moon, the group that sold information. It wasn't something particularly surprising. After all, most beliefs are meant to be broken. Trust, from the beginning, was always a rare commodity that seldom rewarded those who gave it. If that weren't the case, the word betrayal wouldn't even exist, so it was only natural that the inevitable had come. It wasn't exactly a new occurrence, but a bitter taste lingered in the girl's mouth. Her green eyes scanned the lifeless body lying before her. It was a woman's corpse, one she was all too familiar with. A childhood friend with whom she had spent her early years, the very person she had relied on during the most perilous moments, had just been killed by her own blade. In this hellish place devoid of law and morality, childhood was synonymous with the time when you were the weakest. A friend who had been her solace through harsh training and constant threats from enemies who sought her life. Perhaps that's why she had been too soft. She had known for some time that her friend was up to something suspicious, but hadn't questioned it. She didn't want to believe that her only friend had betrayed her. Maybe she was simply too afraid to hear the truth, running away from reality like a coward. In the end, she had to pay the price for being a coward. Her friend's betrayal led to the exposure of their hideout, and in that moment, the girl had no choice but to kill the enemy closest to her. The image of her friend's face, blood pouring from her mouth, was not easy to forget. Had their eyes met at the last moment? She couldn't quite remember. Suddenly, the girl felt a tightness in her chest. At times like this, it was almost better to feel physical pain. Get a grip. Do you really have the luxury of idle thoughts right now? Should she consider this a blessing? It was all too easy for the girl to cause herself pain. All it took was a little movement. Her thin leg took a step forward. Even with just that slight motion, a sharp pain shot through her thigh. It was from a wound she had received earlier. Blood trickled down her leg, soaking her clothes, which clung to her skin in an irritating manner. Are you going to continue? Her glance caught sight of 3 men. The man at the front had a mocking smile on his face. Just a while ago, the girl had slashed at that man's chest. It wasn't very deep. She had aimed for his neck, but failed, resulting in a fierce counterattack. Thanks to that, the girl was still bleeding from several parts of her body. She hadn't sustained any fatal injuries yet, but the difficulty of moving was increasing, and her breathing was becoming strangely labored, possibly due to the blood loss. Why don't we just make this easy? At this point, it seems like you're not even fighting the boss, but rather playing around with us. Yeah, if that's the case, you should have said so earlier. The men acted as if they had already captured the girl. They made crude jokes, spouting obscene remarks as if they wanted her to hear. But the girl didn't pay much attention to their words. It wasn't the first time she had been threatened like this. Living in Rakitas, one would hear threats like "we'll kill the men and rape the women" at least once a week. Somewhere else, there might be people who spoke the opposite, but here, such threats were common. Yes, their words were of no consequence. In fact, their stupidity was almost pitiable. These men had probably only ever encountered prostitutes in the Southern Pleasure District, yet they seemed to believe that all women were embarrassed by such vulgarities. However, despite their stupidity and vulgarity, the real problem was that their skills couldn't be underestimated. Their coordination is too tricky. The training she had undergone so far did not betray the girl. With her skills, she could at least take down one of them. But there were 3 enemies, and their coordination hinted at experience. Coordination, it meant they weren't just thugs relying on brute strength. Then they must be mercenaries. The most frequent visitors to Rakitas were usually mercenaries. This lawless land was close to the front lines where they were in conflict with demonic forces. There was a reason why vast amounts of gold flowed into this insignificant city. Being a mercenary was a well-paying job, but whether one would survive the next battlefield to actually receive that payment was uncertain. Since wealth was useless if you died, many of them lived recklessly. Mercenaries who had received their pay would spend their time indulging in the lawless zone. When their money ran out, they would head back to the battlefield, and Rakitas would periodically bribe the surrounding nobles. The bribes would then be used to pay the surviving mercenaries. That's why, besides the simple-minded thugs, there were often seasoned mercenaries in Rakitas. Some of the visitors, realizing how profitable the business here was, chose to stay. Those men must be one of those cases. This time, the usual empty threats might actually become a reality. If things become impossible, I'll have to take my own life. If she were captured like this, the girl would become nothing more than a war trophy. She had never heard of any family members of rival bosses being treated well in Rakitas. The most comfortable ending was death, but even then, they often mutilated the body as a lesson to others. If she couldn't preserve her honor after death, she at least had to avoid the disgrace she would face while alive. Just as the girl steeled herself, the men's swords began to close in on her throat again. Despite their crude jokes, they didn't leave any openings. The girl tried swinging her sword several times, but each time, they blocked it and counterattacked. The more their swords clashed, the more apparent it became. There was a significant power gap between the girl and them. By now, the girl couldn't deny it. The only reason she was still alive was that they hadn't killed her yet. Their goal wasn't to kill her, but to capture her alive, which was the only reason she could resist at all. But that luck seemed to be running out. This is getting annoying. When you think about it, you don't really need both arms, do you? The attack intensified immediately. As the men pressed harder, the girl had no choice but to retreat. She couldn't even attempt to counterattack, and the narrow alleyways of the slums didn't give her much room to maneuver. How many minutes had passed? No. Had it even been a few minutes? It wasn't a long exchange. When she blocked their swords, a kick would follow, and if she dodged the kick, a cut would appear on her arm. When she came to her senses, the girl was battered and cornered. There was no more room to retreat. She desperately fought back. The result wasn't good. One of the men's swords stabbed into the girl's side. Ugh, damn, that was a mistake. I think I went too deep. It was a fatal wound. Intense pain and weakness enveloped the girl's entire body. The strength in her arms vanished in an instant, and her body staggered. One of the mercenaries didn't miss the opportunity. The girl's sword was taken from her, and her hair was grabbed. Despair spread across the girl's face. Regret surged within her. She should have slit her own throat the moment she was cornered. The mercenary drew back his arm as if to slap her. If his palm had connected, it would have left a bright red mark on her cheek, but his intention was thwarted. A hatchet suddenly flew out of nowhere and lodged directly into his head. Guh! What the hell? The mercenaries, though flustered, quickly assumed a defensive stance, while the girl, now forgotten, collapsed to the ground. She frantically scanned her surroundings. Her pretty green eyes seemed to whirl. Beyond the corpses, a man in black clothing had approached within arm's reach. He had a rugged appearance. For a moment, his black attire fluttered, and then, in an instant, he decapitated one of the mercenaries. Having wielded a sword herself, the girl could recognize it immediately. It was an astonishingly beautiful sword stroke. The act of drawing the sword from his waist alone was a technique that sliced through the mercenary's body. For a brief moment, she glimpsed the unrealistically smooth cut before the two halves of the corpse collapsed to the ground. The last remaining mercenary fared no better. The man strode over and grabbed the mercenary by the neck, lifting him off the ground. A faint smile played on the man's lips. Now that I'm up close, I can tell. You must have only just started using the drug? I was wondering why there wasn't any stench of blood from afar. Crunch! The mercenary's neck snapped as if by magic. It was the mercenary's end, leaving not a single word behind. Was a human neck really something that could be twisted so easily? Even a chicken's neck wouldn't break that easily. The girl swallowed hard. Time stretched, every moment feeling eternal. 3 lifeless bodies lay sprawled on the ground, and finally, the man turned and looked at the girl. She saw his dark black hair and piercing blue eyes. The moment their eyes met, the girl felt like she couldn't breathe. Gasp! To the girl, the man seemed to embody death itself. It was a rough and ferocious death. His mere presence seemed to evoke a primal fear deep within her. She clenched her toes so hard that she curled them up, fearing she might lose control of herself otherwise. No amount of coarse insults or threats she had heard so far could compare to the terror of the man's gaze. Death scanned her up and down, then tilted his head slightly to the side. That gesture made him seem like a predator contemplating whether to devour its prey, causing the girl's fingers to tremble once more. Then Death spoke. His deep voice resonated as if it was reverberating inside her mind. You're badly hurt. What's your name? Isha? My name is Isha. Isha? Are you the Isha of the crescent moon? I didn't hear you well, but yes, my name is Isha. Saintess, reverse harem, is impure. Excerpt from Volume 3, page 208. A gray arc traced through the air. The eerie blade sliced through the void, leaving behind a distorted afterimage, like rain-soaked glass where the blade had passed. Cut grass blades fluttered in the wind. Isha's sword strikes were so swift that they were nearly impossible to follow with the naked eye, yet they made no sound. The sounds that humans naturally make, the heartbeat, the blood flow, the air splitting with movement, were conspicuously absent in her. Because of this, Isha's sword seemed almost formless. Since the battle began, everything felt surreal, as if in a dream. Her presence was so faint and indistinct that her position kept slipping away. Even when my neck was nearly severed in an instant, I didn't realize it until it was too late. Isha's figure vanished from sight again. Where would she be next? Behind me? Above? Or perhaps below? My mind and senses couldn't keep up. The shadow's blade struck at us once more. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. At a glance, she seemed a few years younger than Syrian. Isha was a girl with striking gray hair and vivid green eyes. Her first impression, if you could call it that, reminded me of a small, skittish animal like a squirrel. Given that she was the daughter of the guild master, I had expected a fierce, feline-like appearance, but instead, she exuded a gentle and calm aura. Hi! The girl shrank back. Was it because she had been saved just before death? The moment our eyes met, her anxiety surged. Well, it was a natural reaction. Anyone could panic when they were on the brink of death, and even more so for a young girl. I tried to speak in the calmest voice possible, hoping not to startle her further. "You're badly hurt. What's your name?" Ah, I should have softened my tone more. It was a mistake. Lately, the only people I had encountered, aside from Syrian, were rough folks, so my usual manner of speaking slipped out. But perhaps it wasn't entirely ineffective. The girl with the gray hair slowly revealed her name. It was the first time I heard the name of a character who would play a significant role in the original story. "Isha. My name is Isha." "Isha? Are you the Isha of the Crescent Moon?" I didn't hear you well, but yes, my name is Isha." In the original work, Isha held the position of a mid-level boss. She was known as Isha of the Crescent Moon, the head of the Assassins Guild operating in the heart of the Empire. It was later revealed that she was the silent blade of Raisin. Though she appeared early on and died, she was the villain who came closest to killing the heroine. In fact, one of the heroine's reverse harem members, Dershian, was pushed to the brink of death by Isha. At that time, the heroine, Elise, had no means to counter Isha. In short, she drove both the heroine and the male lead into a corner simultaneously. The problem was, Isha wasn't the protagonist of this novel. If Elise, the heroine, died, the novel would end right there. So the author didn't allow Isha to win. The author chose to make Isha a sacrificial lamb for Dershian's awakening episode. In the final moments, Dershian awakened his power and struck down Isha. From that day forward, Dershian became known as the Sword Saint, and he held Isha in such high regard that he measured every strong opponent against her. Let's start by treating your wounds. One of my companions is on their way over. Do you have any reason to help me? I'm just naturally kind-hearted. Oh, I see. Isha avoided my gaze. I couldn't see her expression, but I guess she understood my excuse. Maybe she accepted it because, in truth, I am kind-hearted. In the meantime, Syrian approached. She looked at me, then at Isha, before extending her pale hand. "I'll start with the healing. Is this where you're hurt? If you touch me, your clothes will get stained with blood. I don't mind." Syrian's divine power flowed over Isha's wounds. It was a grand and sacred power. Just as I hadn't been idle these past 4 years, Syrian had honed her skills as a saint. The large wound visibly started to heal. At the same time, Isha's eyelids seemed to slowly close. It was the power of her pose. Hybras's divine power wasn't well suited for healing, but once the patient was asleep, its efficiency improved significantly. It seemed that sleep was considered a form of rest. Suddenly, I feel sleepy. Yes, you're probably feeling drowsy. It's okay to sleep. Once you're well rested, we'll talk. Syrian placed her hand on Isha's forehead. Soon, Isha fell asleep with a peaceful expression, her breathing soft and steady. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Rakitas was a place teeming with crime, so much so that its nickname, the Lawless Zone, wasn't an exaggeration. But if every part of the city was dangerous, there would be no customers bringing money to this place. In the south, where the red light district was located, the streets that had been bustling during the time of the ruling noble family still maintained a semblance of order. Though the legitimate noble house had vanished, the people who ruled the city hadn't disappeared. No matter who held power in this lawless zone, their goal was always the gold that Rakitas attracted. But without a minimum guarantee of safety, customers wouldn't come here with their money. Someone had to maintain order in this city. In Rakitas' red light district, it was the criminal organizations that kept the peace. Did you settle her in? Yes, I laid her on the bed in that room over there. Just to be safe, I tied her arms loosely. When she wakes up, she'll understand the situation. Got it. We took the sleeping Isha and found lodging in the southern part of Rakitas. We had plenty of money, so there was no need to choose a shabby place. As a result, the saint was in high spirits for the first time in a while. "Oh, Raisin, come lie down on this bed quickly. It's so soft and comfortable." "You're right. I didn't expect it to be this nice." Syrian sprawled across the large bed, rolling around with a smile that rarely appeared when she was outside. The pleasure district of Rakitas offered mercenaries an experience akin to that of nobility. Of course, to a real noble, it might seem a bit lacking, even garish, with its excessive opulence bordering on vulgarity. But mercenaries were accustomed to wallowing in mud, smelling the burnt flesh of their comrades on blood-soaked ramparts. To them, a bed stuffed with soft cotton, fresh-smelling linens, and a room filled with pleasant scents was nothing short of a sweet dream. And what of the food they had never tasted before in their lives? The alcohol that actually had flavor instead of a cheap stench, the sweetly doting beauties, and even the drugs that could numb their minds. These would only be memories lasting a few days, but they were ones that would be etched into their minds for a lifetime. To them, this was an irresistible temptation. A mercenary who was submerged in this memory would find themselves returning to this pleasure district every time they had enough money. This bed is spacious and big. I wonder how long it's been since I've seen one like this. Really? It seems about the same size as the one I used when I was a child. For Syrian, these indulgences seemed to evoke a sense of nostalgia rather than novelty. It wasn't like she was experiencing them for the first time. Rather, it was as if she was encountering something similar to what she once had. Still, it didn't seem likely that Syrian would become lost in this city. But this pillow isn't great. It looked fine, but the material isn't quite right. Do you like the rest? Well, overall, the aesthetic is lacking. It feels like they just plastered everything together without understanding what's truly beautiful. As the young lady of Duke House and the saintess of Hybras, the standards of the Grand Duchess were far too high for a mere inn in Rakitas to captivate her. While I sat on the edge of the bed, Syrian ate grapes beside me, commenting on how nice it was to have such delicious fruit. Her delicate lips curved into a rounded shape. Smiling softly, Syrian then moved closer to me, leaning against my back. "Want to try one?" Her words were phrased as a question, but as usual, Syrian didn't really care about my opinion. Her soft fingers brought a grape to my lips. It was placed in my mouth before I could respond. She'd always liked sharing snacks like this, so it wasn't anything new. But what followed was a little unexpected. Familiar arms wrapped around me from behind, and it felt as if Syrian's breath brushed against my back, as though she had buried her face there. Why this all of a sudden? Just felt like it. Is that a problem? No, it's not. I prefer if you said I could do as I please at times like this. You can do as you please. With a playful yet gentle tone, Syrian chuckled at my response. It was a genuine, unrestrained laugh, the kind she often made back at the castle. Hearing it again was pleasant. "So, give me a piggyback ride." "What? You carried that girl, Isha, so easily. Do you not want to carry me? She was injured, and you're the one who put her to sleep. So, are you saying no?" "No, ma'am. Please, climb aboard, Lady Grand Duchess." As I got down from the bed and prepared myself, I soon felt her weight settle on my back. Syrian seemed satisfied, resting her cheek against my shoulder. When was the last time I gave her a piggyback ride? It was probably on a rainy day when we were returning to the cave in the sanctuary's forest. Compared to then, Syrian had grown a bit taller. Perhaps her heartbeat had grown louder too, as the steady thumping seemed to reach my ears. Her warmth, however, remained the same, radiating softly against me. As I carried her, Syrian's fingers idly traced circles on my shoulder, her voice lowering as she spoke. I just remembered something from when I was little. When I couldn't sleep, the nursemaid would carry me like this and sing me a lullaby. "Do you want me to sing you one too?" "No, that's okay. But could you just stay like this for a little longer? At least until I fall asleep." "Of course. Thank you. After all, you're still mine. You're my knight." What a thing to say, as if it were anything new. And so, I continued to carry Syrian around the room until she drifted off to sleep. Isha didn't wake up until around noon the next day. I leisurely played chess with Syrian when we heard movement from inside. The timing was perfect. I was on the verge of losing my 7th game in a row, but thanks to the interruption, I only lost 6. A saintess should be merciful, after all, but Syrian still showed no mercy in competition. It felt like I might win if I tried just a little harder. After a light knock, we entered the room to find Isha sitting quietly on the bed. The loose bindings were still intact, so she untied them herself. Syrian, who had followed, sat down next to Isha. How are you feeling? I'm better, thanks to you. That's good to hear. But don't overdo it just yet. You're not fully healed. The god I serve isn't particularly skilled in healing. So you really are a priest? Isha touched the side where she was injured yesterday and stood up. The girl standing solemnly before us bowed deeply. I didn't have the chance to properly thank you yesterday. Thank you so much for saving my life. It wasn't just out of the goodness of our hearts. We had our own reasons for helping. I know. What do you need me to do? Syrian and I exchanged a glance. What we wanted from Isha was already decided. Let's start by hearing your side of the story. Can you eat? There was no need for her to answer. The moment I finished speaking, Isha's stomach growled loudly. Syrian chuckled, and Isha's face flushed red as she looked down at the floor. Looks like you can. Let's go. Yes. Crescent Moon was a guild that dealt in information throughout the empire. But how did this guild gather its information? Unlike in modern times, where technology was advanced, almost everything in this world was done by people. No matter how powerful a noble or the imperial family might be, they still needed people to survive. The larger the household, the more servants they employed. The information Crescent Moon dealt in came from the mouths of these people. Even the smallest, most trivial information was valuable if it was interesting or seemed important, and they paid well for it. The common folk, always buried in work, wanted money, and the wealthy nobles needed information. Crescent Moon had branches all over the empire and made money by selling information or keeping secrets. It makes sense. I've heard that some servants are like that. They sell information as soon as they learn something. But it would be risky if they got caught. If they could catch them, they'd be kicked out, but that's easier said than done. Just in our castle alone, there were hundreds of people coming and going. You can't keep track of everyone. Isha glanced at Syrian. There weren't many families in the empire that employed hundreds of servants. She seemed curious about Syrian's identity, but that question never made it to her lips. Syrian rested her chin on the table. With a small jab, she speared a piece of cheese with her fork. She seemed quite satisfied, commenting that it had been a while since she'd had food worth eating. I wouldn't try to keep tabs on every servant either. That's impossible. But breaking down the information buyers, that's something you can do. Yes, you're right. Most of our clients were nobles, but the ones who attacked us were also nobles. You were just too good at what you did. It's easier to use a greedy rat than Crescent Moon, which knows too much. That was the crux of the matter. Ever since nobles had existed in this world, they had always stuck their noses into anything profitable. The ecosystem of Rakitas was no different. There were definitely nobles who had backed Rakitas in exchange for money. Or rather, it wasn't just possible. They likely used Rakitas as a proxy war at some point. Crescent Moon, which once held equal power in Rakitas, was no exception. Though they grew under the patronage of nobles, they had grown too big and become a thorn in their sides. And there were always those who would make a more convenient replacement for Crescent Moon. So, who were the nobles that supported you? I'm afraid I can't share that. But it doesn't matter anymore, does it? The support has been cut off, and that's why you're in this situation. Still, there's a matter of trust. Syrian's brow furrowed. They didn't lift a finger to help you while you were cornered like that. But that's not betrayal, is it? I've learned what true betrayal feels like. It was an absolutely horrendous experience. So, I don't want to become the kind of person who betrays others first. Sounds noble enough. Come to think of it, Isha had kept her word until the very end. She hadn't died instantly when she was struck down. The tenacity of a swordmaster's vitality became her curse. And then there was the heroine, Elise, the saintess of light. The Inquisitors hunted down anyone guilty of trying to kill a saintess with a vengeance. Isha endured terrible, brutal torture, so much so that the swordmaster eventually succumbed to the aftereffects and died. To die from torture in a temple where healing arts were practiced meant that her mind, not her body, had been shattered. Even so, Isha had remained silent. It was clear that she wouldn't open her mouth easily now, either. Think about it. Are you really sure you weren't betrayed? What? You might not be able to turn traitor, but the noble who supported you is different. If they decide you're no longer useful, they could switch sides at any moment. Are you absolutely certain you weren't betrayed? I'm not sure. But I don't have any proof that I was betrayed, either. Fine, if that's how it is, we'll leave it for now. Syrian didn't press Isha any further. Seeing her trembling hands was pitiful, and having been betrayed herself, Syrian didn't want to force her. The next question Syrian posed was one I hadn't considered. Why are the rats so desperate to find you? Huh? Isn't it because my father was the leader of Crescent Moon? That can't be the only reason. They're not like the royal family, who are obsessed with bloodlines. You're on the run without any protection, so you're hardly a threat. Could it be out of revenge? To set an example, but they've already wiped out their enemies in Rakitas. They've won so completely that it would make more sense to appear as merciful rulers. Isha had been betrayed by her childhood friend. Betraying someone isn't easy, whether through coercion or persuasion. It's a tedious and labor-intensive task. Despite going through that trouble, the rats had still sent people after Isha. This was obsession, a fixation on finding Isha at all costs. There had to be a compelling reason for going so far as to manipulate her childhood friend to capture her. But it seemed Isha couldn't guess what that reason might be. Then it was up to us to find out. Crescent Moon was a guild that dealt in information. Syrian fell into deep thought. I decided to wait for her to think it through. When it came to brain work, Syrian was much better at it than I was. The villainess who had served as the final boss alongside me in the original story. My Saintess had not let me down. Since it was information from all over the Empire, there's no way they could remember everything. They must have recorded and stored it somewhere, and they would have categorized the important stuff separately. Who knows the location of the archive? Only my father and a few select employees knew. I doubt any of the employees survived. That must be it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. When the sewer rats first emerged as a group, they weren't even aware they were one. The name was nothing more than a derogatory term people used for them, a name they ironically adopted while acknowledging the grim reality of their existence in the filth. At that time, their base was indeed near the old sewers. Though now it's a place of indulgence and pleasure, back then, it was a breeding ground for rats and insects. In a dimly lit, dark room, only the red glow of the lights cast a faint, sensual hue, mingling with the curling tendrils of cigarette smoke. A woman's whining voice echoed from near someone's feet. A man, Milrun, lit his cigarette, exhaling a short sigh. Huh! His hand absent-mindedly stroked the woman's head, but his gaze was elsewhere. Where his cold eyes settled, a man knelt, battered and bruised. His voice dripped with anger. Did I give you a difficult order? And no. Or was my support insufficient? No, not that either. Right. So, isn't it strange? It wasn't a difficult order, and I gave you plenty of support, yet you let that defeated woman escape. And 3 of the men I sent after her are dead. A cloud of white smoke billowed from his mouth, a pungent aroma wafting through the air, swirling like a dream. The women in the den seemed entranced by the haze. When a man stood, the bare bodies on the floor squirmed in response. Phew, any idea where she might be? I'm sorry. She vanished without a trace. We searched the entire city, but we couldn't find her. You searched everywhere? Yes, absolutely. We searched everywhere except the south, but there was no sign of her. Then you didn't search everywhere, did you? The man smirked. Milrun reached out with his thick, scarred hand and shoved something into his subordinate's mouth. Useless fool. I'll find her myself now. Uk, Gur, Kaiawea. That day, a headless corpse was tossed into the sewers.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.